Well, Mike, it's got to be the biggest moment in their life for each year anyway. I mean, this is the one they all work for, and there's no second prize. First or last, really, for a lot of these drivers.
That's right. So much of the publicity and advertising of the manufacturers and the sponsors they carry. No one really likes to advertise second at Bathurst. They only go for the win.
What do we look for here, Richard? What scenario into the first turn? Will Johnson take Niedzwiedz?
Both of those guys, I think Johnson will take Niedzwiedz, but both of those guys will be worried about the standing start. Niedzwiedz is used to rolling starts, where the pace car pulls off and then they go. And that's what he'll be mainly worried about. I think look out for Johnson. Also look out for the Nissan with four-wheel drive. Of course, that will fly off the line.
Well, he's back on 11th, Richards. Is there any chance that he could get himself into the top 3 or 4 in the first 3 or 4 laps?
Just watch out. I think so.
I think if Jim gets a free run to the first turn, watch him heading up the mountain for the first time. And keep in mind, up till Friday, Richards had, good on you, Tony, Richards had the fastest car down Conrod Straight. Okay, there you can see the huge crowd off to the right here as we take the Dulux RaceCam at Win Percy. Not too far off the start, the rest of the field pulling up on Conrod Straight. So you have it. Klaus Niedzwiedz sits on pole position in the ANZ Sierra, and alongside of him is Dick Johnson, the man whose car won this race last year. Stand by Australia, stand by TV3 in New Zealand and the world. Australia's great race ready to explode from Mount Panorama Bathurst, Sunday, September 30. And cribbing the line almost was one of the pole cars getting away. Peter Brock, a magnificent start up on the outside. Just watch Brocky go, and Seton will move into 3rd spot. Longhurst a brilliant start, Johnson a very, very poor start, and Klaus Niedzwiedz is at least through the first turn. Look at the traffic, and they head up Mountain Straight for the first time. Going beneath the Corolla sign, the bridge halfway along Mountain Straight. And here they come. The jockeying for positions now, up to the right-hander at Repco. As they exit that turn and now make their way up Mountain Straight towards BP Cutting. Percy going through, Cropton going through, Niedzwiedz in front, Brock second, Seton, then followed by Longhurst, then the second of the ANZ cars. George Fury, a great start, and Columbine just ahead of the 2 V8 Commodores. The exit from BP now to the top, and Jim Richards already up there trying to pass some cars in the Nissan GTR. Across now to the top of the mountain, heading down towards Skyline. No incidents. Look at the lead so far as Niedzwiedz blitzes them through there. Brock in second. Seton is your next driver, followed by Longhurst. Then, of course, Greg Hansford moving up smartly, also the second of the Dick Johnson car. So we've had a great start.
We have. This was made in heaven for Klaus Niedzwiedz, but poor Dick Johnson. I don't think he gave it enough revs at the start. The car bogged down, and he almost got hit from behind. Exactly,
and Peter Brock was away very, very smartly. Come down to Forest Elbow for the first time, the wide open spaces of Conrod Straight. The exit from that turn, the Nissan still sitting in there behind. Brancatelli runs back behind the second Johnson car. So an incident-free first lap, and as you said, Klaus Niedzwiedz at this stage of the race heading down to the right-hander at Caltex Chase, a comfortable lead over Peter Brock. Great shot there of the speed, and the approach shot, also the right-hander. Just watch them jockeying for positions as they go into the right-hander at Caltex.
Somebody up there is looking after Klaus Niedzwiedz at the moment. This is an enormous lead that he's built up already on the first lap, and really showing that the top 10 runoff that he just cleaned up really was no fluke.
Bruce asked earlier this morning whether or not it was a good form guide yesterday, and I said maybe. That is a great form guide, because Niedzwiedz has started. The fans think this is fabulous. They're watching 7 Sport, following the coverage, and they're here trackside as well.
And look at the Nissan. It's made up 2 places now since we last saw a shot of it. The Nissan is now up past Gianfranco Brancatelli and chasing after the second of the ANZ cars with Greg Hansford at the wheel.
Up to Corolla.
Not only chasing, he's passed it already.
Yes. So Jim Richards on the move.
Up to 6th place now.
And right behind him, we have one of the Holdens parked off to the side, stalled.
Looks like Gary Rogers to me.
And Alan Jones, of course, up to position 40 at the end of the first lap after starting from pit lane, which actually put him 55th on the starting grid.
Richards has been the fastest down Conrod also during the week, at something like 290. So we can expect him on this second lap to really let it go down there and try and take somebody else. But it's been a great start for him.
You'll notice Richard coming into his own across the tight parts of the circuit in the Nissan four-wheel steer machine. Sits behind Dick Johnson at this stage of the race, down through the S's. Brock just locking up a brake as he went through there. Nothing serious. Now to the dipper. Two-wheeling through there, and a great panoramic shot of the top of Mount Panorama as they head down to Forest Elbow. Klaus Niedzwiedz, repeating, is your race leader over Peter Brock. Glenn Seton running third on the road at the moment. And there's Richards, the man we're following, the man on the move at the moment, zeroing in behind Dick Johnson as they head down Conrod Straight. Look at the speed of this car.
Freddie Gibson's done a tremendous job with this car, and they've brought the boss of Nismo in Japan over, Mr. Hioki, to come and have a look at it. He's amazed by it. He's up another spot already.
Well, who would have thought after seeing Longhurst on Wednesday and Thursday that he'd be taken by two cars down Conrod?
They're in race trim today too, aren't they?
Absolutely. Both Richards and Johnson taking him there, and this is just an absolutely glorious start for the Nissan. They couldn't have asked for any more than this. They've got themselves into the picture.
We take our Nissan RaceCam, so you're riding with Jim Richards. Here he comes, making the move on Dick Johnson. To the outside, the left-hander sits up here, but he won't pass. He'll try and get him on the inside as they go through this turn, and now swing down the inside of the car. Johnson out on the ripple strip. It's Richards now grabbing another gear. Let's have a look at the horsepower. Has it got any horsepower? 600 brake, they claim, and Johnson gets the blow-by from Jimmy Richards. Richards now storming towards the leaders. Niedzwiedz disappearing. Brock runs in second. Glenn Seton in the Peter Jackson car. And back behind him, of course, as they go over our track cam position on the exit to Mountain Straight. Fantastic pictures.
Here's a piece of news that will worry some of the others. The Nissans have had big brake problems throughout practice, and guess what? They cured them yesterday afternoon. They ran both cars, and they cured them. They found a new disc setup and a new pad, and they believe they'll only have to stop for pads twice. And at one point, people were predicting they'd have to change discs and pads at all the pit stops.
That's correct. They come across the top of the mountain again. Jones, after starting 55th from the pit lane, is now position 35. We're following at the moment the big mover in the race at the front, and that's Jimmy Richards. He has disposed of Dick Johnson. They come down to the S's, and now he is working away on Glenn Seton. Brock is ahead, one spot ahead of him, of course, is Klaus Niedzwiedz.
Talking to the Nissan guys before the race, I said, are you going to try and get the car to the finish? Is that what you want to show the reliability? They said, no, we're racers, we're here to win.
That's right. Forest Elbow now, left-hander. Right out against the wall. Let's have a look at the power as it carries our Nissan RaceCam. How much power is this GTR four-wheel steer? They claim about 620. Sitting in the draft now, he'll probably pull out if he can snatch him here on the inside on the approach to Caltex Chase. He's trying. No, Seton is able to get through the turn ahead of him, so Seton and Richards in for a great scrap here.
And Johnson closing up again, Mike, so Seton can feel both Richards and Johnson on his tail, but he's been quick all week, Seton, 2:14 and a bit. He's lacked nothing in power.
Now we'll have a look at the brakes of the Nissan. Not much of a problem really here. It's only early days. So Jimmy Richards, a great drive from position number 11. Well, with Alan Jones out, we'll make that 10. But our race leader, Klaus Niedzwiedz. Peter Brock is in second. Jimmy Richards now up to third. Glenn Seton is fourth. Dick Johnson is fifth. And Tony Longhurst is sixth. That's the order as they exit Fuji turn on their way to the mountain again.
Niedzwiedz 283 on Conrod the last time, so they were getting up to 295 yesterday, so it's very respectable.
And by my stopwatch, they're circulating at about 2 minutes 18 seconds, and that, let me tell you, is quick.
Very, very fast. The pace has been a crack at the opening laps of the 1990 Tooheys 1000 from Mount Panorama. Great to see Glenn Seton, winner of the recent Sandown 500. Cut up at 35. Young guy with a ton of potential, also carrying one of our Dulux race cams.
Some news here, Mike. The clerk of the course is waiting for a decision from the judge of fact at the start to see if Niedzwiedz jumped the start. We saw that start when Niedzwiedz looked as if he was rolling a little, and Jones has gone into the pits. So Alan Jones, who started at the back of the grid, is in the pits with the car 20, the second car in the B&H team.
That's a fairly quick stop.
Gee, it hasn't been their weekend so far, has it? He was 38th when he went to the pits. He'd got himself into a better position than that, 35th, so he'd obviously had a bit of a problem.
I'm sure Johnny Brady and our guys in the pits will be able to report what that problem was.
Frank Gardner was saying just before the race, you know, these race cars, they just won't read the scripts, will they?
Do you think Niedzwiedz has got a problem with the start, Richard?
He certainly got away very quickly. It was a tremendous start for a guy that isn't used to doing standing starts.
I saw it move. I don't know whether how far before the start, but I did see some movement.
One of the problems is that sometimes you get a little bit of clutch creep.
Okay, time to go to the pits, and it's John Brady with Frank Gardner.
Frank, an early pit stop. What was the problem?
Well, it's a price to pay for leaving the pit lane at the back of the field. Got tangled up with one of the slower cars and flattened up all the tyres.
This time you couldn't spare twice in a row in the one race, is it?
Not really. It starts off not to be your day with that car, but it's early in the day. It's going to have the problems nice and early, and we've got a chance of winding it in as the day goes by, but it's not looking good so early.
Frank, worrying that the Nissan showed so much power early with Dick Johnson's car?
Well, if the Nissan's out there in another 3 hours, they can pat themselves on the back, and they've done a terrific job. But I'll watch it run for the next hour or so.
Thanks, Frank.
Well, Frank, I think everyone wants to know that. Alan Jones rejoined in 49th position.
I'll tell you what, Frank would say that, wouldn't he?
Well, looking here, the Nissan has just gone by Peter Brock in the Mobile 1 Sierra 05. Pete continues that problem of locking a brake. We've noticed that in the early laps of this race, but settling into almost conservative mode at the moment. The exit to BP cutting, Klaus Niedzwiedz disappearing towards the top of Tooheys turn as Jim Richards goes after the race leader in the Nissan GTR Special.
This would be a big worry for all the Ford boys if they're circulating at 2:18s, and that is a really fast pace, and the Nissan is catching them.
That 2:18 suggests that Alan Moffat got it just right yesterday. He put Hansford in a race car and they went 2:17.97.
Absolutely, and the point that we raised earlier this morning, that Nissan were out training yesterday afternoon and doing laps of 2:15.40. The only thing we have to find out is whether the car can run like this for about 6.5 hours.
How far if he'd started from the pole position?
Oh, dearie me.
There would have been a space, wouldn't there?
Couldn't have got enough money on him. Okay, Jimmy Richards to the left-hander, Forest Elbow through Toledo Tools turn, and now onto Conrod Straight.
Keep an eye on the gap there. It was just about 2 seconds between this man here, Klaus Niedzwiedz, the German, and Jimmy Richards, the Kiwi with the Nissan, in second place.
I think if Jim, and I think it seems fairly obvious to assume that the Nissan is going to haul in Klaus Niedzwiedz, but I don't think he's going to get much of a race from Klaus. I think Klaus will be happy to sit in behind. Klaus
is something of an expert at long-distance touring car races, and he knows that there's a fair few kilometres to go yet, and there's no point getting involved in a fight in the first 10 laps.
And I think it's in everybody's mind that even if the Nissan leads for the first out, that the big problem it's going to have is lasting the distance. So you're pretty right. I think you'll be happy to see him go.
So here's Niedzwiedz, doing a great job, has a very competent co-driver in Frankie Biela, who came out here last year, 2 Europeans. Uh-oh, problems there for Ray Lintott. And this car was to have been co-driven. Well, you still might get a shot at it by Gary Rush, but Ray Lintott in the Valvoline Sierra, just clipping the edge of the sand trap at the top of the mountain. Let's check them out for you on our Caltex race score. Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela lead in the ANZ Sierra. Second is Brock and Rouse in the Mobile 1 Racing Sierra. Third, Richards and Scaife. What a performance. Johnson runs in fourth, and Seton and Sears run in fifth place. Sixth, Longhurst and McLaughlin. Seventh is Hansford and Giordano. Eighth, Medecky and O'Brien. Ninth, Allam and Radicic. And rounding out the 10, Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. What a race, and there's plenty more to come at Mount Panorama as we work the early laps of the 1990 Great Race.
A great scrap going on down Conrod. Niedzwiedz in front in the Sierra, being chased by Richards and the Nissan.
What a race. Richards has just stormed at the leaders, and as you can see, as they come down to Caltex Chase, they're going to have some of the smaller cars to try and wind in and out of. Richards in the number 1 Nissan GTR. Just ahead of him on the track is, of course, our race leader Klaus Niedzwiedz in the ANZ Sierra. Watch Richards here again under brakes, or he may decide just to sit in behind Klaus and work his way up to the top of the hill. Depends how keen he is to want to lead this race. He can do it now if he wants. No, Niedzwiedz moves over. You're going to have to race for this one, says Klaus. And Niedzwiedz is trying to position himself with some of these slower cars, get across now to the inside of the racetrack. They've moved over, so you'll find that Niedzwiedz will stay here on the right. Sorry, Jim, bit of pocket pool there as Niedzwiedz is driving a little more defensively than I thought he would, but he doesn't want to get caught that far behind if he makes the wrong move on some of these slower cars.
He's using the traffic to his advantage all the time. You can see he's just always trying to put one car between himself and the Nissan, and he tried there. I think he was trying a little bit too hard.
Well,
that was brave.
It was brave stuff. Here comes Niedzwiedz storming up on the inside of the Corolla as they go to BP cutting. And Richards would be enjoying every moment of this. Loves a race, and the car running perfectly at this stage. Up now to Tooheys turn, and it is getting fairly close at the front of the field. Klaus Niedzwiedz, Jimmy Richards, Peter Brock. That's the order.
One of the places where the Nissan really scores is coming out of the slow corners. When it puts the power down, it puts it down so well because all four wheels are driven.
Here we go across the top of the mountain. Coming down beneath Nissan skyline. Great aerial shot there from our 7 chopper. Shows you how tight the circuit is through there. It's unbelievable. This is a public road heading in 2 directions during the week. They use every centimetre of it on race day. A chance now again as they come out of Toledo Tools turn for Jimmy Richards to catch the draft of Klaus Niedzwiedz beneath the GIO insurance sign. Watch the Nissan now. This is the moment for Jimmy Richards. He's going to make it. No. Or is he? Niedzwiedz is doing some defensive driving.
Klaus has said if you're going to pass me, you're going to have to go the long way around.
So we do really have a good race going here with Niedzwiedz, who told us yesterday and again this morning his plan was just to run in a conservative mode. They want to go and lead the race, they can. He's going to sit in behind them.
Well, Niedzwiedz does have the other advantage of the fact that there's a second Moffat ANZ car, and he can force the pace of the race and try and break the Nissan, which is, I would guess, what he's trying to do at the moment, because he can always drop back to the second car a little later if he has to.
I don't think that's on his mind at the moment.
Both those cars, Mike, at 283 at Conrod. So not bad defensive driving at 283, is it? No.
Here we go now. Pulls to the inside and Klaus moves over. They are side by side and Jim actually gives him the goodbye. Fairly tight stuff, that. But Klaus, as they come in now behind the Grant car driven by Alf and Tim Grant. Now they'll have to try and get out of here. Klaus will stick to the tail. There's Brocky going through, still running in 3rd spot. To BP cutting. And as they climb to the top of the mountain, we'll just establish the break. Let's have a look at this, an incident on top of the mountain. Prima Holiday replay. This was the Ray Lintott Valvoline Sierra. Whew. That's fairly close. That was defensive driving too. And that was right in front of Johnny Smith, I believe. Ray Lintott was positioned 23rd. He's rejoined, got all the sand off the car, and he's now 39th.
Niedzwiedz is not letting Jim Richards get away and tries to get around the outside there as they come over Nissan Skyline. That's not the place to do it, is it, Mike?
Definitely not. I think Alan Moffat will be having heart palpitations at this moment. This wasn't in the script to want to go back and try and pass him for the lead. There's no point in trying to break the Nissan. Locking up a break there, Richards, this time. Now we'll compare the speed. They've got an open racetrack in front of them, I believe, on Conrod Straight. A couple of cars there, that shouldn't worry.
I just wonder if that lock brake may possibly be a sign of the brake problems that they suffered in practice.
Well, I don't know, early days perhaps. He is starting to open that gap just a little. But Jim's going to come down on some of the slower cars now. Niedzwiedz closes up just a little under brakes. They're starting to get away from the rest of the field at this stage. Great shot as they come under the Bridgestone Bridge. Jimmy Richards on the inside. Klaus Niedzwiedz trails as they rattle off one more lap across the start-finishing line. A couple of Commodores there, young Brian Callahan, Gerwald and young Bagwana driving that car today, and his dad and Barry Graham in the second car. It all looks pretty easy at this stage as the Nissan takes control, goes beneath the Corolla Bridge and heads up Mountain Straight. Oh, in the pits, Peter Brock, 05. Tima already down there. scheduled pit stop for Peter Brock. Not surely the same.
This can't be happening 2 years running. They had a problem last year with that right rear hub. Locking, the nut was locked on, and it looks to have happened again. There's problems there for the Brock team. They've got the nut off now, but this is a long pit stop. He was in 3rd position, and this will drop him way down the order.
Some great pictures there. Peter Brock takes it all philosophically, and he is back in the race again. A great opportunity to show that miniature camera. We believe a puncher for Peter Brock. Those things do happen in a race like this.
He's rejoined Mike in 22nd position, so he's lost 19 places there, 3rd to 22nd.
And just to explain that when Peter Brock comes into the pits if he's got a puncture like that, the team will, as a matter of course, change all 4 wheels and tyres.
So they're still having the problem with the centre lock as well.
That's a big worry.
Jim Richards and the Nissan GTR still holding that brake over Klaus Niedzwiedz.
Really says something for the power of this car that he was able to pass 8 Sierras and 2 Commodores in 7 laps.
Not only that, when you consider how much heavier it is than a lot of race cars similar to it with the 4-wheel drive, it's a heavy car.
Well, they must be delighted in the pits at the moment, the Nissan crew. Let's join Steve Tippers with Fred Gibson.
Thanks so much, Bruce. Fred, a fabulous start for you.
Oh, it's sunny to start of a 1,000k race. There's a long way to go yet. Like, that's what we wanted to do when I try and break the Sierras up and get to the front so we can run our own pace. I still say we can run 17, 18s. I don't think many Sierras will be able to do that all day. Whether we can or not, we don't know yet. But like Jimmy's gone to the game plan so far, it's a matter of settling in now and see if we keep the car going for the whole race.
Are you planning to run these sort of times, though? Sorry? Are you planning to run these sort of times for part of the race?
We were planning to run 17, 18s. We're going to schedule something. Whether Sierras can keep that time, I don't know, but we know we can for quite a while yet. So towards the finish, we'll just have to cut it back.
Fred Gibson, thank you.
Fred Gibson, who's given us his race plan, 17s and 18s, and is exactly what Jim Richards is doing at the moment. There's Dick Johnson.
Well, running smoothly for Dick, breathing a little heavy as it headed up the mountain. Dick in the number 17 Shell Sierra into BP Cutting. Dick running in 3rd on the road. Also the Mercedes, the Phil Ward, John Goss Mercedes in the pits at the moment was running position 35. And it is in the pits. That's bad luck because it's a car that can circulate all day. Phil Ward, the driver. Okay, he returns. Might be timely now to have a look at an action replay of the start of the great race. The jumble for the first turn. Okay, we'll take it off RaceCam with Win Percy. Look at Brock. Johnson just stopped right in front. Percy backed it out, I think, and was also gathered in there by about 6 or 7 cars, including his teammate, Neil Crompton. Kevin Waldock going around the outside of the playscape machine. And the second of the Brock cars, Andrew Madecki now in the pits.
Andy had a terrible time last year, retiring on the first lap. He's up to, or was up to 9th so far this year, and now an unscheduled pit stop for him.
What's the problem, John Harvey? John Harvey, I think, covering our pit stop for us. John, any idea what the problem is? The centre lock again?
Yes, Mike, it's the left rear. In Peter Brock's case, it was the air pressure on the wheel gun, but in this particular case, yeah, there, they got it off now. It's away.
Any idea of why the early stop, John?
Yeah, in Peter's case was a blistered tyre.
Yeah.
And he's away. In this case, it looks like exactly the same, which is quite a surprise because they weren't expecting any tyre problems at all.
Now, of course, Bridgestone was one of the companies that did a tyre test day here early in the year and came up with new compound tyres for the track.
Yeah, and all the drivers, the team were extremely impressed with them and were confident, but we've got another problem here now. I'll just check it out.
Okay, thanks, John. John Harvey in the pits, covering this pit stop for Andrew Madecki. John, of course, a former winner of this great race, the Tooheys 1000, live from Mount Panorama at Bathurst today.
Well, early days, but not a good start for the mobile racing team. Brock intended to go in on lap 33. We're looking at Dick Johnson, one of his great rivals over the years, who seems to have overcome a slow start. And has got himself in a third position behind Niedzwiedz and Richards, who's been the big story of the first half hour of this race.
He certainly has been. There's Johnson across the top, coming down to Castrol through there onto Skyline. I'll show you some splits back in the pack shortly. They have really started to open up. The Nissan with Jimmy Richards, Klaus Niedzwiedz. Running in second, Johnson is third on the road at the moment. And Dick Johnson, as Richard said earlier, not only winning the best turned out car award, if he can repeat that, that means he's bound for victory lane here today, if you like those omens. Andy Madecki has rejoined the field after that pit stop, now in position 46. Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera. Larry always gives this race his best shot, and in fact he has moved up through the field. Now up to position 11, in car 11 is Perkins.
Perkins with the rumbling V8 there of the Commodore, heads down Conrod Straight. Behind him is George Fury with the second of the Peter Jackson end of cars. Over the rise, and now underneath our camera.
He's had a brilliant week, Richard. I think he was a bit disappointed yesterday. He was in a great position to climb at least 1 or 2 positions on the grid, and just made a mistake going into Caltex.
On the top 10 runoff, I think everybody expected Perkins to be quickest of the 2 Commodores anyway, himself and Alan Grice, who was driving the Holden Racing Team car. And it didn't work out that way. As you say, Larry locked a brake up and lost a little bit of time there. But a very experienced driver. He's driven Formula 1 cars, and he knows his way around here. He's won here before.
3 times. Not a bad record, is it, with the great man?
And definitely a dark horse for victory in, what, 6 hours' time.
Well, it's been a good story for Jim Richards this morning, and a pretty good one for Alan Moffat's team, but not a good story for Peter Brock's team so far, with unscheduled pit stops for both the 05 car and the 6 car, and they lost valuable positions.
And both of them with blistering tyres, which is surprising, because Andy Rass, who drives in the British Series, normally drives on Pirellis, and was remarking on how good he found the Bridgestones. Now that's a little bit surprising, in that for Andy to say that the tyres were good, and then to have both cars in within the first half an hour with tyre problems. Andy knows his way around a Sierra fairly well. He supplied all the bits for these and supplies them for most of the cars.
So as we're about to have a look at the top 10, and Jim Richards starting 11th on the grid leads, and his Nissan GTR from Klaus Niedzwiedz in the Sierra. Then Johnson in 3rd placing in the Shell Sierra. Then Longhurst has been pretty consistent. Seton in 5th place, so there's been a swap there between Longhurst and Seton. Hansford 6, so the ANZ Sierra 2 of the top 6. Then Allan, the 2nd of the Johnson cars. Percy 8th, the 1st of the Commodores. Then Bond and Fury. So Seton also has 2 in the top 10. We'll be back with more from Bathurst. 1,000 on lap 14 of 161. Threatening black clouds overhead, and we've had perfect conditions all week at Bathurst. No likelihood of rain, but we could have some today, and that may be very, very good for the Nissan with Jim Richards. And it also could be a good thing, Richard Hay, for the Peter Brock team with their tyre problems.
It could well. If they've got blistering tyre problems with their slick tyres, they have to put on a grooved wet tyre if the rain comes down, and that could well solve the problem for them. But what is going to be a far bigger worry to them is the fact that the Nissan has got 4-wheel drive and will just fly.
Looking at Win Percy and the Holden dealer team, they're in 8th position at the moment as we welcome Mark Oastler to the microphone.
Yes, Win's running. I was talking to Wally Story, the team manager, yesterday. He said they could consistently run about 18s or 19s in this car. I've got to put the clock on him next lap and see if they're running to their race plan. Win and Alan Grice very confident with this car. They say it can run it hard all day, and it's going to be interesting to see after 1,000 tough kilometres around here whether this thing's up in the top 5.
Win has fairly rocketed up through the field as well, because as we saw on Dulux Autocolor RaceCam, which we see again there at the start, he really did get swamped by the pack. So to make his way up to 8th place at the moment, he's flying.
He's doing very well. You can see him working hard at the wheel there. Win had an unfortunate injury at Sandown when he tore a muscle in his left shoulder. He's been undergoing a lot of physiotherapy and treatment by the doctors here to try and get the arm back to full strength. And he commented yesterday that he felt he'd be able to do the job even if it wasn't 100%.
Inside of Win Percy's car at 280 kilometres an hour.
Looks like he's had a little ding at the front of the car too, so he's had an eventful first 15 laps.
Well, if he's had to find his way back up through the field in the traffic and also with the back markers, it's very easy to just clip another car.
Win's had a few problems, an injury problem all week. Alan Grice has done most of the testing and drove yesterday. Were you surprised that Percy started today?
I was a little bit, but Win is also the team manager of the team now, and I think most of the guys sort of rallied around and said, "Oh, come on, Win, you know, you've got to do it, mate. We've worked for this all year," which they have. This is the one race that the Holden race team look to during the year that they know they can be successful in.
Just had a good view of the front of Percy's car, and you can see he's had quite a bit of paint taken off. So
it does look very much as though it's just superficial there, nothing to worry about from Win's point of view.
I guess as team manager, the easiest time of the race is when you're actually in the car.
I would think so, yes. You
could relax and just do the job. So we're looking at Win Percy. Alan Grice, his co-driver there, in 8th position at the moment. And the race leader is Jim Richards from Klaus Niedzwiedz, and Dick Johnson 3rd.
Good dice going on here as the 35 car is now being pushed along by number 9 there, Greg Hansford, in the 2nd of the ANZ Sierras.
This is for 5th position, I would think, because Seton had lost 4th position to Tony Longhurst.
And there's Jeff Allen tacking onto the back of this in the 2nd Dick Johnson car number 18.
Jeffrey will be loving all this. He's always felt that he's running Dick Johnson's 2nd string car, and to be racing up there for a position, he'll be well pleased.
So what we're looking at here, Richard, is 5, 6 and 7 in the race. Hansford 6th position, 5th for Seton and 7th for Allen.
Gives you some idea of just how evenly matched these cars are. The ANZ car is basically made in Switzerland by Rudy Eggenberger. It's made with Eggenberger bits and then flown out here for Alan Moffat's team, as Alan there looks to make a move on the inside of Hansford. No room there. Hansford's closed the door on him. And Alan's car, of course, built by Dick Johnson Racing. Ahead of them, Glenn Seton's car, built by his own preparation company. 3 completely different cars, and yet, oh, so close come the race.
That's right. Glenn's been warming up to an endurance mode all year. He's run the Touring Car Championship with an obvious power deficit in the engines built by his father, Barry Seton. But as he said, when the big endurance races come toward the end of the year, the rest of the field is going to have to come back to the sort of horsepower that he's been running. And he's very, very competitive nowadays.
Jeff Allen working away there in the 18 car, pulls out of the draft, out of the slipstream, and alongside of Greg Hansford. And that's it. Looks like he's made the place there. So Jeff Allen moves up now and takes away 6th place from Greg Hansford.
And it does look as if the Johnson crew is getting ready for a pit stop for Dick Johnson's car or Jeff Allen's, but it'll probably be Johnson's car. He's in 3rd position at the moment, and Allen's moved himself into 6th position.
Well, we've already seen Peter Brock in tyre problems. It would be my guess that the pace of the race at the start, they were running around so quickly that will have contributed to those tyre problems. And of course, for as long as they'll try and stay with the Nissan,
let's have a look at the Auto World Conrod comparison just to see who is the quickest down Conrod Straight. This is the fastest section of the course, and you can see that the Richards Nissan at 287, Allen surprisingly 285, Jones at 283, he started at 55 on the grid, Hansford at 283. So Richards the fastest down Conrod, no real surprise there. 55 in the pits, that's Woolcott. And as we said, it did look as if the Shell team was getting ready for some action down there a couple of minutes ago, but still no sign of Johnson going in or Allen.
I was talking to Neil Lowe yesterday. He was hoping to get about 38 laps out of the lead car, and perhaps 41 laps with the second car. They're very accurate on their fuel consumption figures, the Shell team, and they're going to try and get the maximum out of each tank of fuel.
Seems a little bit optimistic, that, as we take a look there at Jeff Allen again, looking for a way past Glenn Seton on the straight. It's surprising just how quick that car is in a straight line, especially when you consider that it's the second string car, and almost traditionally it seems that the second string car has been slightly slower in the Johnson team. Here comes Allen up on the inside of Seton, moves up another slot as they go around Murray's.
And it's lap 17 as they cross the line. Allen. And Seton's not going to give that place away. He's fighting back as they go to swing up the mountain. But Hansford has it.
So he's just lost 2 positions in quick succession to Allen and also to Hansford. So Seton, who started at 4, has got himself back to 7th. And the Johnson team have got 2 in the top 5, and the Moffat team have got 2 in the top 6.
Dulux Auto Colour race cam there on the roof of Glenn Seton's car.
This is a really sensational view of Mount Panorama. You really get an idea of the speed here. These guys are running on a very, very narrow racing line around this place, and it is very exacting.
Well, we're looking at Jeff Allen, and he's really flying around at the moment. He was second fastest down Conrod, but Dick Johnson, who's driving, Dick Johnson, we're looking at number 17, who's driving the number 1 car in 3rd position. We believe he will be coming into the pits very shortly, and there could even be a driver change at this stage for John Bowe to come in. So we're on lap 18, and Johnson wasn't going to come in until 37, which was fairly ambitious. He was a couple of laps further on than anybody else. So he'll be coming in at about half of that, or a little under half. Got a terrible start today, Richard, didn't he? He really got the worst of the start.
He really did. It looked as though he just didn't give it enough revs and the car bogged down.
And shot at Johnson with our face cam, hard at work. Swings into the chase.
Also believe the Peter Jackson team is getting ready for a pit stop. They're running Seton and also Fury, who's very close to the top 10 after starting 12 on the grid. And Johnson now coming into the pits.
I think there will be a driver change here. It looked like Johnson loosening his belts as he came under the bridge.
Okay, so Bowe will be getting ready to come into the car. Yes, you can see Johnson throwing the belt away as he comes in on lap 17. And let's join John Brady in the pits.
Thanks very much. And yes, that's exactly the situation. They've decided that they've got to come in for a puncture, so if they're going to do that, they may as well go the whole hog, do the whole sets of tyres, obviously, and also the driver change, get it out of the way now. Of course, the weather's threatening, so they may as well get the change done as they can. And they're working frantically here to get John Bowe into the seat, strapping him in. Dick Johnson giving some help. Almost ready to go here. It'll be a fairly quick stop for them. And that is quite quick. That's just over about 30 seconds or so, and that's very, very quick indeed.
Thanks to John Brady.
Yes,
we take a look there at John Bowe, just tightening the seat belts as he makes his way out of the pit lane. Now, this is interesting because Bowe's rejoined in 12th place, incidentally. Johnson has jumped out of that car at, only 18 or so laps.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't normally expect him to do that, so it may be that that car has another problem. And if that's the case, then Johnson would then, we would then expect him anyway to jump into the Allen car.
And there's nothing wrong with the Allen car. It's been the big mover along with Richards. It's gone from 13th to 4th place in the first 18 laps. So the second car's working very well for them, the number 18. We've been told also that the Seton car may have a problem with tyres overheating. He's going to take it easy for a couple of laps out there and then assess the situation as to whether he'll come in and make a change or not. So he has lost a couple of positions. We saw both Hansford and Allen take him a lap or two ago. So he's now just going to button off a bit and be a little conservative.
My guess is it was the early pace of the race that's caused these problems.
Okay, Dick Johnson's into the pits. He's changed drivers with John Bowe. Here's John Brady with Dick now.
Well, Dick, you didn't expect to be back in here this quickly. What's the reason?
No, it appears as though we might have picked up a bit of a bite in one of the front tyres, so it felt a bit funny. So rather than risk doing another epic trip down the main straight at 160 mile an hour, I thought I'd call in.
Yeah, discretion's the better part of valour. Most of the teams here were going to have their top driver doing a double shift first up. Why the driver change?
Oh, I think that's fairly tough work, because if you want to maintain the pace out there, it's 40 laps is enough, I think.
So you thought you'd just get it out of the way on the spot?
Yeah, well, you know, this will put us, you know, in a fair sort of shape for the end of the race, because that means we won't make any extra pit stops or anything. So, you know, like the 18 laps that we've just done has brought us back, you know, right on schedule.
You need that Nissan to break down. It did power past you pretty well.
It's a long way to go, yeah, isn't it? Like, we've only scratched the surface. Now we start to get, you know, into some serious racing.
Fair enough. Thanks very much for your time, Dick.
John Brady with Dick Johnson, they all say the same thing. They expect the Nissan to fall over at some stage. They're hoping it will. Here's John Bowe, who along with Dick Johnson won the great race last year. They're hoping to become the first since Perkins and Brock to double up.
Got a bit more bad news for him as far as the Nissan's concerned. It's easier on tyres because of the four-wheel drive.
And a bit of other bad news is that it's gaining a second, going away 1 second per lap on Niedzwiedz at the moment, so it's maintained that momentum it's had all the way through. John Bowe driving the number 17 car, the 36-year-old from Tasmania, and was successful here last year with Dick Johnson. He's been around Bathurst plenty of times. He was second in 87, 88, so he's got a brilliant record, and he was the Australian Sports Car champion in 1986, and he won the Gold Star Series in 84 and 85. And we've been told that Dick Johnson is happy with 17. He won't be jumping into Jeff Allen's 18. One other mover today has been Colin Bond. Colin had some problems during the week. They blew a turbo on Thursday, Friday I think it was, and he's moved from 15th to 8th. So he never really got a crack at getting into the top 10 on Friday morning.
Now Bondy spent most of practice working on his race setup. That was what he was looking for all the time. Something that would keep him competitive throughout 161 laps of this fantastic racing circuit.
Yeah, Colin had a bit of engine trouble throughout the week. I think on Wednesday he detonated an engine, experimenting with his engine management system. Then on Friday they were just out on the track for the first session and they blew a turbo. So Collins hasn't had the best of lead-ups to this race, but as we saw in the Touring Car Championship, the guy has a fantastic ability to come back.
Percy in the Holden Racing Team Commodore is now up to 6th position. He's made his way past Glenn Seton, and Winston really flying. I still think with the pace that's being run at the front, this car could come good at the end.
Yeah, Win would have to be very happy with this performance. We're not even 1 hour into the race, and here's the Works Commodore up to 6th position. And they're going to look very strong.
And only just ahead of him is Greg Hansford. That'll be the man that Win Percy has his sights set on now as he makes his way up Mountain Straight.
Across our track cam as they work their way up Mountain Straight to BP Cutting. We're following Larry Perkins, a very strong mover this year, and Colin Bond, great to see him in there, keeping the pressure on. Win Percy, car number 16. Don't discount the Holdens here today. I know it's early days and all the Sierra owners and a number of the drivers are suggesting the Nissan is going to fall over. That's what they're hoping on. They need that to happen. Make no mistake, in order to win this race today. The other good thing is that Jim Richards has such a capable co-driver in young Mark Scaife, who can drive the tin tops. He's at home in an open wheeler, and I think he could almost go the distance 1,000 clicks by himself.
Yeah, he's a very fit young man, Mark Scaife, and that is just the classic example of what you have to do at Bathurst these days. It has become so professional, you can't afford to have the lunchtime driver who's maybe a second or so slower than the lead driver. You have to have two number ones who can get in the car and run flat out for 1,000 Ks.
Here's Win Percy at speed coming along Conrod Straight, bound under the Corolla hat sign for Caltex Chase. Still staying in touch there with Greg Hansford in the second ANZ car. I know you guys put some raps on Hansford earlier, and I do tend to agree. He's been really one of the unsung heroes of the Moffat operation the last couple of years. And he's very, very competitive here and likes this circuit.
Certainly is. He's an excellent driver. He's been involved with Moffat actually from the late 70s, back in the Group C days. And he's a good operator, there's no doubt about it.
Colin Bond there, making his way up through the field. Glenn Seton making his way down through the field. We're told that he's got a few tyre problems, but at the moment he's going to stay out there. They reckon he'll probably lose more time by coming into the pits than he would by staying out there. So they'll try and keep him out there for as long as he can, so long as he doesn't lose too much time.
Bondi in position number 8 at the moment, challenging Seton for 7th place. And running in behind them, looks like Larry Perkins.
Perkins, another of the movers in the Commodores. And the Commodores, I believe, really will come good towards the end of the race.
Look at this fantastic view that we're bringing you, our RaceCam team with this special camera. Silhouette cam, we like to call it, as we hang it out the side of the Colin Bond Caltech Sierra. He's chasing Glenn Seton at the moment, putting a lot of pressure on Glenn Seton as they go across the top of the mountain. You'll see a great view here as they come up to Skyline on the concrete wall. How close would you like it? Drifting out here. Watch the movement of the front wheels. Now tucking into the left-hander. Seton gives the Sierra a dab of the brakes. That scrap continues as we go to the pits, and our men are on the scene.
Okay, this is just a regular tyre stop, although they're having tyre problems they're not expecting. That stop was 24 seconds, was pretty quick, but they didn't really want to have that stop.
I'll come back to you, John, and we'll talk about tyres, because this really could throw the race upside down for a couple of the Bridgestone runners.
This tyre situation is also very interesting in the Yokohama company. We have Seton with all sorts of problems with his tyres, and it's also interesting that the Nissan, who's leading the race now, is also running on Yokohama tyres.
Once again, we look at this great speed shot. Brock, of course, has now rejoined position 22. That's been a familiar position for a couple of them today. Bondi, right behind Glenn Seton in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Coming down, here comes Glenn Seton into the pits as Larry Perkins now starts to stalk Colin Bond. Is the race cam view, our roof cam view of Glenn Seton's car go beneath the Tooheys Bridge. And here he comes, and John Brady to call the action for you, John.
Yes, thanks very much, Mike. Seton's been having trouble with his tyres. At first they thought it was a tyre, then they thought it may have been the cooling on the back brake, so they switched it off for a while. He was getting a shudder. Now they've decided it's the compound. The reason he had to wait was they've been streaking up another compound for him, getting it out and getting it ready, which they're giving a go now. And as you say, tyres becoming a real factor in this race. And Seton just sitting there patiently waiting to see if this compound's going to be any better for him. You see him shaking his head. Something's gone wrong. Got problems there. They're filling up the water tank, in fact, for the brakes, the cooling of the brakes, I think. And Seton ready to go now. He's been in a little while, but he's off now. In a case of just how these tyres are going to go.
So Glenn Seton, the Peter Jackson Sierra, back on track as we pick up on the scrap going on between Colin Bond and the Caltech Sierra. And coming after him, of course, is Larry Perkins in car number 11.
Glenn Seton just rejoined the race in 17th position. Pit stop was about 35 seconds.
Also in the pits now, car number 38.
It's the Andrew Bagnall-Robbie Francevic Sierra.
One of the cars with strong support from TV3 in New Zealand. And welcome also to viewers across New Zealand taking in this great race. Andrew Bagnall was 17th. The car now in the pits, and here comes the Moffat machine into the pits. Steve Titmus to call it as Klaus Niedzwiedz still in the car.
Yes, he is. Mike, it looks as if at one stage he was going to hop out of the car, but now looks as if he won't at this stage because he told Frank Biala to go away. And at this stage there's a lot going on. It looks as if they're changing all tyres as usual and also filling up the oil as well in the motor.
And they've actually shut the motor down as well. Don't see at this stage whether there has been a problem with the car or not. They fired it up again at Klaus back out of the pits once again. It was a pretty lengthy stop, around about 45-50 seconds.
Thank you, Steve. It certainly was. Might get Alan Moffat's view on that a little later from you, Steve. This great race continues. Klaus has rejoined in position 10 as Jimmy Richards continues in the Nissan GTR.
Klaus has dropped 8 spots there from second position, and it's always a bad sign when they start putting fluids into a Sierra. They don't have the best reputation for reliability in the world.
Certainly isn't in that situation. The Sierras run so terribly hot, don't they, Richard? And to switch an engine off in the pits, we've seen is very hard on the Sierra's head gaskets in the past, and it wouldn't be as you say, a good sign for Moffat at this stage.
The earlier pit stop with Andrew Bagnall in the TV3 car. It was in the pits for a change of spark plugs, and back out again. Andrew Bagnall stepped out of the car, and Robbie Francevic of Auckland has stepped into the machine. Andrew Medecky's car, the second Brock machine in the pits. Fresh rubber going on it. Andrew Medecky stays in the car. Geez, had wretched luck at this race.
Hasn't he? And just more confirmation by the looks of things that the Bridgestone tyres just don't seem to be working on the Brockmobiles.
This must be a major disappointment for Bridgestone. They did the tyre test day up here to get the compounds right, and all sorts of things going wrong here. We've had Brock's car and Medecky's car in very early on.
I just hope they've all brought enough tyres. The rate of the pit stops are going to consume some in 161 laps.
That could become quite a factor, Mike, because Bridgestone have only been able to supply the Brock team this year.
So Jimmy Richards continues as we take our Caltex race score. Let's take a look at how they run on the racetrack. No doubt about the leader. It's Jim Richards. Mark Scape to take over shortly in the Nissan GTR. Second is car number 25, the Longhurst and McLaughlin Sierra. Running in third, Allam and Radicic in the second of the Johnson cars. Fourth is Percy and Grice in the first of the Holdens. Then back behind them in fifth spot, Hansford and Pierre Dudonne running in the number 9 car. Sixth is Colin Bond and Graham Crosby. Seventh, the number 11 car of Perkins and Thomas Mazzera. From 8, 17, Johnson and Bauer back to 8th on the road. 9th, Niedzwiedz and Biala after that pit stop. And rounding out the 10, there's the gentleman farmer, George Fury, Andrew Price. And we'll be back at Panorama just a second. 26 of 161 in the Tooheys 1000. All the talk in the pits must be about this car and this man. Jimmy Richards and the Nissan GTR didn't have the best of luck during qualifying in the practice days, the lead up to this morning's race. At the moment, though, Jim has spread eagled the field. He's opened the gap up to 32.5 seconds. And no matter which way you look at it, that is a huge lead. Jimmy Richards, you're not hogging this race, are you?
Well, Mike, we've got to do a few brake stops, so we've got to make a little bit of a buffer so that when we come in, we can keep the time on the track open.
You must have a lot of Sierra owners very, very worried the way you've attacked this race, taken the lead and done it so easily. Does the car feel good, Jim?
This little car feels unbelievable. It's a shame there's not more of them in the race.
Everyone thought that just starting one car in the race was probably would work against you. At the moment, it's working for you.
It was the only decision to make, and Fred always makes the right decisions. Whatever he says is right.
So you're going to do stint about, Jim? Will Mark take over when you do your pit stop, or you stay in for 2?
No, Mark will take over. He's lapping as good as I am, so he can have a drive. I'll have a rest.
All right, son, you're looking good out there in front, and you're entertaining a lot of viewers, not only across Australia, but also back in your native New Zealand.
Great. Hi, New Zealand. How are you?
OK, Jimmy, let you get your mind back on. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, Mike.
Jimmy Richards talking with us there, courtesy of our Nissan RaceCam. Great speed shot again, straight over the top of our track cam. One guy I have been keeping an eye on is Win Percy. The order again for you at home. Jimmy Richards continuing to lead. Tony Longhurst runs in second. It's great to see Tony up there at least staying in touch with the leaders. Jeff Allam runs third in the second of the Johnson cars. In fourth spot, Win Percy. Then Greg Hansford. Larry Perkins, Colin Bond, Dick Johnson, Klaus Niedzwiedz, George Fury, and the brat from Ballarat, Neil Crompton. So Holden looking pretty good.
They really are. It's, I'm surprised to see that Percy has got this far up the field. I know there have been some tyre problems for many of the Sierra runners, but to be honest, I thought the car would run in about 6th place and slowly pick them off as the hours ticked by, but Win really is flying.
He loves this circuit. Alan Jones, who's had such wretched luck in this race so far. I don't think it'll be too long before he makes it into the top 10, 13th at the moment. And we expect a pit stop shortly also from Peter Brock, yet another one for the mobile team.
Not forgetting, of course, that when Alan Jones brings his car in, he'll be swapping over to the Longhurst car. And the Longhurst car now is running in a very strong 2nd position. So the B&H team are not out of this by a long shot.
No, it'd be very, very cruel luck for them not to be around at the finish of today's race. And I take the point that Alan Jones made earlier. That is, if he does make it onto the victory roster today, victory will seem that much sweeter with a few of the hurdles he's had to jump.
Alan was very disappointed yesterday in qualifying. The gearbox jammed in 1st gear halfway through his qualifying run. Jonesy was all psyched up to put the thing on pole position. Must have been a great disappointment. So, as you say, Mike, it'd be sweet revenge if he could pull up a win today.
So Win Percy continues. What an exciting race we've had so far. I think it may be time for update of our number 1 with Bruce McAvaney. Let's go to it.
Yes, Win's update hour 1, and what better way to start than at the start of the race. And some controversy here with Klaus Niedzwiedz. Did he get a flying start? We know one thing for sure, Dick Johnson didn't. Here's the start. Niedzwiedz away quickly. You can see Johnson in all sorts of problems from the 2nd position on the grid. He was swallowed up by 5 drivers and went into the 1st turn in 6th position. Niedzwiedz got an excellent start and was away, and leading from Brock in 2nd placing, and in 3rd placing Seton. So it's Niedzwiedz, Brock, Seton, Longhurst up to 4th. As we have a look at the race cam shot inside Jim Richards' Nissan. Now this has been really the big story of the morning. Richard started from 11th position on the grid and has slowly, well, I guess slowly is not the right word, he has surely made his way through this field. It's really been a brilliant performance. Niedzwiedz was very fast in the 1st lap. He put a big space between himself and Brock in the first half a lap up the skyline, which was a surprise. I don't think anybody expected him to do that. Alan Jones had all sorts of problems. Started 55th on the grid, went into the pits early. This is Ray Lintott, who found sand in the early stages in his Sierra. Now Jim Richards moved up to 2nd position on lap 7 and took Klaus Niedzwiedz up Mountain Straight. He gives him a little wave here to say, see you later, Klaus, I'm on my way. So he went from 11th to 1st in 7 laps. He passed 8 Sierras and 2 Commodores in that time. It was one of the most powerful displays ever seen at Bathurst, and he's really on his way. He's given the Sierras something to think about at the moment, that is for sure. Peter Brock seems to have had a lot of problems this morning with the compounds. He was struggling early. He was in 2nd position, but losing ground to Niedzwiedz. He came in for an unscheduled pit stop to change the tyres, and that took a little longer than they would have wanted. The 2nd mobile car also came into the pits just afterwards with Andrew Madecki. But Brock back lost a fair bit of time there as we take the race cam shot. And this was Johnson coming into the pits. Now this was interesting. Dick came in on lap 17. He had a puncture, but I guess the interesting thing was that he changed drivers. John Bow came in. Now Brock coming in on his 2nd pit stop. You can see the worry and the anguish from the man who's won Bathurst 9 times. But this is the man who may win it again today. Jim Richards, who drove with Peter Brock in those old days in the Holden times. Richards in front. He's got a 32.5-second lead at the moment from Tony Longhurst, and he really is flying away as we see Peter Brock also back on course, but Brock struggling a little at the moment. Okay, so that's the first of the updates, and Mike, I guess not only the Richards a big story, but the number of pit spots in the first hour has been a surprise.
Yes, I don't think anyone would have thought that you would have seen the Brock cars in for 2 within the hour. Colin Bond also pitted just a few moments ago. Watts 7th. It was a very smart pit stop, and he has rejoined in 14th spot. The race continues as Brock now comes up. Down on the inside here of the Mercedes 190, being driven today by Phil Ward and former great race winner Johnny Goss. Good to see John back at Bathurst. co-sponsored by Munro Wiley and also the Heart Foundation of Australia, under the Bridgestone Bridge. And they're coming up behind what looks like the Kevin Waldock, Michael Preston Playscape car. He's quite a surprise this season, I thought, in the Touring Car Championship. Kevin Waldock, a very, very strong runner.
Kevin has been the big improver, certainly, this season. He only started racing this year, last year in the some rounds of the Touring Car Championship. And if you look at his results through the Touring Car Championship, he just made a continual progression in his lap times and his performances, culminating, of course, in that great third place in the Sandown 500 about 3 weeks ago. So Waldock and Preston certainly looking very strong. The car is beautifully built by Ross Stone, and they've got all the right gear on that car to put in an excellent finish. Waldock now running in position 17.
So a good run there from the Playscape Sierra. Brocky there locking up a break.
And Preston certainly looking very strong. The car is beautifully built by Ross Stone, and they've got all the right gear on that car to put in an excellent finish. Waldock now running in position 17.
So a good run there from the Playscape Sierra. Brocky there locking up a break. And that gives you some idea of the kind of tyre problems that he must be in at the moment.
Another note from the pits that the Tony Mulvihill McIntyre Commodore has been disqualified from the event. We'll come back to that as
Win
Percy, steps out of the Telecom Mobiles V8 Commodore, puts Alan Grice behind the wheel.
Was running in 4th place with the Commodore.
Ollie Story saying to me yesterday they should do this change without a pad change. This is just tyres, fuel and a driver change in about 30 seconds.
Hands are up on this side of the car. And this is starting to take a while.
That looked like a pretty good stop, Johnny Brady.
They did, and Win Percy's out of the car now trying to get his helmet off. Win, can you hear me?
Well, we're happy with everything. Of all the stupid things, I must have pressed a little bit too hard, or we got something on the floor. But at the start line, the clutch stayed on the floor. So Alan and I have just got to drive the race by pressing it enough to clear, but not firmly to the floor.
That's causing a bit of trouble out there, then?
Well, it's not easy, but to be honest, it's not that difficult. It's not losing its time. It's just embarrassing to start.
Was that the reason for this stop? Like you were scheduled in about 4 laps anyway?
Well, the clutch just wouldn't release from the floor.
Win, the Commodore's certainly going pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know why we've got a fuel pickup problem, so we're a little bit concerned. It's a bit early for that, but we'll see.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Johnny. Alan Grice, stepping into the number 16 car, has rejoined the race in 11th spot, so that's not too bad. But he's got a bit of work to do with some double shuffling and no clutch to speak of.
Yeah, it's a worry for him as Peter Brook there makes another place up at the expense, I think, of Brancatelli.
Yeah, well, have to look at them when they come past. I'm not sure if it's Gianfranco or Rolf Gravett was going to start the car.
No, it's still Brancatelli at the wheel.
Oh.
Heading up now to the Corolla Bridge as we wait for the Brock car. Andrew Madecki in the 6th car to the left-hander. Kevin Bartlett and Russell Ingle follow through in the GIO Insurance Commodore. They have a great team here. And there's Tony Longhurst, running 2nd on the road at the moment. Fastest car, as we've said so often, here in practice leading up to yesterday's top 10. Tony won here back in 1988. So Longhurst heading up the mountain yet again. That breakout now from Jimmy Richards in car number 1 to Tony Longhurst, about 40 seconds. So he's opening the gap all the time.
Well, the number 20 B&H car certainly hasn't run to script, but this one has so far. Tony must be pleased with the way that it's going, and he's planning to stay in the car when the car does come in for tyres and fuel. Tony's planning to stay in and do a double stint, and then Alan Jones, who will have, in the meantime, brought the 20 car in, will then jump into the 25 car.
Because he'll have done some racing by the end of the afternoon, Alan Jones, and all hard stuff. Okay, here comes Neil Crompton, car number 7. Johnny Brady's there. Call the action for us, John.
Yes, mate, another driver change. Neil Crompton coming out of the car, and Brad Jones will hop into it. Again, they'll be trying to get it away as a quick stop. Things going pretty well apart from Win Percy, I didn't realise had that clutch problem before, but no problem seemed to be with this car. They seem pretty happy with it. So it's just a case of getting in and out of the pits as quick as they can, and then we'll try and grab Neil Crompton as quick as we can. But they're almost clear now, just a little more fuel to go into the tank. The hands going up, Crompton just strapping Brad Jones into the seat. And we should be away in a little while. And ready to go now, I hope, starting up the engine, but yes, it's gone. And so is Brad Jones.
Thank you, John.
Neil Crompton. Mate, how was it out there?
Well, it's quite good, actually, John. We're very pleased with the speed of the car. There's a bit of traffic about, which everybody expected, but I'm basically having a very pleasant Sunday morning drive.
Mate, you should be in the pits with me.
I'll bet it's busier down here. There's no way I'm going to swap out pits with you.
Mate, what's the feeling like for the Holdens? Because it looks like you're staying there in touch. I know the Nissan's out there at the moment, but the feeling seems to be Holden are going to be around there at the finish.
Well, like I said, John, I think that our race pace is surprising a few. I can hear on the radio that some of the Sierras are having tyre troubles. We've got brakes, we've got grunt, and we've got grip, so that's about all you need to win this motor race.
And you got Crompton. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, John. Brad Jones, of course, in the number 7 car, vacated by Neil Crompton, now back on the track and has joined in about 9th spot. John Brady very busy in the pits as the Alan Radicic number 18 car, the second of the Dick Johnson cars, comes in for the pit stop.
Yes, Mike, and they look like they're going to do it very quickly indeed. They've almost got the driver change complete. Just a little more petrol to go into the tank, and this will be quite a quick stop. And away they go. That is moving from the pits down. Neil Lowe and the boys in the pits here.
Certainly was. 18 rejoining the race in 8th position, so that was a very, very quick pit stop. Klaus Niedzwiedz in car number 10 has moved from 10th back to 5th on the road. Race still being led, of course, by Jimmy Richards in the Nissan GTR. We're following Tony Longhurst running 2nd on the road, 40.24 seconds behind. And everything at least running smoothly for Tony in the 25 car.
It's all looking good at the moment. The only problem that he's got, of course, is that the Nissan is streaking away still in front. It's put another 10 seconds lead on since we last looked.
Yes, we're watching the final round of the Touring Car Championship all over again. Richards has absolutely spread eagle the field, is sprinting away at front. The only thing with that car is the question mark hanging over the head is, can it run 1,000 kilometres? But at the moment, the thing is just looking so strong.
Okay, race score shows us Jimmy Richards leading the great race. 2nd is Longhurst and McLaughlin in the Sierra. 3rd, the Hansford and Giudone car. 4th is Perkins and Mazzera. 5th, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela. In 6th, it's Johnson and Bow in the 17 car. 7th, it's Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. 8th is the car we just saw the pit stop from, Allen and Radicic in the Shell Sierra. 9th is Win Percy and Alan Grice in the Holden Team Commodore. And rounding out the 10 is Jones and Holm. They've finally made it up into the top 10. There's more to come from Mount Panorama here at Bathurst. Back in a moment. Great scrap going on here between Larry Perkins, also Win Percy coming up through the field, and there is the Tony Longhurst car coming out of the pits. Longhurst in the pits, of course, was running 2nd on the road, has rejoined, but hasn't dropped that far back, only to 7th position. And a very orderly pit stop too.
Quite incredible stop. It was somewhere around 25, 26 seconds. It really was a blinder.
Alan Grice, of course, up to position number 9 as we take Dunlop RaceCam. Now we're riding actually in the front of the Alan Grice Win Percy Holden Commodore. Now you can't get much closer to the track here at Mount Panorama, and it really doesn't require any commentary. The sounds and the sight of a very quick lap here in traffic. Meantime, the Nissan GTR is in the pits, and to cover it, Steve Titmuss.
Thanks very much, Mark. Well, they're going to do the works on the car on this stop. They're planning for a driver change. Jim will hop out, Mark's hopping in. They'll change all 4 tyres, throw in fuel, and also the plan was to change the front brake pads as well. So it's going to be interesting just how long this pit stop does go for. It's gone for 23 seconds so far. Looks like the fuel's gone in. The driver change appears to be complete without too much of a hassle. now taking the brake pads out of the front wheels. The stage this stop so far has gone for 45 seconds. Everything appears to be set. It appears they might have a bit of trouble with the front left-hand brake pad, trying to get it.
Just look how warm they are, Steve.
Oh, geez, no, Mike certainly is lucky the guys in the pits are wearing the gloves, because, my word, they're extremely hot indeed.
Well, I think the Nissan team expected a long pit stop because they do have to do a couple of pad changes. But while Mark Scaife sits in the Nissan, if you happen to own a great Aussie V8, let me tell you that a Holden Commodore now leads the Tooheys 1000. And it happens to be Larry Perkins in car number 11. Mark Scaife heads on out of the pits. Battle continuing here between Fury, the number 20 B&H car, and of course the Holden Commodore 16 with Alan Grice at the wheel. And the Nissan has actually rejoined in 10th spot.
Unfortunately, Larry's run at the front will only be short-lived. He's yet to make his first stop. It should be very soon, I would imagine.
George Fury, the second of the Peter Jackson entries, and he later in the race is scheduled to take over Glenn Seton's car. Seton, rather like Longhurst, will do a double stint. So Fury and the man in front of him, Alan Jones, will get to drive 2 cars today.
Not a bad day's effort.
Well, if you're going to have drivers of their caliber and you're going to have to pay them, you might as well get the maximum value out of them.
Exactly.
Picks up the action as we have yet another pit stop for the Peter Brock Mobil 1 team. No derails.
No prizes for guessing it, Mike. More tyre problems for Brock. They've only been 12 laps this set of tyres. They're doing the driver change as well now. Andy Rouse going in. But this is becoming a real grade A headache for Peter Brock. If he's got to keep doing tyres every 12 laps, he can forget about it. Change is complete now. The stop isn't holding them up long. That's the good news. And Andy Rouse just jumping as he goes away, having trouble now. He gets it up and running. And the Brock team with a lot of trouble today. And look at those tyres. They do not look at all flash. If we can just get a shot of them.
Let you arrange that, John, because Larry Perkins, that have been storming to the front in this race, has just gone into the pits in the number 11 car. Here we'll hand over to Thomas Mazira. As I said, that Holden Commodore led the great race for a spell anyway. They'll be charging back through the pack. There's Larry standing as Thomas Mazira takes over the car. Very capable driver.
Yes, Thomas has a lot of experience, and he's been doing great things in Europe this year. He's trying to get started over there. Drove a rather troubled race in a sports car, Porsche, at Le Mans. And Thomas is hopefully looking to drive a Group A car next year in the Touring Car Championship. And he's certainly got the runs on the board here at Bathurst, sharing a Sierra with Tony Longhurst in '88.
Larry Perkins, car number 11. Thomas Mazira at the wheel now, 6th on the racetrack as the Talmalmo farmer, George Fury, steps out of car number 30, an orderly pit stop there.
Drew Price getting into the car. Fury having to do the bounce on that. Fury, as we said, will be standing by after this to get into the 35 car, along with Glenn Seton. And England's David Sears, who finished 3rd at the Le Mans 24-hour race this year, will be jumping into the 30 car later in the race.
Some great pictures there from our new stick cam, or pit cam as we call it, as you can see, getting close to the driver across the top of the car for any pit stop. Having trouble restarting the car.
The engine was stalled when it dropped off the hydraulic jacks. Seton trying to crank it over now. And this is a definite worry with the Sierra.
Okay, so big dramas here. We already have a Prima Holiday replay for you here. It's the Lusties that have been bunkered in the rough by the look of it. That's real barbecue material there. Gee, they're an unlucky team. They try to fire it and get the car out. hope they already have. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, there's Barry Seton, the guy who builds the engines. It's a major headache here. Glenn's shaking his head. No, there's Drew Price in the car now.
And it looks like the Moffat car is in the pits for a very quick stop. Steve Tidmus, call the action for us.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. Yeah, there's a driver change. Greg Hansford out of the car. Edu Donne into the car. I'll do a complete tyre change as well. The fuel's gone in. And this is a pretty good stop for the Greg Hansford Pierre Dudonné car.
Keep in mind.
It's a pretty good stop for them.
Keep in mind, all these cars have to start on the starter motor. You can't push them along the pit road, otherwise you'll wind up disqualified. In the meantime, Tony Longhurst, well, the second car, the number 20 car, is in the pits. Hansford has been in.
Yeah, he actually was in the lead of the race for a short while.
Now he's rejoined in 10th position.
Take it away, John.
Yeah, mate, this is a standard driver change and tyre change, and you can see Alan Jones frantically trying to rearrange the seat belts, just struggling to get them all fine. Now they're off and running, just over about 30 seconds to stop. And Alan Jones back in the race. Of course, he had those troubles earlier on, or Alan Jones taking a break, with the car having those troubles early on, missing the start and being forced to that early flat.
Thank you, John. The car has rejoined the race in 11th spot. Denny Holm, Mark McLaughlin. So they're looking still fairly comfortable. They're hanging in there at the right time. In the meantime, Mark Scaife in the Nissan GTR across the top of the mountain down towards Skyline. It's been an interesting comparison as the Holden looms up right behind it, coming down into the S's through Tooheys turn.
Grice has been sitting about that far behind the Nissan now for about 4 laps.
Well, I believe Greg Hansford has done a great job in the Moffat car, handing over, of course, to Pierre Dudonné. Let's check out how Greg feels about it with Johnny Brody.
It's actually Steve Tidmus, Mike. Thank you very much, Greg. You're pretty pleased with how the car's gone this morning?
Yeah, no problems. You know, we started a bit back in the pack, and then 6 or 7 of them got away, but I made my mind up before the race started that I wasn't going to try and stay with them, so we, you know, stuck to the 22nd lap time, and I think it's paid off. You know, the tyres lasted a little bit longer. We got the maximum wear out of the fuel and the tyres, and we did 34, 35 laps.
We were looking at the tyres over there. They've got a fair few number of chunks out of them, though. They certainly have not been treated quite well on the track.
Yeah, well, the last 4 or 5 laps, they certainly started to slide all over the track, and I think the lap times only went down about 1 second, and normally you'd expect to go 4 or 5 seconds too slow, so it was really good. That's why I stayed out there, even with the pieces coming out of them.
Greg Hansford, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. A report from the pits as we follow Mark Scaife, car number 1. The GTR trying to climb back through the pack again. There's been quite a lot of pit activity in the last couple of laps here. We've seen the Brock team in for yet another pit stop. That long stop for the Nissan team for the brake pad change. And car number 35, Glenn Seton, now pulls into the pits for his pit stop. Let's hope that that doesn't stall, and they, of course, have to suffer the indignity of trying to get the engine restarted again. Checking now. I thought they may. John Brady in the pits looks fairly orderly, John.
So far, so good, yeah, Mike. No great problems here. Just a few words from George to Glenn. Of course, George will take over this car a little later on, but particularly after that long pit stop, more than ever, this is the car they'll be banking on. And all clear now. The pit stop just over about 30 seconds, and Glenn Seton back on the road for a double shift.
Thank you, John. Well, with all those pit stops, 35 rejoining position number 11. By our calculations, that would put Klaus Niedzwiedz, Frankie Biela at the wheel of the car, up in front. The Dick Johnson 17 car in 2nd, Longhurst in the 25 car in 3rd, Perkins in 4th, and the Alan Radisich number 18 car 1 spot back in 5th. So, Alan Moffat's ANZ team, very sharp pit stops here. Niedzwiedz, of course, running superbly out in front, and of course the Nissan coming from behind again. Check them out for you on the race score. Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela lead the race. Johnson and Bauer run in second. Longhurst and McLaughlin in third. Spot car 25. Perkins and Mazira are in fourth. Fifth, Allen and Radicic in the second shell car. Sixth is Richards and Scaife. Seventh, Percy and Grice. Eighth is Fury and Price. Ninth is Hansford and Giudone. And rounding out the 10 is Gibbs and Onslow. Gee, we've had the pit stops. The real racing is still to come here at Bathurst.
And this is car 18, the second of the shell cars. It got up to third position before the pit change about 5 minutes ago. The Allen-Radicic combination, and they're in the top 10 at the moment. They're in fifth position. So Dick Johnson has 2 cars in the top 5. Johnson currently second, and this car number 18 in fifth position. So great start for Shell after a pretty ordinary start at the beginning of the day when Dick Johnson got left somewhat at the beginning when Klaus Niedzwiedz was away. So the number 18 car has performed very well today. It made it all the way from 13th to 3rd at one stage. Well, somebody who's just joined us, who's a keen motor racing fan, is Dr. John Hewson, the leader of the opposition. Welcome.
Hi, Bruce. How are you? Delighted to be here.
Enjoying the day?
Very much. Fantastic.
Where have you been spending most of it?
We've wandered through the pits in the last few minutes. I was just talking to Dick Johnson, actually, complaining of tyres. I think that a number of the cars have had problems with the tyres. The surface is too hot. They're bubbling, they're blistering. Johnson had a hole out of one of his tyres in the first change, but he seemed quietly confident. It's a worry, isn't it?
Well, it is a worry because Dick's not quiet about anything, John. He's always pretty rowdy about the things he does, but we're watching the other car at the moment, the number 18 car. That's a terrific backup to him, so that's the advantage they've got at the moment with 2 cars going so well.
2 in the top 5, and, you know, it's like politics. It's a long way this race, and but he's in a good position. He had, as you say, a bad start.
What about motor racing for you? Is it just Bathurst that you take an interest in?
Oh, no, we went to the Touring Car Championship a few months ago, and we're going to the Grand Prix. I followed it a bit in Australia. I'm a bit of a petrol head, but I've never had the opportunity to drive, so I've been a spectator, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, they'll have to organise it next year, though, so you can sit in one of the cars during qualifying and go a fast lap around Mount Panorama.
That might cure you of the problem.
Absolutely. It's a pretty dangerous circuit, I can tell you.
So,
well, it's been a great day. This race really transcends the sport, doesn't it? It brings all Australians together.
It's a unique circuit, really, with a combination of pace and skill, and the climb up the mountain, of course, is the key thing. I don't think there's anything like it in the world, really.
Well, we're enjoying it. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Delighted to be here. Thanks, Bruce.
Dr. John Hewson, the leader of the opposition, who's really enjoying his motor racing today. Okay.
I was going to say, Bruce, he didn't bring some more Bridgestones for Brocky, did he?
I could ask him if you like, Mike. He didn't bring any Bridgestones for Peter Brock. He's got lots of problems with that.
Bigger problem with tyres, yeah, so.
The answer is no, Mike.
Dearie me, I hope he's got enough to do the day. Here's a veteran of Bathurst, a former winner. Kevin Bartlett and Russell Ingle sharing one of the GIO Insurance Commodores. Gee, they've put together a good team under Bob Forbes this year. Privateers, they've campaigned on the Touring Car Championship Trail.
And Mike, I spoke to Bob earlier in the week, and he said there'd be no Commodores in the top 10. And I think all the Commodore people themselves have surprised themselves, and they're up there and running. And I think Gibbs and Onslow up in the top 20 now and looking pretty good.
Okay, man who knows about Holdens, Johnny Harvey. What's happening there, John?
Yeah, it's a regular pit stop. No driver change at this stage. Wheels are on. They're looking at the brakes to see if they're going to change the pads. Still haven't made a decision yet. There's a problem here. Now they're going to change the pads. They're going to change the pads. This is going to be a delayed stop.
John, just taking in the problems of Peter Brock with the testing that they did here between Dunlop and Bridgestone early in the season, they were fairly confident they would have the best rubber here for the day. And it's all turned fairly sour.
Yes, that's true, Mike, but I think they've made some changes since that test day. And, of course, now they're back here for the first time. And mind you, I think it was always expected that the Sierras would have some problems here. As you know, they're all carrying additional weight this year. They've had some problems in the Touring Car Championship. They've got problems here.
Yes, they certainly have. Mark Gibbs, of course, was running 11th.
Well, that's interesting. I just got the clock on Jim Richards then. The pace of the Nissan has dropped back to 2 minutes 21 seconds. So the pace is easing off now, certainly at the front. Richards dictating the pace.
Well, the GIO car continues. An incident a few moments ago. I think it was the Finnegan Leeds car, or have the replay for you in a moment or so of that. So the GIO cars continue. As I said earlier, they're running 2 cars. Kevin Bartlett, former great race winner here. Russell Ingle, very, very strong open wheeler driver. And Bob Forbes, of course, the patron of the team. And they have a very good support from GIO, who have been right there running the Touring Car Championship this year and giving some youngsters a break. OK, let's go to that incident, catch up what happened. The Finnegan and Leeds car. Prima Holidays replay here at Bathurst. They were running 26th on the road. Uh-oh, just out of the curve there, and the spin out of harm's way and off the racing line. Now from another angle. The cars go through the dipper, and that's where it broke loose on him. Food for thought. So, oh, dearie me, the 27 car we're just showing you has now run into an even greater spot of bother here on the racetrack. Terry Finnegan, Jeff Leeds, Holden Commodore.
Don't think we'll see much more of that, Mike. They'd be bitterly disappointed, of course. Last year, Terry Finnegan had trouble getting away. He was one of the victims of that delayed start, and he was really looking forward to this race. Said he'd had a good year and was well prepared. Jeff Leeds, on his 21st visit to Bathurst, will give him the key to the mountain. And I know that he was very, very keen. Thought about giving it away this year and not coming up, but the enthusiasm got him again. And now, well, Jeff will be feeling fairly ordinary, I should think.
Well, that looks to me like it's on Conrod Straight.
It is, yes.
And we may have the yellow flags out here soon.
I wouldn't be surprised. That has happened actually straight beneath our speed camera, as you can see on the crane across Conrod. It's forcing one lane down the inside. It is not really the best place to have a motor car sitting for the rest of this race.
That's an extremely dangerous spot. It's just over the hump in Conrod, so guys are going to be coming up to that fairly blind. And I would say,
well, of course, sorry, I was going to say, Mark, that with the flag, he's doing a great job here. All of the drivers are now aware they have to move across. In the meantime, let's check them out on the Caltex race score for you. Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biala continue to lead the great race from Dickie Johnson and John Bow. Bow in the car at the moment. Third is the Longhurst, McLaughlin, Benson and Hedges Sierra. Fourth is Jeff Allen and Paul Radisich in the Shell Sierra. Fifth, Larry Perkins in the first of the Commodores, the Castrol machine. Sixth is Jimmy Richards and Mark Scaife. Scaife at the wheel of the GTR. Seventh is Percy and Grice in the Commodore. Eighth, Hansford and Judone in the ANZ Sierra. Ninth, Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. And of course, rounding out the 10, car number 20, which is the Alan Jones Denny Holm car. The veteran Denny Holm in the car at the moment. And we'll be back in just a moment. Back at Mount Panorama Bathurst because of the Terry Finnegan, Jeff Leeds Commodore striking the wall halfway down Conrod Straight. The yellow flags and the pace car have come out onto the racing circuit. Keeping in mind, 2 pace cars are used here at Mount Panorama because of the size of the circuit. One pace car joins the field at the top of the mountain, and one, of course, comes out of the pit lane. So if you're going for a pit stop, you really have to have everything working for you, which group of cars you come in behind. Well, one guy's doing pretty well out in the racetrack at the moment. I don't know whether he appreciates the breather or not. Here's Johnny Bow driving in the number 17 car. Good morning, John.
How you going, Michael?
Fit as a fiddle. How's it? Heavy work out there?
Well, we've got a bit of an oversteery problem. Like it seems to, the rear tyres seem to have overheated, so all I'm doing is trying to persevere as best I can so that when we make the next stop we can overcome it.
Now, you've been past the accident, Jeff Leeds, Finnegan Commodore. A good move to bring the yellow flags out and also the pace car?
Well, I think so, Mike, because you couldn't leave it there for the whole race. It was blocking half the track, and, you know, if somebody got a bit out of shape or something, you know, they could have a real momentous accident. So I think it's the best thing to do under the circumstances.
Does it give a driver now a chance for a bit of a breather, John?
Well, what I'm hoping is that it gives the whole car a bit of a chance for a breather.
Well, you must be fairly happy, and so must Dick, with a couple of cars there in the top 10.
Where's the other car running?
We're just looking down through the field for the 18 car, and it is running in 4th position.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, eh?
2 and 4, that's not too bad, son.
No, it's pretty good. We've just got to get to the next stop without any mishaps and try and overcome these couple of slight problems. But the car's as strong as an ox in engine, transmission, things like that. It's great. But just the balance is not quite right. So I couldn't keep Klaus behind me before. He was just a bit quick over the top of the mountain. But anyway, it's a long way to go yet, mate, isn't it?
It certainly is, son. You know what the winning feeling's like. It'd be nice second time around, wouldn't it?
It would be wonderful, but I'm not even thinking about it yet.
I won't put the bookers on you. Thanks very much for the chat.
Okay, ciao.
Johnny Bow, of course, talking, and in the pits while we watch the pit stop of Colin Bond, it's John Brady.
Yeah, big drama for Colin Bond here. Memories, in fact, of Klaus Niedzwiedz a couple of years ago when he had this race won until the pace car came out and blew a head gasket, and it looks very much like the Colin Bond car may have done the same thing. As you can see, a lot of heating problem. They're trying to close it up now and see how it goes. But I asked Colin a second ago what he thought, and he just gave me a nod and said he could be another head. So they're going to try and persevere with it. But it'll be worth a good look at the car over the next couple of laps to see just how long it lasts. It's just conked now as they've tried to start it up again. She's away now, but it could be a dicey proposition.
Well, Colin Bond, of course, was running 13th on the road. Graham Crosby of New Zealand has taken over the car, a very capable co-driver. And obviously, if the car continues, our viewers across TV3 in New Zealand would like to see him do well. Looks like visiting an old friend now as we take Dulux Auto Colour RaceCam. Alan Grice back in a Commodore and storming through the pack. Good morning, Alan.
Yeah, mate, how are you?
Just fine, thanks.
Oh, we got a hell of a whistle in the earphones there.
Yes, a little bit. I was going to say you could call Telecom Mobiles. They might be able to fix it. Okay, Alan, the car feels pretty strong despite the problems with the clutch. It sounds like we may have lost Alan there for a tick or so. Grice 7th on the road at the moment. Obviously, in talking to drivers with RaceCam, you have to appreciate that during parade laps such as this behind the pace car, the crew also would like to talk to the driver, not just the television commentators. And joining us in the commentary box is a guy who's been doing a great job for Toyota, Johnny Smith in the Supra. And you look as fresh as a daisy.
I wouldn't say fresh, Mike, but I'm feeling fairly good, actually. So's the car. It was when I got out of it, was doing an excellent job. Actually, I'm not too sure how far up the line we got, but the car was going fine. Peter McKay's now in it, and I'll swap the commentary seat with him, and I'm up here, and he's in my car. I just hope he looks after it, that's all.
Well, the car circulating behind the pace car. It gives an opportunity for the field to close up. 2 pace cars, John. The only criticism I probably have is the fact that just before they go back to racing, maybe they should take the second pace car away and let the rest of the field close up. But
well, yes and no, Mike. I tend to think it's a good idea. Myself, 2 cars.
Yep. Alrighty, time to check them out how they were running on our Caltex race score. Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela leading the race in car number 10 for ANZ. Second, the Johnson and Bauer machine. Third, Longhurst and McLaughlin, the B&H Sierra. Fourth, Allen and Radicic in the second of the Johnson cars. Fifth, Perkins and Mazzera in the Castrol Commodore. Sixth, Richards and Scaife steadily working their way back up. Percy and Grice run 7th. Hansford and Judone in the ANZ run 9th. Fury and Price, of course, in 9th spot. And Neil Crompton and Bradley Jones doing strongly. They've made the top 10. Yellow flags and the pace car are out. We'll be back for the restart in just a moment.
And welcome back to the Tooheys 1000. The pace car out at the moment. Lap 45 of 161. We've seen a number of unscheduled pit stops today. The big story early that Jim Richards was flying. He went from 11th to 1st. Got a break on the field, but he's currently in 6th position. And Klaus Niedzwiedz is leading this field from Dick Johnson, Tony Longhurst and Jeff Allen. So that's the scene at the moment at Mount Panorama. One very interested fan today is Wayne Grady, the winner of the USPGA. Welcome, Wayne. How are you?
Thanks a lot, mate. Having a great time.
You are. You're with Brocky's team, though, and he's not having a great time, is he?
No, he's just having a little bit of trouble down there with the tyres, but you know, still, this is such a long race. There's plenty to happen.
What about Bathurst for you? Is this your first time?
Second time, but the first time was about 18 years ago, so I'm really enjoying it. I haven't seen the race for a long time, and it's been my first opportunity in about 6 or 8 years to see the race.
We must congratulate you on the PGA performance. I mean, the whole of Australia was really wrapped, Wayne. they said it would change your life completely, has it?
Oh, it's got me to Bathurst, you know. And it got me in Peter Jacobson's Pro-Am, everyone. But no, it's been great. There's been a lot of changes. I've been very busy. Mind you, I like the change. I think it's what we all work for. And I've got a busy schedule at the end of the year, and I'm looking forward to it. This is the first time we've been home since the start of February, so I'm enjoying myself.
Well, there's the car 27 that caused all the problems, the Finnegan and Leeds car, the Commodore, that was stuck on Conrod, and it's now being towed away, so the race will restart very, very shortly. Wayne, what's for you golf-wise in the next few weeks?
We got another week here at home. We're going to go to the VFL final or the AFL final out and then we go back to St Andrews with Greg and Roger Davis for Dunhill Cup, and hopefully we can get past first round this year. And don't come up against France. We got nailed last year first round. Then it's back to America and Japan, and then back here to Australia for a few.
Well, Wayne, I won't ask you who you're barracking for next week. You're on Peter Brock's team. It must be the black and whites.
Well, even before I saw Peter, yeah, Collingwood. You know, hopefully they can. I mean, if I can win the PGA, Collingwood can win that.
Well, they haven't won since 1958. Good luck. Wayne, thanks for joining us. Have a great day, and good luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks very much, mate.
Good on you.
Thank you, Bruce. Great to see Wayne Grady here. Time to check out the entire field, how they run on lap 45. Niedzwiedz and Biela lead from Johnson and Bow, then Longhurst and McLaughlin, Allan and Radicic, Perkins and Mazira. That's the top 5. 6, Richardson, Scaife, Percy, Grice, Hansford, Giujone, Crompton, Jones, and Alan Jones, Denny Holm run in the top 10. In 11th, it's Seton and Sears. 12th, Waldock and Preston. 13, Brock and Rouse, Fury and Price 14th, and Brancatelli and Gravett in 15th. Bond and Crosby 16th on the road, Bartlett and Ingle in 17th, Callahan and Barry Graham 18th, Medecky and O'Brien 19th, and Bagnall and Francevic 20th.
In 21, the Reed Ashby Commodore, Gibbs Onslow in 22nd, Riley and Beard in the Little M3 in 23rd. 24th is the O'Brien Sampson Everlast Commodore, and 25, Lintott and Rush in the Valvoline Sierra. 26, Johnny Smith and Peter McKay in the Toyota Team Supra, Golson and Golson in the BMW, Phil Ward and Johnny Goss in the Monroe Mercedes, Landon and Crick in the Skyline, and number 30, Pearson and Stewart in the Product Commodore. 31, the 2 Grants in the Nissan Skyline. 32, Wilmington and Thompson in the Toyota Supra. Peter Dorman and John Cotter in the M3 Motorsport M3. Callahan Jr. and Gerwald in the Commodore in 34. And 35, John Faulkner and Bates in the Toyota Team Corolla. 36, Lusty and Stack in the Commodore. 37, Smurden and Johnson in the Commodore. Dowson and Stokel in the second of the Team Toyota Corollas. Full and Ratcliffe in the other Corolla. Trevethan and McDowell in the DAF Sandblasting Commodore. 41, Park and English in the Commodore, Bolwell and Twiggan in the BMW. 43 is Jones and Spurl. 44, Verheyen and Searle in the little Corolla. And 45, Sala and Borst. 46, Lusty and Jansen in the Commodore. 47, Finnegan and Leeds in the Foodtown Commodore. 48, another Commodore, Donaher and Duque. 49, Holden and Conway. And 50, Rogers and Reefmuller. 51, we have Carter and Wacker in the other Ford Sierra. 52, Mulverhill and McIntyre. 53, Gazzard and Bates in the Peter Jackson Champion Commodore. And 54, last position on the track, Rogers and Moore in the Commodore.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, there's the pace car and the field behind it. One guy who doesn't look like he will be rejoining the great races, Colin Bond. Let's go to Colin in the pits with Johnny Brady.
That's right, mate. Cole, you've been through the good times and the bad times. You know this feeling. It's hit you again.
Well, it looks like we're losing a bit of water out of the head gasket, and it was just getting a little bit hot when Cros was in the car then, and we decided to stop and try and add some water, which we did send him out again, but the temperature got up, and I think that, you know, we can't, I mean, the car still runs, of course, but if you terminal, you wouldn't be able to fix it, you know, in time to be competitive for the rest of the day, so it looks like we have to put it away.
A heartbreaking way to finish a year, but it has been a good one for you and the car.
Well, it has, actually. I mean, the car's been running very reliable all year, and you know, this is the first race that we haven't finished.
Bad luck, mate. The pace car, did that have any effect on it? I know it got the Sierras once here a couple of years ago.
I don't think so. I think that we were having a slight problem prior to that. We just used the pace car really to try and lose as least amount of time as possible, because admit we could come into the pits probably for 2 minutes and only lose half a lap. So we thought that might work, but it didn't.
Well, Cole, bad luck. Better luck next time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bondi, and thank you, John. Colin, of course, in the Celtic Sierra was running 16th. Coming up for just about the 4th lap under the yellow flag here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. I would expect we'll be going to a clear track very, very shortly. Our computer shows the number 10 Klaus Niedzwiedz car still as a race leader, keeping in mind they break the field up behind 2 pace cars. People waiting patiently for the restart of the race, but one thing, Johnny Smith, people are in fact going to get another race because it's closed the field up.
It has. It's bunched them right up, Mike, and as you can see, there's going to be 2 sprint races in the middle of this field now. One from the pace car at the top of the mountain and the one from down the bottom here.
Well, you've been in the Toyota Supra. It's running reasonably well out there. Are you happy with it? Does it feel good?
Yeah, very good, Mike. Actually, we improved the car since it last ran at Sandown, and we've had a bit of a troublesome week, but it's all seemed to come together for the car. It's not the fastest car in the field, but being a Toyota and being a bit biased, I suppose, I think it's the most reliable. It's doing the job so well that I can't believe it. It's just so good. And okay, it might not have the pace up the hill. That's where I'll be missing out, but everywhere else it's been excellent.
Would it be fair to say this could be the danger period for the turbo cars, from hot to cold, back to hot again, or?
Yeah, although I'll tell you what though, neither, as Bowie said earlier on in the car, neither the cars nor the drivers don't mind the going slow. You can cool them down, providing they don't get too cold and bring the temperatures up too fast again. You just got to be aware of it.
Alrighty. Not too far off the restart of the Tooheys 1000 from Mount Panorama, and we'll be back when the drivers are ready to take the green. Back at Mount Panorama, and the green light coming on. Pace car just pulling to the pits, and our race leader, of course, is Klaus Niedzwiedz in car number 10 over 17. The Dick Johnson, John Bower machine. The field, of course, broken up behind 2 pace cars. We were talking about that earlier, John. You said you favoured that, but sometimes it works against you.
Well, at this stage, I personally think that the organisers have pulled a bit of a clanger here, Mike. They let Klaus Niedzwiedz go through, then pull the pace car out, effectively blocking the cars running 2nd, 3rd, 4th and so on, and letting Klaus getting actually half a lap on the field. He's caught up to the pace car that was actually at the top of the mountain, and effectively gained a free half lap, and I think it's a bit ordinary myself.
Well, the word that we had back from race control was that it was desirable to have the pace car pull out in front of the race leader, but not essential. I'll let someone else argue that one later. It's pretty easy in the States, and certainly easy in Europe. I think the pace car comes out and always tucks in front of the car that's leading the race.
I wouldn't mind the organiser handing me half a lap for nothing.
No one may be impressed with the organisation, but I think Alan Moffat would have a bit of a smile on his face at the moment.
He certainly would. We are following our race leader, Klaus Niedzwiedz car, number 10, across the top of the mountain. Now, keep in mind, the Dick Johnson car with Johnny Bower at the wheel, he's already spoken about they've got some tyre problems. It is only 1.46 seconds behind Niedzwiedz. So there's not too much in this race. Klaus coming down through the dipper, or the run to Forest Elbow. I think by the time they reach Conrod Straight, you might visually be able to see the gap back to Johnny Bower at the wheel of Dick Johnson's car, the exit to Toledo Tools turn. Very wide out of there against the wall. Beneath the GIO bridge down Conrod Straight. We picked them up on our speed shot. That's where the Finnegan Leeds Commodore went off. So our race leader's gone through, and we're looking for the number 17 car. Into Caltech's chase.
I'd guess it to say, Mike, that actually the 17 car's a bit further back than we thought.
Yeah, just looking for it to come out of there. Yes, it's certainly a lot more than 1.46 seconds. Here he is.
Yeah.
So maybe that has blown out just a little. And the problem again, I guess, John, speaking to John Bower before we went to the break, is that they've got a tyre problem. They've got to come in and do their pit stop shortly. So you're not going to see him making up a lot of ground.
No, he's definitely waiting. They're going to work hard. If a Sierra has got a tyre problem, they're the car most likely to have it. And also in a car like this, if they've got a rear tyre problem, as John said, they're going to be very taily and very hard to handle across the top. And I think if they keep going, I don't know when their stop's going to be, but if that's the case, they've got a problem well and truly.
Well, it's been a fascinating race, the way that Jimmy Richards took off. Plenty of drama in our number 2 of the Tooheys 1000, and courtesy of Wins, let's go to Bruce McAvaney.
hour two of the Wins update, and as Mike Raymond suggests, there's been plenty of action, and it started with Win Percy. The Commodores are making a very good run here at Bathurst this year. At one stage they had 3 in the top 10. Larry Perkins led for a short time, and that's the first time a Commodore's led since 1986 when Alan Grice won. But that was Percy. Now, they had a few clutch problems. Grice got into the car. Here's Crompton coming in, Neil Crompton. They were up into 10th position at one stage, and he said they had plenty of grip and grunt. Brad Jones went in. Tony Longhurst has had a very good race so far, and a very good change here in the pits, about 25, 26 seconds. Got quickly back onto the road. Here's a great shot from the race cam, a dice with the Peter Jackson car here, with the Seton car, which would run into a few, or the Fury car would run into a few problems later on. Now the Nissan car came in for its pit stop. Remembering that Jim Richards had led by 40 seconds at one stage. Mark Scaife got into the car, they changed some brake pads and got it all done in about a minute. The problem here for car 30, Drew Price getting into the car for Glenn Seton, and they stalled the car and had all sorts of problems. John Lusty in his Commodore with the fire going there. And then Greg Hansford coming into the pits. That got up to 3rd position, and Pierre Dudonnet came in for Hansford, and they went back to 10th. But the ANZ Sierras are going very, very well. Now here's Terry Finnegan in his Commodore having a spin at the dipper, and then a little later on at, you can see it again there, the 27 car, but this would be the focus of all attention a few minutes later on, because it was stuck across Conrod. It meant that the pace car had to come out, and that's why we've had that little bit of a hold-up late in the second hour of the Tooheys 1000. But Klaus Niedzwiedz is leading. Colin Bond also had a very big problem with the head gasket, and the Bond car is out of business as we see it in the pits there. So it's the first major casualty for the Tooheys 1000 of 1990.
An exciting race so far, Bruce.
Absolutely, Mike, and it's anybody's race. This Nissan, of course, still very, very fast, but the Niedzwiedz car and the ANZ Sierra team look to be in good form.
They certainly do. I don't know if the man to be very, very happy at the moment would be Freddie Gibson about the way the yellow flags and the pace car came about. And with Fred is Johnny Brady.
Thanks very much, Mike. Yeah, Fred, you were a bit behind at that stage on pit stops only, but the pace car's given Niedzwiedz a bit of a jump on you.
Well, the thing is, the pace cars come out and give the advantage to Dick's car and to Niedzwiedz's car, but the thing is, they also made short pit stops at the beginning of the race, so they weren't really in the pack that we were in. Like Niedzwiedz had a flat tyre, and Dick stopped early to do his last stop first, so the whole thing is like they were about a half a lap or so ahead of us, but sort of on the same lap. But what the pace cars does give them a bit more of an advantage now. But they've got to also stop early because they've been out longer than we have on fuel. So it'll revert back to sort of we should take the lead again when they sort of come in the pits.
We've got a going for you, but if the pace car comes out again on the same lap, it's just annoying that you can build up a lead and see it whittle down with something like that.
Yeah, it's always a problem. But next time it comes out, I hope it's in our favour and puts DJ a bit further back.
Fair enough, mate. Just everyone's having trouble with tyres today. You've got one of the heavier cars. How are yours standing up?
Oh, I think everyone's made it. Like, a lot of people make a wrong decision and go for a softer tyre to go faster with like 1,000k, and you've got to go for a bit of an endurance tyre. We've sort of got a hard compound tyre on, and the first pit stop they were half worn out, so we're quite happy with tyres.
I think maybe now you're paying the benefit of not having missed the Tooheys top 10 shootout by being conservative.
Oh no, it would have been nice to do a 12-9 in the top 10.
Okay, thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
That's what you call confidence, John, isn't it?
Sure is.
Well, the Nissan,
optimistic.
Yes, quite optimistic. Nissan is now coming back up through the field, and it won't be too long before it's up there hounding away at our race leader, Klaus Niedzwiedz. According to Nigel Greenway, one of the few people who can actually run a lap score book on the run. He has the Nissan back into 3rd position, and Mark Scaife doing a stellar job here at the controls of the GTR.
It's not exactly tearing past Brock down the straight, it's getting there. No, now it is.
He's gone past Rouse, coming down to... I was trying to work out the line there.
It's a line that he really didn't want to use.
So Mark Scaife effectively passed Andy Rouse.
The big advantage of that car is out of the slow corners. It's just sensational out of the cutting and things like that, where it can put it as 4-wheel drive to best use.
Once again, the exit the approach to Mountain Straight. Mark Scaife heading up the mountain beneath the Corolla hatch bridge.
So look at the gap it's pulled on the Sierras now, just in that short straight. That's where it really pulls. 600 horsepower is a pretty good sort of an asset to have when you hit a hill like this.
Quite phenomenal speed from this thing, particularly up the hill. It's been a lot quicker than the Sierras. And here we are, 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and the thing's still going like a train.
To be perfectly frank, I had reservations that it'd actually get this far because the car is so underdeveloped. But full marks to Freddie and the boys. I think they've done a good job with it. This is the weak link of the car all around this section. It's good out of the cutting. As soon as it gets to an area where it's got to sort of stop and turn, it makes it a lot harder. It's a big advantage. It's just the power down.
Well, Timonov Grant sharing the Sizzler Skyline in the pits for a pit stop.
That's the former factory car that Scaife ran last year.
Yeah,
to great effect. Very good car.
Alf Grant running with his son Tim.
It's great to see a lot of dads and their kids running at Bathurst.
Yeah, we have 3 of those combinations here this year.
To Forest Elbow, Toledo Tools Turn. And back to third, as we said before, the Nissan Skyline with Mark Scaife at the wheel. So the race lead still held by Klaus Niedzwiedz over Dick Johnson. Third, then of course Mark Scaife. Mark sitting there quite comfortably, doing a good job in the GTR. Then back to Alan Grice, 4th on the road. 5th is Larry Perkins. 6th is of course the Tony Longhurst 25 car. Then the Allen and Radicic car running in 7th.
I just noticed Mark having a bit of a confidence dab on the brakes with his left leg. Just make sure he's still got a pedal at the end of the straight. Does wonders for your confidence when you feel a nice hard pedal. You notice the gearbox straight cut gears in that car, and they make a lot of noise and crash and bang as you drive, but obviously very effective.
Well, of course, this kind of quick gear change must be a great advantage in a turbo car because you lose the minimum amount of turbo boost on the gear change.
Yeah, that's right. That's the biggest thing. You can hear him just punch it through. It's the gearbox actually set up in a similar style they have with a single-seater with no synchromesh or anything like that. They use straight cuts and dogs just like you'd use finding a motorbike gearbox.
Coming into Repco Bend, the right-hander to lead them up to Mountain Straight. Third on the road at the moment and looking very, very comfortable is Mark Scaife. That looks like a Sunday drive, Mark.
I don't want to disappoint you, Mike. It's a bit of, it's pretty hard work, actually. The front brake's a bit faded, and we're working pretty hard to stay where we are.
Smithy has joined us, and he tells me that he's very, very impressed, as I think most Australians are, with the GTR.
Well, it's a super motor car, I suppose. Since the BMW M3 and then the Sierra, this is Nissan's answer to both those cars. So I'm glad to see it's up and being competitive.
Thank you, Mark. We'll come back to you a little later because the 25 car is in the pits, and it looks like we have some problems. Johnny Brady and Steve Titmus are in the pits. Tony Longhurst stepping from the car. This looks very ominous.
What's your name?
Steve Titmus.
Steve who?
Okay. Report from the pit shortly. Tony Longhurst, they have a major problem with the Benson and Hedges number 25 car. Stephen?
Right, I'll push it away quickly.
Frank Gardner giving the order, push the car away. A lot of disappointment in the Benson and Hedges team, Steve.
Yes, there certainly is, Mike. Tony Longhurst with me. Tony, what's gone wrong?
Looks like it's blown a head gasket. After following the pace car, the water temperature dropped right down to about 50 degrees. I'd say it's similar to what happened out of Moffat's car in 1988.
Well, Tony, a lot of people said before the start of this race that you might have had reliability problems. It hasn't been a good year for you in that sense. And coming to Bathurst and something's gone wrong again.
No, actually it's been a great year as far as engines go. This is the second failure we've had with engines this year, so you know, I'm not disappointed with that, but it's just one of those things. You know, the car was shuffling along nicely. We've got some good Yokohama tyres now, and I thought we were running third for such a long time. We're in for a good result by the end of the day. What we've got to do now is get back into the other car and really give it a go.
Okay, Tony Longhurst, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Tony was back in 8th when the engine quit and he headed to the pits. So they have the 20 car left. It's still circulating inside the top 10. Fastest laps of the race so far. After 2 hours, quickest times recorded, 2:17.12 to Jim Richards, still the fastest lap of the race. That was recorded on lap 4 when he was making that lunge at the leaders. Longhurst with a 2:17.24. Lap 33, Klaus Niedzwiedz a 2:17.62. Brock with a 2:17.92. Johnson with a 2:18. And Jones with a 2:18.28. So the Richards and Scaife Nissan GTR turning the fastest lap of the race so far. 2 minutes, 17.12 seconds. Well, the dramas don't change at Mount Panorama. We've just been informed that Klaus Niedzwiedz, and we'll have to clear this, so but we have been told that word has come through from the RDC. Wait for this one, folks. Klaus Niedzwiedz has been pinged 1 minute for jumping the start. I think I called that maybe he was off a little early. Seems an awful long way in the race to start avoiding those penalties, Johnny Smith.
Well, actually, he gained half a lap, but then I think he's lost half a lap as well, so he's probably back where he should have been. Actually, I was just seeing a minute ago the Brancatelli Sierra going up the hill with a bumper bar hanging off it. I think it was shades of last year as well. I think the car had the same problem, probably the same bumper bar.
Yeah, pad change on the second mobile car, number 6, Hideki O'Brien. Andrew's still in the car, was 21st position when he came into the pits. And here's Alan Grice latching onto the tail of the Nissan.
It'll be interesting to see how they start to get the Nissan. Will absolutely roar away up the hill, but come over the top of the mountain, I think that's where Scaife is saying he's got a fading front brake problem. He's had that all week. The Commodores are sensational under brakes and turn in, and they're so good. And I'm so surprised to see how hard a Commodore's going around here. I would never have thought a car would do something like 1 minute, 2 minutes 14s around here. It's just unbelievable.
Alan Grice running in 4th position at the moment. The Holden racing team must be thrilled with the performance of this car so far.
That's right. And you know, as I said, I wouldn't have thought it would be capable of it. And they've got a new model coming next year, and I think it puts the writing on the wall for some of the Sierras. You know, they've just about reached the end of their development, and there's a new Commodore coming, so you never know. You might see a Holden victory at Mount Panorama yet.
They've done some fantastic work with this car throughout the year. Percy was saying even without the track resurfacing, there would have been 2 seconds a lap quicker with basically the same package. So it's tremendous credit to these guys to get the sort of speed out of these things.
That's right. Like 8,000 revs they've been using with this car, and well, here he is. He's caught right up again now. Although there is a slow car, Murray Carter or Matt Wacker, who is in front of them. But 8,000 revs for a pushrod V8 is just sensational. You know, and to be able to try and do it for 1,000 Ks is unbelievable. You see, Grice has got a straight cut gearbox as well, with the crashing and banging going on in it.
Got some other problems too, guys, for the number 10 car. Klaus Niedzwiedz reported with a flat tyre. Looking for him around the circuit.
Meanwhile, we're riding with Grice, and look at the power of this Nissan. Grice was right on his hammer coming out of the elbow, and the Nissan's just streaked away down Conrod. This thing has got some grunt, there's no doubt about it.
To Caltech's chase. Nissan heads out beneath the Bridgestone Bridge. Dickie Johnson waiting to change back into the 17 car.
Looks like JB's just behind them, is it? Behind Grice as well, so he'll be probably doing another lap before he comes in.
Looks like Klaus Niedzwiedz, yes, out of the car. And, of course, Frankie Biela to step in.
Oh, and they've got some...
Johnny Brady?
Yes, obviously, they weren't expecting this. It was supposed to come in for a scheduled pit stop. Alan Moffat pulling away at the moment at some of the flaring around that back guard, but that's a bit of a shock to the system for the team. It was supposed to be a scheduled driver change, tyre change and driver change, and that is all taking place, but obviously a bit of quick panel beating, and that back fender is still very, very loose. It's going to cause a bit of trouble throughout the day. And you can see Alan Moffat in there with the gaffer tape, just trying to get it up. Moffat very worried at the moment about the car. While Alan takes things very, very intently in this race, a great competitor here and a man who's trying to put this team together and has done a great job with it. and struggling to get that tape on. The car takes off. Oh, and it's gone crunch on the stall as well. It's up again. Almoth, not at all happy as a man. We'll get him very shortly. He's agreed to talk to us about the problems they've been having with Klaus, but we'll just let the car go up back in the track. 59 seconds that's taken that stop, Mike, and we'll come back shortly with Allan.
Okay, mate. Klaus rejoins, or Frankie Biala, in 9th position on the road.
Isn't it amazing how it can all turn to mud in 5 seconds?
Yeah.
You know, here they're looking good there, I'd say about 3 laps ago. They had a half a lap lead on the majority of the field.
There's
now
the tyre.
they've gone backwards.
That's the tyre that's come off the back of the Sierra. And
Let's done a great job of shredding that in the meantime. The number 1 car with Mark Scaife at the wheel trails the 17 car. It won't be too long, of course, before you see the Nissan back in front, because Dick Johnson is waiting to take over the 17 car from co-driver John Bowe. So through all those pit stops, back comes the GTR.
I think they might have to stop it. I don't know how they're going with brakes, but I'd say they'll have to put another set of pads in the car.
I think they thought at least 2, maybe 3.
Well, we were just looking at the brake wear on our Supra, which is very similar in weight. The Supra carries 1,420 kilos, and with the weight of the cars, they go through pads at a phenomenal rate.
Okay, Alan Moffat, I think, would be a little disappointed. Early days yet. Let's go to John.
Alan, bad luck about the stop there. Obviously, the tyre's gone. What was the problem? You know, how bad's the damage at the back?
Klaus had a puncture on that occasion, a slow puncture that got turned into a damn fast one. But in terms of our scheduling, it was just 1 lap away from where we wanted to come in anyway, so we're not too worried about that.
Alan, obviously the big talking point, and Klaus, you've been pinged for having jumped the start. How do you feel about that?
I can't say nothing about it. I can't understand the decision, because it is probably I have the wrong passport. I don't know.
Alan, you've been around a long time. It seemed very, very hard, because it wasn't moving the car.
I think it was a harsh decision, but it is the decision of the clerk of the course and the judge of fact. We can't argue about it. Klaus moved initially a little bit under the red, then he stopped, and then he went. I think what made it look bad from an optical illusion point of view, bear in mind everybody's excited up there, even the judge of fact, that Dick didn't get a very good start, so it appeared as if ours was moving a little bit out of sync. He definitely did creep under the red, but he stopped and then he re-went. I think unbiased, I think maybe they could have put their sunglasses on for us.
Well, mate, I'm a bit the same. I think the car had stopped. Tell me that the damage at the back fender, you've got it taped up there. Is that going to be a problem?
Cosmetic. We don't like to see our lovely little cars in the prime paint, but that bumper bar just has a plastic outer coating. I took quite a deal of delight pulling it off myself.
Thanks very much, Alan.
Okay, pit stop for the changeover between John Bowe and...
But that bumper bar just has a plastic outer coating. I took quite a deal of delight pulling it off myself.
Thanks very much, Alan.
Okay, pit stop for the changeover between John Bowe and Dick Johnson.
See John just pulling out his little dicky seat that he sits in. I think there's a bit of a difference in size. Dick liked to sit a long way away from the steering wheel, and John sits with his nose almost touching the steering wheel, so they've made a special little plastic insert in the seat for him.
yeah, the team very well drilled.
Good operation.
Engine just bubbling away as they prepare to finish off the gassing. Set of fresh Dunlops on.
Great stop.
Fuss free, so Dick Johnson takes the 17 car back over again.
I didn't see any adjustments to the back of the car while it was stopping, so I'll just see how the car goes with the handling now.
Well, it makes it interesting now. All the jumble up to come as we check out the Caltex race score as the Nissan GTR heads up the hill. And I think you'll find that the Nissan has probably just about taken over the lead again, with the 17 car dropping to second, coming out of the pits right behind it. They head up Mountain Straight towards BP Cutting, and I think you'll find that is in fact what has happened. So Scaife through on the inside of the Golson BMW. Another father and son combination. Graham and Ray driving the 635. As across the top of Mount Panorama comes Mark Scaife. Let's check out how they're running as we pick them up at Skyline. Richards and Scaife go through to take over the lead. Getting close there for second, Percy and Grice. Allam and Radicic in third. Perkins and Mazir in fourth. Johnson and Bauer in fifth. Sixth, Hansford and Judone. Seventh, Fury and Price. Eighth, Niedzwiedz and Biela. Crompton and Jones in ninth at the moment. And Seton and Sears continue in the number 35, Peter Jackson Sierra. There's a lot more of the great race to come. Back in a moment. Hours into the great race of 1990. If you want a race, we've got it for you. Mark Scaife in the number 1 Nissan GTR leads the Tooheys 1000, and behind him all the way is Alan Grice driving the Holden Commodore, heading up the mountain. Obviously the Nissan skips away a little as they head up here, but Grice has been making great gains across the top of the mountain. Some wonderful spirited driving from Grice. And keep in mind, they, as signalled earlier, they have a clutch problem.
They do indeed. The Nissan also has one or two brake problems. These two cars, the Nissan especially, everybody said no chance. They gave it no hope at all of even running reliably at this stage. And here it is leading the race. They also said that the Commodore wouldn't be able to stay on the pace of the Sierras, and there it is in second place, less than a second behind.
Shut the gate. It's an Aussie V8. The Holden fans on top of the mountain.
Decent sort of celebration up there tonight if they get home, but a couple of extraordinary sprints too early here from Jim Richards, coming off the grid in 10th place and getting up there and getting through the field, and now Mark Scaife doing a similar job after the pit stop to get through again. But there's the pressure right on as they head down the hill.
Great shots here, Greg, too, from our Dunlop RaceCam, right in the front bumper of the Holden Commodore. Show you how close Grice can get, and you'll notice the horsepower come into play here as the exit from Forest Elbow, and watch the Nissan and straight line.
Not too close, Gricey. That camera costs a lot of money.
They straighten out Conrad, straighten out. Just look at the power of the Nissan.
It's a long time since a Nissan's led the great race. It's also a long time since Alan Grice has.
Grice hounds him down the straight. So basically, at the moment, Mark Scaife in the Nissan number 1 car leading by about a second over Alan Grice, about 4.9 seconds then back to Jeff Allam in the second of the Dick Johnson cars, and then 1 second behind him is Dick Johnson himself back at the wheel of the 17 car. So it's very close. 2 hours 35 minutes into the Tooheys 1000, coming to you live across the Australian television network from Bathurst in New South Wales.
Grice is doing a fantastic job in second place. The speed and the ground that he manages to pick up over the top of the mountain. Well, he's been in great form all week. From the time they arrived, they've done everything right. And on race day, payday as they say, it's all coming together for them. We'll see Win Percy fairly shortly, would you think? Back out there in
yes,
the car?
I don't think it'll be too long before the pit stop. But Richard made the point. There's Brocky waiting for the change for Andy Rouse to come in, and he'll step back into the 05 car. But you're able to see the last lap down Conrad Straight, the way the Nissan could just run away from the Commodore, and Grice is making a lot of this up through just sheer driving ability.
Not only that, also the Holden is so much more on the pace at the moment. Larry Perkins is fighting it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th places with the 2 Johnson cars.
A long way to go, not a sprint race, although these guys are turning it into one. 161 laps around Mount Panorama. And here's the gap. The race leader, Mark Scaife, in the Nissan 4-wheel steer number 1 car.
You can see the ground now that Grice is pulled on the Nissan. Right up onto the tail of it again.
Fantastic stuff.
The Nissan, though, just awesome down this straight. Yeah, 620 horsepower.
Well, what's happened here?
He's pulled wide there as they went into Forest Elbow. Now, if there's no problem with the car, he'll just shoot straight past again down the straight.
Well, all Grice wants to do is lead this.
Well, he's doing it.
So the Holden Commodore comes from behind to pass the Nissan GTR for the lead. The right-hand kick now into Caltech's chase. And all of this will be to no avail because they're due for a pit stop in a few laps' time. But I've got a feeling Grice has got away a little from the Nissan, certainly through Caltech's chase. Now he's coming up on some of these slower cars. I think have been very good today, the way that they've been giving the fast cars the wave to come through. Haven't had any major incidents. It looks like the Bagnall-Francevic TV3 car going through. And here is Grice in the 16 car leading the race. I think everyone would be delighted in the Holden camp at the moment. Don't start breaking out the bubbly yet, though. Still got a long way to go.
But he certainly put some pressure on, didn't he, around the top of the mountain on each occasion before he managed to find a break there. And perhaps the pressure tailed just a shade because the Nissan does appear to be going along fairly sweetly. Well, Grice just getting away a little.
There's also the chance that those brake problems that everybody's been predicting just might be coming good. Ooh. Very close there as I think Francevic looked to pull out and overtake the little Toyota in front of him as Grice came charging past. Just saw him in time.
Coming across the top of Mount Panorama. Do you think the Holden fans won't be out of their tents now? Here they come across the top, Castrol, Skyline. Alan Grice leading the great race through Nissan Skyline now. Let's check out how they, in fact, are running on the scoreboard. Puff of smoke there as Grice locked up a brake. Heading down to Forest Elbow. Courtesy of Caltex, our race score. Ladies and gentlemen, a Commodore leads the great race. Richards and Scape run second in the GTR. Third is Perkins and Mazera in another Commodore. Two Commodores out of the top three. Johnson and Bow run in fourth spot. Allam and Radicic in fifth. The second of the shell cars. Sixth is Hansford and Giudone. Seventh, Fury and Price in the second Peter Jackson car. Niedzwiedz and Biela up to eighth. Crompton and Jones are ninth in another Commodore. And Seton and Sears round off the 10. What a race we've got going here at Mount Panorama. Back in a moment. The man who led the great race, Alan Grice, stepping out of the car, pit stop, has just made his way to the pits for Win Percy to take over. Very, very good pit stop this. And the information we had just prior to Grice coming into the pits that Mark Scaife had reported to his crew. Great stop. Fantastic stop from Win Percy. The news from Scaife was that he was having difficulty chasing Alan Grice because they have a brake problem. And just to add in, we want another component on, the clouds have started to descend on Mount Panorama as Win Percy rejoins the great race in sixth position. Coming in the 18 car that's run so strongly here today, Jeff Allam and Paul Radicic, the young Kiwi driver. All of Johnson's pit stops have been excellent, crew well drilled. They have been in there for probably about 30 seconds at the moment. And Steve Titmus on the spot. Well drilled stop, Steve.
Yes, thanks very much, Mike. An absolutely near perfect stop for the Allam and Radicic car. They've changed the front brake pads as well as throwing on 4 new tyres and filling it up with gas. Radicic is back is in the car now, and an absolute perfect stop by the Shell team.
Thank you. Car 18 will rejoin the Tooheys 1000 in 11th position. Dick Johnson, car number 17. Howling down Conrod Straight in the Shell Sierra. Running second to the Nissan GTR on the road at the moment. Some traffic there in front of Johnson as he makes his way to Caltex Chase. Much in that. Little BMW. Look at Johnson with a hand out the window. He's trying to get back on racing terms with the Nissan and make up the gap. It's the lusty Commodore just ahead of him.
And when the Nissan was dicing with Grice, they pulled almost 6 seconds out in 2 laps on Johnson. Johnson's having a few problems with the traffic at the moment, as you can see, and this will cost him even more time.
RaceCam out of the number 17 Dick Johnson car. He continues the chase after Mark Scaife and the Nissan GTR. The 18 car has already been in for a pit stop, and that would now move Larry Perkins up one more spot in the pack. Straight over 7's track cam as they head to the top of the mountain. A great driving stint from Alan Grice. Let's go to Alan in the pits.
Thanks very much, Mike. Alan Grice, great to see a Holden back out front there.
Yeah, the car's very strong, isn't it?
Mate, it's looking good. Have you been quietly confident the whole week?
Yes, we knew we had a very strong car and we had a strong chance. We didn't know how quickly we could run. We certainly didn't think that, you know, 15s would be on in qualifying and 18's on in the race, if you'd asked us last Wednesday. But we haven't changed pads yet. It's on its third tank of gas. That's a very good sign. It means that our pad wear is well under control. I was soldiering there a bit. Some of the Sierras were burning their rear tyres early in the piece. So we put a harder compound on the rear. And then, of course, a hard compound with a greasy track is a very slidey proposition. So I had a handful there for a while, but we're back on our chosen race rubber now, and you know, it's looking fine.
We certainly handled the slipperiness of it well, I suppose. With the Sierras having such tyre trouble, things have got to be looking good for you. How do you feel against them out there at the moment?
Well, I'm pretty surprised. You know, when the pace car started off again and virtually our little race started again, I was able to catch and pass one of Dick's cars and one of the Benson Hedges cars, and that surprised me a little, but it was also very nice.
That does reflect that what we've been told in the pits, that the Sierras have had to back off a little because of the race rubber. They're trying to conserve the rubber. Alan, congratulations, thanks very much, and I hope it keeps going for you.
Thank you.
Oh, and problems for the number 20 car. It is very, very warm. The second of the B&H Sierras. As you know, the Longhurst car has already been retired. It looks like the 20 car is about to go out at the moment. On the exit from the pits. Or just up, yes, and Larry Perkins has had just an off moment at the end of pit straight.
Larry was trying to catch Dick Johnson there for second place.
Okay, let's have a look and see what happened here. As Perkins backs on out. Oh, there's one coming from the other side of Bathurst. That's the GIO Commodore.
It's been down to the driving.
Well, they've all managed to pick themselves up. Prima Holidays bring you the replay, and this is it when the Jones number 20 car, I think, has exploded. Yes, it has. He heads off to the inside part of the racetrack, and maybe Larry got caught in what he left on the ground.
Yeah, I think it would have left more than a bit of fluid around. Poor old Denny Holm. His race is run, and that's both of Frank Gardner's cars out now.
Sad day for Frank Gardner and the B&H team. Another car parked up there on the inside of the circuit on the top of the mountain. Set of tyre marks on the road just prior to it, so we'll check that out later. In the meantime, the number 17 Dick Johnson car. Johnson out again after our race leader, Mark Scaife, in the number 1 Nissan GTR.
And with Larry spinning out, the pressure is now off Dick Johnson just a little bit, and he's able to set about seeing what he can do to catch the Nissan up in front of him.
Get you the split on that shortly. Mark Scaife in the Nissan back to Dick Johnson, who is going back after him. Beneath the GIO sign down Conrod Straight to the right-hand kick at Caltex Chase. Johnson's 2 cars, very, very competitive in this year's race. He has been a little laid back this week. Okay, let's check out our Auto World Conrod comparisons. The 17 Johnson bow car running 285 kilometres an hour. Niedzwiedz Biala 281, Percy Grice 278, and Longhurst and McLaughlin 276. So the Sierras, not a great deal between them, but Johnson's car certainly with a lot of grunt down Conrod Straight. And a drop of oil or two there on the left-hander coming out of pit straight.
And the gap at the moment between the leader and Dick Johnson is 15.3 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that. See just how much time Dick is able to take off the Nissan, or whether or not the Nissan's actually travelling quicker at the moment.
We could have an incredible finish to this race. It really has clouded over here at Mount Panorama. Shades of about 3 years ago. Deary me, and we all remembered what happened then. If it rains, watch the Nissan GTR run away. At the moment, Mark Scaife continues to lead the Tooheys 1000 from Mount Panorama. Dick Johnson running in second. Perkins is third. Fourth is Hansford in the second ANZ car. Followed then by Win Percy, then George Fury in the 30, Peter Jackson Sierra. Klaus Niedzwiedz. Let's check them out officially for you. Richard Scaife leading from Johnson Bow. Then, of course, Hansford, Dudonne, Percy, Grice, Fury and Price round out the top 5. And 6, Niedzwiedz and Biala. 7th is Seton and the Englishman David Sears. 8th is Allan and Paul Radisich of New Zealand. 9th, Neil Crompton and Bradley Jones. 10th, Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston. There's a lot more of the great race to come when we return to Mount Panorama.
Telecast via satellite around the world.
Back here at Mount Panorama, the Tooheys 1000 continues. We're following a guy that presently runs 10th on the road, lap 69 of 161 in the great race. And the guy who splits his time, as we pick up on the Brian Callahan, Barry Graham mobile concrete pumping Commodore down at the end of the straight there. That's had a lose also. Going back to what I was saying, the guy who does commentary with us during the year and drives one mean race car, Neil Crompton, doing very well here with young Bradley Jones. Good to see two young guys given the opportunity by Holden. Holden competitive this year at Mount Panorama, and I think you'll find that Holden will be even more competitive in 1991 with their new package.
New package certainly looks like it might do the trick, but the old one's doing fairly well at the moment there. Crompton gets a little bit sideways out of the cutting as he makes his way past one of the back markers, and running well inside the top 10. Just around about a lap down on the moment on the Nissan at the moment. The Nissan about 17 seconds ahead of the second place car of Dick Johnson.
Across the top of Skyline, Neil Crompton behind the wheel. So that car goes through. The Nissan Skyline is there as well. And a man who must be very, very disappointed today, Frank Gardner, team manager for the Benson and Hedges team. Everything looks so great early in the week for them, but it's all fallen away for them today, race day. And with Frank Gardner, John Brady.
Yes, thanks, Mike. It certainly has. Frank, to start with two cars to start so well and have it finish so early, it must be horribly disappointing.
Yeah, I suppose I've seen it all before over many years, but you never get over the disappointment of the thing. You come here with well-prepared cars, but you just get caught out. The day didn't start right, and it never ever corrects itself once you start off on the wrong side of a little bit of technology. And we got behind the pace car with one car and it ran hot, didn't recover, so that put that one out. So we lost car 25 nice and early, and then this other car, of course, never made it back to the pit, so you don't really know what the problem is with it. But that is the end of the day. We can pack up and go home. The only thing we've saved is brake pads and fuel.
Car 30 in the pits at the moment, by the way. But Frank, it just seems to have gone so well. Like for the last 2 days, can you put it down to anything, or is it just the luck of the game as it always seems to be?
No, we changed engines after practice. We looked at our practice engines to see if there was any warning bells that would have cropped up, and the engine stripped absolutely perfectly, so there was no warning bell to say, oh, tighten this or do this or look here. So we're very happy. Looked at our gearboxes, everything was perfect. Cars just looked like they were spot on because all the specifications are all built the same. So after a reasonably successful run in practice, we thought we were in for a successful race, but the car hasn't read the script.
Frank, you've had your share of success before. I'm sure you'll make up for it again in the future. Thanks a lot.
Well, we're not retiring about now.
Thank you, John Brady, and thanks to Frank Gardner. Our commiserations to Frank, who has looked after a great team, a very competitive team this year with Tony Longhurst and, of course, Alan Jones. Is the 28 Playscape racing car driven by Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston. At the moment running 13th in the great race. Kevin Waldock
in the pits at the moment, watching the progress of Michael Preston. The Playscape Sierra really is immaculately prepared. It is I know it's a well-used saying, but it's so clean inside. You know, you can almost eat your dinner off it. It is perfect, the whole car.
They make their way to the top of the mountain.
Ford Sierra, the RS 500. It's a 2-litre 16-valve twin-cam turbo. The gearbox, the Getrag 5-speed. The power, well, they'll give you lots of figures, but 580 brake horsepower. 1,180 kilograms of weight, and big brakes on the thing. 300mm 12-inch brakes on the front, inside of 17-inch wheels. A fair weapon for the mountain. It's won here for the last 2 years.
It's the car of the season, undoubtedly. Whether or not it will remain there, judging by what we've seen from Nissan's new Express for 1991, and certainly the Holden will be back with the new race package and far more competitive next season. But Waldock and Preston have done a great job in this car, up to 13th. As the Nissan comes in, Mark Scaife about to step out, and Jim Richards to step in. John Harvey called the action.
Mark just getting into the car. This pit stop is all 4 wheels and changing the brakes, front and rear, 4 tyres, fuel, and so far it's going smoothly. Well, I'm right here at the front wheel. Andrew Bartley's just trying to get those pads out, get the pistons back into place. So far it's running smooth. We've got a little problem here between the 2 brake operators. No, they're right now.
Problems there. Sorry to interrupt you for a sec, John, but the Brancatelli car had come into the pits, and there were flames everywhere. They've managed to douse it, so the Whittaker Peanut Slab car from New Zealand, entered by Mark Petch in the pits, and has crew all over it at the moment. So the pit stop continues for the Nissan GTR. Pad change. Still there, John?
Yes. They're just getting difficulty getting the pads out. I'm watching over Andy Bartley's shoulder. It's hard. New pads are going, and now he's looking good.
Yes, they can really afford, with the pace they're able to set, John, to take their time during some of these pit stops.
Yeah, well, it's been a good stop for them, apart from a little problem. But I did notice a little piece on that caliper was broken off. There's nothing they can do about it, and I guess they're just going to have to keep an eye on that for the remainder of the race. Surprisingly, the rear brake pad change has taken longer than the fronts, but that's just about complete. It's a rather long stop.
Jimmy Richards sits in the car. John, you've been to Bathurst many times. Look up in the sky and tell me what's about to happen, you believe, in the next hour.
Yes, you could be right, Mark. It could be a repeat of 1987, and I can assure you the teams have all got their wet tyres ready, and it should make for really good television.
John, if you had the choice, looking at the cars available, would you prefer to be in a Sierra, a Holden, or the Nissan GTR if it rains?
No, I'd rather be in a Holden, Mike.
Okay, there it goes. Back out onto the racetrack. Jim Richards back behind the wheel as we take the Nissan RaceCam. And the challenge for the 1990 great race continues, but it rejoins the race in 10th position. Race continues, clouds roll in as we wait on the number 9 car taking the turn on the run along pit straight. Let's go down to John Brady. John not quite ready for us at the moment. Into the left-hander. So what do you think? Perhaps a sleeper in the field, the number 9 ANZ car?
Well, it's been running in race trim, would you believe, since Friday. They put it into race trim on Friday. They ran it in the top 10, run off the same way in race trim, and it's just been cruising around. It's been running at a set pace. It's interesting to note the different ways that people look at an endurance race like this. Some go off and go as quickly as they possibly can race long, as the Grant Nissan there is parked by the side of the road going up to BP Cutting. Some people choose to set a race pace, others choose to go as quickly as they possibly can, and I think they're running at a steady 2:20 sort of lap, and I think they'll be there at the finish for sure.
Larry in the car. The Tim and Alf Grant Skyline we saw earlier, parked up on top of the mountain. The Sizzler entry. Beautifully turned out car. Let's go down to Steve Titmus in the pits.
Thanks very much, Mike. We're down here at the Larry Perkins. Thomas Mazzera, Pete Perkins is back into the car now. The stop's gone for about 40 seconds, 45 seconds. as Larry roars out of the pits, managed to change a set of brake pads in that time as well. So really quite a good stop there from Larry, around about 45, 50 seconds.
Was a good stop. I notice the Callahan car has been left out there. Larry rejoins in about 8th on the road. ANZ Sierra exits Forest Elbow. Toledo Tools turn. Let's go to Johnny Brady.
Thanks very much. With me, Rob Gravitt. While everyone else has been talking about the rain, you've been worrying about a fire.
Yeah, that's right. The car's just coming off, just changed over with Jim Franco, and he just came in the following lap with the car in flames, and the fuel rail's broken on the engine. So we managed to put the fire out. We're going to replace the fuel rail, and hopefully be out. It's a bit of a shame, really, because it's going to cost us a bit of time. But I hope we get it fixed fairly quickly.
I think most people are amazed you can get it back out there at all.
Well, we'll be trying. I mean, fortunately, we managed to get it back to the pits, but as it came in, it just went whoomp up in flames, and fortunately, we got it out quickly, so I don't think there's any more damage done to it at the moment.
Well, it must be heartbreaking for yourself. You've had such a great year in England to come out and run into this sort of strife.
It's a hell of a long way to come, you know, for a problem like this, but, you know, it's one of those things that's motor racing.
Well, you're going back out there. All the best. Thanks very much, Rob.
Thanks very much indeed. Thanks.
Rob Gravitt, of course, the British touring car champion, and that was confirmed last weekend at Thruxton. He won 9 races out of 11. The number 9, Alan Moffat Sierra, on its way up the mountain. On the man at the wheel at the moment, Pierre Dieudonné, the Belgian who came out at short notice to replace the German driver, Bernd Schneider. And Schneider was called away on Formula 1 duty to replace an injured Formula 1 driver.
Notice Tim Grant going back to the Nissan Skyline, trying to get it started again. Still parked to the left on the run-up Mountain Straight. In the meantime, because of the pit stop by the Nissan, here is your race leader. Dickie Johnson, car number 17. Number 9 car running, we believe, in 2nd spot. And car number 16 with Win Percy at the wheel, running back there in about 3rd.
And the early pit stops have altered the order a little bit, but Dickie Johnson still leads.
He certainly does. The Hansford Dieudonné car, as we said, runs in 2nd person. Grice for the Holden Commodore are in 3rd. Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela are in 4th. Seton and Sears and the Peter Jackson Sierra run in 5th. 6th is the Alum Radicic car, the 2nd Johnson car. 7th is car 7, Neil Crompton of 7. From running in 8th, car number 11, Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazera. 9th, car number 30, George Fury, Drew Price. 10th is Peter Brock and Andy Rouse. 11th, Gibbs and Onslow in the GIO Commodore. 12th, Waldock and Preston in the Playscape Sierra. 13th is Smith and McKay in the Supra. Great effort. 14th is 4, Reed and Ashby in the Lansvale Smash Repairs Commodore. 15, O'Brien and Sampson in the Everlast Commodore. 16th, Andrew Madecki and Charlie O'Brien in the Mobile 1 Sierra. 17th, 54, Riley and Baird in an M3. Great stuff. 18th, 23, Chris Lambden and Greg Crick in the Bow Repair Skyline. 19th is Lintott and Gary Rush in the Valvoline Sierra. And rounding out the 20, Andrew Bagnall and Robbie Francevic in the Ford Sierra. We'll be back at Mount Panorama in just a moment. Back at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the Andrew Madecki, Charlie O'Brien Ford Sierra, Mobile 1 car in the pits. Some problems there with Big Charlie in the car. Madecki was up to 16th on the road. Prima Holidays pit report, John Harvey.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, unfortunately, they've had a left-hand front wheel bearing fail. It's taken a couple of 3 minutes to change it, and it appears that it's repaired now. I have a look. Yep, they seem to have it all back together. Now they've had some other problems. They're taking the bonnet up, or about to take the bonnet up. They've had an air hose blow off one of the wheel guns. They're not having a very good time at all.
No, it doesn't look that way, John. Thanks for that. Big Charlie O'Brien sits in the car as we pick up on our race leader, Dick Johnson. Comes on to pit straight. And the likeable Queenslander leads the great race. I don't know if Dick would want to talk to us at the moment because he's got the Nissan Skyline, or the Nissan GTR, I should say.
Wouldn't matter too,
He's 1 lap down.
It wouldn't really matter at all, Mike.
Okay, Dickie. How's the car feel?
Well, except for the fact that as you can hear the whistle that it's got, it's done
Grice had a way with words.
Well, you've got to have a way with something. We obviously haven't got too much of a way with turbo wheels. Because Jimmy's thing is just so quick out of the corners, it's unbelievable.
Yes, it has been quick. Dick, it must be delighted the fact that you have two cars running well within the top 10 here today. You came to Bathurst. Everyone else took the limelight away, including the Longhurst team, but paydays today, I guess, and you're able to keep it together.
Well, I hope so, Mike, because, you know, today's the day we all work for and work so damn hard. I just sincerely hope that a little bit of luck goes our way towards the end of the day, like this bird here. Like she's like an ashtray in a motorbike. Have a look at her, will you? Like I tell you what, that must be the bad time of the day for her or something. God, would you believe that?
That was interesting.
Well, at least she didn't stick me in the fence, which is unusual. But anyway, at least we can say hello to all our Kiwi friends that are watching, because of the Kiwi about to go past me. Bye-bye.
It's got a bit of grunt, hasn't it?
It's got a bit of something.
Are you surprised it's still here and running competitively, Dick, this time of the race?
Mate, I think they had a fair bit of a windfall, I think, late on Saturday. And it was about then that I said to the guys, we're going to have trouble with this dude. But, you know, it's still only halfway, Mike. You never know what might happen.
It's a long way to go. Thanks for the chat. I'll let you get back to it.
My pleasure, pal.
Thanks, pal. Nicky Johnson, courtesy of Dunlop at the RaceCam, leading the race. Second spot held by Pierre Dieudonné and third by Win Percy. Into the pits again, and the Peter Jackson Sierra. This has been a very long stop, John. David Sears, of course, teaming with the crew this weekend. George Fury back. Stephen Titmus there with Glenn Seton.
Thanks very much, Mike. Well, Glenn, there's a lot of problems with the car. That was a terribly long pit stop. What's gone wrong?
It's got a problem with the clutch. The clutch is slipping all the way up the back straight and down the front straight. So we don't really know what's wrong with it, but that's the way it goes.
Are you confident, though, that you may have any chance of finishing the race?
Sorry?
Is there any chance, though, still that you might be able to finish the race?
Well, the way it's looking at the moment, going up pit lane, I probably won't, but the other car, at the time we decided we were going to put George into my car, we've kept George out and put Drew in.
Okay, Glenn, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's go to John Brady as he oversees the Alan Moffat ANZ pit stop.
Thanks very much, Mike. Doing brakes, as you can see, the front calipers there. They're trying to get them, get the old brake pads back so they can clear the calipers, the pistons far enough further into the calipers so they can get the new brake pads in. And otherwise, things seem to be going reasonably smoothly with this stop. And Pierre Dieudonné just getting out of the car. The brakes still trying to force back a couple of the calipers on the front left-hand wheel. Struggling a bit with that at the moment. Action down the back too, which I can't quite see at the moment. They're struggling with the calipers there as well. Taking a little time with this. It should take about 58 seconds, they estimate, most teams. A full brake change. We've got to do a full brake change once in the race, do the front brakes twice. And Greg Hansford sitting there waiting for the... there's nothing he can do but sit there and wait. Just running off to get something, having trouble getting these calipers in, as you can see. There's quite a fight on. What can happen sometimes with these pistons is that they just don't want to go back, and if they get it all skewed on an angle, then they can be very hard to force back. As you can see, trying to force them back at the moment. Those huge pliers there are to help get the old pads out and also to force them. Hansford just sitting patiently, no other option. Back wheels on. Struggling with this front left wheel. Bernie Eggenberger, the mastermind of this team, coming down to give some advice, and this is a real worry for the Alan Bond team. and he is having a lot of trouble with that caliper. We'll just leave it here at the moment, Mike. There's a lot of trouble, as you can see. Just keep saying that word, but there's a lot of worry going on as well.
You're right, John.
There's not a lot going to happen here for a little bit, I don't think.
No, we noticed that while you were talking. Also, the Andrew Madecki car also just sitting there. Work has stopped on that car.
Yeah, they'd removed a complete front hub off Andy Madecki's car.
Oh, brake lock up, and a violent one there for Jimmy Richards in the Nissan GTR.
Nissan running in position number 6, but that was a severe brake lock-up coming down the mountain there. I hope we don't have more brake troubles with the Nissan.
You might have heard Dick mention that Nissan fixed the problem yesterday afternoon. What happened was they ran 2 completely different brake setups. They ran a T car as well, and they changed the discs. They had a completely new disc, and they run a form of metal pad. And all of a sudden, they've cured the problem. Not completely, obviously, but it's much better.
Let's have a look at our Prima Holiday replay. Oops! Leaving the scene in the golden green Valvoline, if you know what I mean. Problems there for the Ray Lintott Gary Rush car. Just managed to keep it out of the sand trap there. They've had a couple of little excursions today, but the car continues.
And continuing is the key to this race, and there must be something that's worrying the Nissan boys at this stage. We're 3¼ hours into the race. The Nissan's still going, but of course, the question mark hangs over its roof.
Andrew Madecki, of course, must be very, very disappointed. Let's go to the pits to get Andrew's reaction.
Andy down here. Andy, a bit disappointing day. They've had to take the whole front suspension out of the car. What's the full problem?
It appears that the front wheel bearing has failed. I noticed it because the brakes had a sudden deterioration. It gave me a couple of fairly busy moments. And what happens when the wheel bearing fails is the disc starts to flop around. And when it flops around, of course, it knocks the pads back, and then there's no pedal when you put your foot in the brakes. So, unfortunately, we've got to change the whole front upright, shock absorber, etc. And the boys are working on flat out that now. And yes, we'll lose some time, but we'll get it back on the road, and we'll see where we finish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Andrew Madecki. As you recall, when Pierre Dieudonné brought the number 9 car into the pits, the ANZ here, it was running second on the road, that very lengthy stop. It is now rejoined in 11th position, 2 laps down. They have a lot of work to do from there.
It's amazing to watch the Ford Sierra's progress. This car has been in full international competition for almost 4 years now, and they are still having reliability problems with the things in long endurance races like this.
There goes Dick. Down Conrod Straight. And with the 9 car pitting, that has jumbled the order up once again. And we have the number 16 Win Percy car moving up to second. You'll recall that Alan Grice led the race for a spell in that car, then went into the pits. So Win Percy, taking over the car, has now made it back to second. Dick Johnson continues. Let's recap them for you on our Caltex race score from the great race. Dick Johnson and John Bow in front with the Shell Ultra High Sierra. Second, Percy and Grice in the Holden Team Commodore. Third is Niedzwiedz and Biela in the ANZ Sierra. Fourth, Allan and Radicic in Johnson's second car. Fifth is Perkins and Thomas Mazera in the Castrol Commodore. Running in sixth, Richards and Scaife in the GTR. Seventh is car 7 Neil Crompton. Eighth, Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Ninth is Brock and Rouse in the Mobile 1 Racing Sierra. And 10th, car number 28, Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston. Back at Mount Panorama Bathurst in just a moment.
Yes, welcome back to Bathurst Wins Update Hour 3. And I guess the big story of the last hour was the demise of the B&H team. Firstly, Tony Longhurst and his number 25 car blew a head gasket. He blamed the pace car. He's in 8th position at that stage, and that was the end of the car that had been so fast, 2:13.84. Now let's go back to the start, because this has been quite drama. Look at Niedzwiedz. Did he move over the line? Well, the judge says yes. He has docked him 1 minute, penalised the team a minute. Alan Moffat said, well, he thought he could have put the sunglasses on. This is the ANZ Sierras in the pit. They had a back fender that was loose. They had to tape it down in the end. and Niedzwiedz went from 1st to 9th. Dick Johnson's turbo hasn't been sounding 100%, but gee, they're in 1st position. This was bow for Johnson, and this was another very good pit stop for them. Well, the Nissan has really been the story of the day. This was a great duel between Grice in the Commodore and Scaife in the Nissan. Grice was very fast across the mountain. The Nissan was very, very fast. And look at the sign there for the mighty Commodores. Shut the gate, it's an Aussie V8. This is where Grice changed over for Win Percy. They've been in 1st position at one stage as we go to their change here. And Percy getting back in the car. Johnson signalling to the traffic in front of him to get out of the way. Look at him waving the hand, I want to get past. And Dickie's got back into the 1st position and really is giving them something to chase. It's been a terrific story. This is the 2nd of the B&H teams going out. Denny Holm driving the car, and it's out of business. In fact, Larry Perkins spun out just after that. So the 20 car was also out of it, so both the B&H cars gone. And here's a spin by Brian Callahan in his Commodore VL. So there's plenty happening after the 3rd hour, the Wins update.
Thank you very much, Bruce McAvaney. Car number 16 continues. Win Percy at the wheel of the Holden Commodore. And Win heads up Mountain Straight. Maybe to talk to the Britisher, I should allow another Britisher. Richard, I think Win's ready to talk to us. Good afternoon, Win.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm afraid there's an awful lot of noise on the radio, but I can hear you.
Yes, it is awful. I hope it's not distracting, is it? We might catch you up in Conrod Straight, Win, and give you a chance to get over the mountain.
All right, Mike, it's probably when, I don't mind the mountain, it's probably high revs that's causing the problem. When the engine sinks a little bit, you can hear more clearly.
Till Win gets on to Conrod Straight. He's fairly busy there at the moment.
Win, it's Richard Hay here, mate. It's going fairly well for you at the moment.
Yep, things look pretty good at the moment. Cars sound.
Deep breath there.
All right, we'll leave Win for the moment because the 17 car is back in the pits, and Steve Titmus to call the action.
Thanks very much, Mike. It's a driver change. Dick Johnson out of the car, John Bow in. They're also going to change the front brake pads as well, plus the normal routine of change tyres and refuel as well. It appears at this stage that it appears to be going quite smoothly. John appears to be buckled into the car quite nicely. Dick just giving him a few instructions about the car. They have had some little problem with it. It's been the turbocharger has been whistling, which was a problem which occurred last year. And then, as we know, last year the car did drop a bit of boost coming in towards the end of the race. So that same whistling problem has occurred once again this year.
Yes, actually, the race analyst Alan Maudsley picked that up some time back, a very noisy turbocharger that did worry the team last year. But Johnson's car is underway. Seton car, as we mentioned earlier, is retired behind the pits, and John Bow will rejoin the race in position number 3.
And all that means that Win Percy will be the man back at the head of the field with the Aussie V8. The Commodore leads again.
Cars come across the top of Mount Panorama, the Gazard Bates car, and of course car number 54. Our class leader, Brett Riley of New Zealand, and Craig Baird of New Zealand, and also Kay Scott. So the Kiwis doing very well in the small car class. Let's go down to the pits to have a chat with Dick Johnson.
Thanks very much, Mike. Dick Johnson, 2 years in a row. It's looking pretty good at this stage, but there's still a long way to go.
still about 70 laps to go, so, you know, God only knows what's going to happen, but the car's running great, except it's lost a lot of power because it's obviously busted some blades off the turbine wheel, which it did last year, but I don't see that stopping the car. It's just going to make it go a little bit slower, but all in all, I think everything else is fine on the car.
How much is it affecting your times?
Well, it's probably affecting the times to probably around about 2 seconds a lap because it's very low boost and we're down quite a few revs down the straight, but other than that, I don't think that's going to worry us. At least it's saving the tyres for us.
Okay, Dick Johnson, you're well up there at the moment. All the best for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Dickie Boy. Car number 16 continues to lead. Let's check them out on our Caltex race score. If you're a Holden fan, hey, isn't that a great sight? Win Percy and Alan Grice lead for Holden. The great race, the Tooheys 1000 over Clouds, Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela. Third is the Johnson and Bow Shell Sierra. Fourth, Allen and Radicic in the second Johnson car. Fifth, Perkins and Mazira in the Castrol Commodore. Sixth, Richards and Scaife in the Nissan GTR. Seventh is still Neil Crompton and Bradley Jones. Eighth, George Fury, Drew Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Ninth is 05, Peter Brock and Andy Rouse in the Mobile Sierra. And rounding out the 10 car number 9, Greg Hansford and Pierre Dudonne. A lot more of the great race when we come back.
Welcome back to Seven's coverage of the great race, the Tooheys 1000, lap 86 of 161. As we take a look at the Toyota Supra, running in around 13th position at the moment. Mark Poole at the wheel. He's just been lapped by the race leader, which is still Win Percy with the Holden Commodore.
Yes, the Toyota Team Australia came up here today with one thing in mind for this car, is to finish it. Finish the race. They've got it running in a very conservative race setup. The engine way down on boost, way down on the boost setting, sorry. And their idea is to get to the finish at all costs. Quite an interesting car, this. It's by far the heaviest car in the field, 1,410 kilograms. And an engine with about 430 horsepower, according to John Smith. So you work out that equation, it's not a very competitive thing on paper.
Poole, of course, is the third driver. Johnny Smith joined our commentary team a little earlier, and Peter McKay will be joining us a little later, I think.
Yeah, Peter's going to do one stint.
The car has a 6-cylinder turbocharged engine, and as you rightly said, it is the heaviest car, and we've seen the problems that the Nissan has had with brakes. Similar sorts of problems apply to the Toyota because of the weight and having to stop it from the tremendous speeds, went around 280 kilometers per hour down Conrod Straight. Having to bring that sort of weight to almost a dead stop with Caltex Chase puts a fair amount of strain on those brakes.
They've taken a long time, haven't they, to get this one right, but it looks as though today they've certainly got it on the pace, and just a couple of weeks ago down in Melbourne they also did pretty well, so they'd be fairly happy with the way things are going, without any doubt.
Yeah, they finished 5th in the Sandown 500 3 weeks ago. There's Dick Johnson
talking to Bob Rowland-Smith, Sports Minister in New South Wales. Richard knows him well. Just flew over from England to have a yarn at the Minister, and there he is there having a chat in the pits, and he, of course, is heavily involved in promoting the new Eastern Creek circuit down in Sydney. We're going to see some great motor racing down there over the next few years. I think that will become one of the meccas for motorsport, not only in this country but in the world, and Bob Rowland-Smith doing his best to make sure that all goes smoothly.
And here we have a car slowing down. Looks like he's on Conrod.
Laurie Donohoe and Mark Duquette, their entry.
The DAF sandblasting Commodore. And by the look of it, major problem with that car. They're going to try and limp it down to the pits. Staying off the ideal racing line as he comes into the the Caltex Chase. And it doesn't look like he's got any drive on that car. He's just relying purely on momentum.
And I don't think it'll roll all the way. May well have to be abandoned out in the middle of the track.
You look at the Mercedes, the Monroe Mercedes 190 of Phil Ward and John Goss. What a great little car this thing is. handicapped a bit by weight as far as its class is concerned.
Well, the Mercs, of course, run very successfully in Europe in the German championship, which is a championship which is evened out by weight. That is to say that they handicap cars by putting weight on them, which means that most cars can be competitive. It's running second in class at the moment. The Merc, Phil Ward.
And John Goss at the wheel.
And Mark, you mentioned that it's handicapped by weight, but certainly not by driver ability, is it?
No, there's some tremendous experience here, particularly Gossy, a guy with fantastic credentials, won this race twice, and he's also a man with the only distinction of winning both the Australian Grand Prix and Bathurst.
So Phil Ward and John Goss share the Mercedes, which runs second in class at the moment. Let's take a look then at the overall positions at the moment, and Win Percy continues to lead with Alan Grice with the Works Holden. Second place, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frank Biela with the ANZ Sierra. Third, Dickie Johnson and John Bow looking for that second win in a row. Fourth, the team sister car, Jeff Allen and Paul Radicic, and fifth, Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera with the Castrol Commodore. Sixth position, Jimmy Richards and Mark Scape with the Nissan GTR. Seven zone, Neil Crompton in seventh. Georgie Fury and Drew Price in 8th, Peter Brock and Andy Rouse in 9th, and Greg Hansford and Pierre Dieudonné in 10th position with the other Moffat car. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Seven's coverage of the great race for Tooheys 1000 at Mount Panorama Bathurst, as we look at the two Shell Sierras, Dick Johnson racing cars, and at the moment in third and fourth places, Jeff Allen and Paul Radicic share the 18 car. Dick Johnson and John Bow at the wheel at the moment, share the 17 car, running in third and fourth places. They make their way down Conrod Straight. In the pits at the moment, car number 54. Now this car was leading its class at one time.
The Sala Vorst entry, it was in fact 2 laps in front and heading along beautifully, but this pit stop has been going on and on now, and I should imagine that they'd have lost the lead.
Well, among the drivers of the New Zealand entered car, Brett Riley and Craig Baird. Brett Riley, in fact, used to be Nigel Mansell's team leader in Formula 3 some years ago.
Okay, Jeff Allen in the car 18, the second of the Shell Sierras, still running in fourth place.
In fact, I think he's picked up a place at the moment on team leader John Bow at the wheel of Dick Johnson's car at the moment.
Yep, you're right. John Bow struggling along with this damaged turbocharger in car 17.
These cars in third and fourth, remember, still leading the race. Holden Commodore number 16 with Win Percy at the wheel. Second place, Sierra number 10. Second of Alan Moffat's cars, driven at the moment by German Frank Biela. The gap between those two leading cars is 18 seconds, and it's coming down by some 2 seconds a lap. And these guys aren't hanging around in third either.
And we're under the car 54. Fairly serious problem here. The car's been up on jacks for quite a few minutes now. As the laps tick away, what a great disappointment for these guys. They're going so well.
And it's more than likely, in fact, to hand the class lead to the little Mercedes that we saw not so long ago, which is, of course, driven by Phil Ward and Johnny Goss.
Looks to be, could be some sort of a gearbox problem. So the mechanic's right underneath the gearbox. His hands up in around the... Yeah, this looks fairly serious.
Nissan and Larry Perkins' car there, having a bit of a dice. Larry Perkins at the wheel of his car. The Nissan is being driven at the moment by Jimmy Richards. And Perkins, with headlights ablaze, I think wants to do under the Nissan what Alan Grice did to it earlier on and find a way past.
Well, according to our lap charts, I think Richards may have just taken back 5th place from Perkins. I think Larry's struggling to hold on to him here. He's done a bit of damage to the front spoiler of the Commodore there too.
Here we go again. Onto the Conrod Straight, and watch the Nissan just blast away. 620 horsepower. And the Nissan there running in 6th place at the moment. So let's check out the overall positions. Win Percy and Alan Grice still lead with the Holden Racing Team Commodore. The Germans, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frank Biela in second. Britain's Jeff Allam and New Zealand's Paul Radicic in third position in one of the Shell Ultra Sierra Cosworths, and the similar car of Dick Johnson and John Bowe in fourth. Fifth, Larry Perkins, who's having that great dice with the Nissan. Jimmy Richards in sixth position. Peter Brock and Andy Rass with 0.5 in seventh. George Fury and Drew Price in eighth with the sole surviving Peter Jackson car. Ninth position, car number 9, Greg Hansford and Pierre Dieudonné. And 10th position, car number 7, Neil Crompton and Brad Jones. We'll be back shortly with more from Mount Panorama.
Back at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the Tooheys 1000 continues. Lap 91 of 161, and the car that was running second on the road, the number 10 ANZ Sierra with Frankie Biela at the wheel, is in the pits, and there are a lot of long faces down there, John Brady.
This Klaus Niedzwiedz. Klaus was about to do a driver change and a brake pad change. The car's up on blocks. Any idea what the problem is, Klaus?
Frank told me there's a noise on the rear axle somewhere, and just we have to look for which problem we have.
Mate, geez, your luck just doesn't get any better, does it?
Yeah, it looks really badly, but we still have another car, so I win.
Thanks, Klaus. And, mate, as you said, a lot of long faces around here at the moment, Michael. They are looking under the back of the car, as Klaus suggested, but no one's moving with a great deal of hurry at the moment. It looks like there's a fairly large problem with it. And we might just leave it here at the moment while Alan Moffat just goes and talks to Frank Biela.
Okay, John, we'll come back to you as soon as they've determined the problem.
It's just, as we were saying at the start, those rear axles don't like standing starts, and they don't like the amount of power that a Sierra puts through them from a straight line getaway. That could well have caused the problem.
At car number 78 now, the little Toyota Corolla, leading the class, the under 1600cc class, the Phoenix Motorsport entry of Jeffrey Full and David Ratcliffe.
They're heading to the top of the mountain at the moment through Tooheys turn.
There really doesn't seem to be much competition for the Toyotas, I was going to say, as we look at Frank Niedzwiedz.
Alan standing there just taking a look at Rudy Eggenberger and the crew working on the car, pondering what may have been. Klaus Niedzwiedz talking to Alan. As we pick up on Jeffrey Full and David Ratcliffe, small class leader, car number 78, Phoenix Corolla. That should actually be class Corolla, shouldn't it?
Yes. It's a very impressive effort, actually. This is the outdated Corolla. This car is 60 kilos heavier than the newer works cars. And for these guys to be leading this class at this stage, it's a fantastic effort. Jeffrey Full, a Formula Ford competitor this year with Phoenix Motorsport, strangely enough. And this car and team run by Michael Quinn, who also runs Phoenix Motorsport. So it's the race of the Formula Fordsters at this stage, and they're doing a great job.
Mike Quinn was no slouch here at Bathurst, ran here for a number of years.
Yeah, Mike Quinn, a guy with enormous experience. He raced in Europe as well before he set up his own team.
The garbologist, as I recall.
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look. We have a Prima Holiday replay coming up for you shortly with incident. Back to that in just a second. Now, this is quite an effort. And I tell you what, they're going away from the field too.
It's a sensational effort. That's the great thing about these Corollas. They're all Corollas in the under 1600cc class, but these are just fabulous little things. They get out there and they can rev their head off all day. Temperature never moves. They can run hard and fast, and for one of these things not to finish is quite a rarity.
Yeah, they just keep running all day. But as you say, for the older car to be leading the class at this stage is a bit surprising.
They come beneath the Corolla hot hatch sign heading up Mountain Straight. We might take a look at that Prima Holiday replay of the incident. And we got it. Uh-oh. Gee whiz. The Corolla's on the wheel has just gone straight over down the side of the mountain. Perhaps from a different angle here. There's the wheel. Look how high it was.
Coming very close to the camera tower there.
Car number 75.
Was in position 31.
Dennis Rogers.
Second in class, but that's going to be negated fairly quickly. Who's this? This is the Graham Lusty Commodore stuck to the side of the track there. It's all happening.
Jeff Full, David Ratcliffe car, class leader waving by the Allan Radicic car as they go across the top of Panorama down to Skyline now. And the only Peter Jackson entry still remaining, George Fury. Meanwhile, the new rear end going in to the Niedzwiedz VL car, I think. Let's go down to Johnny Brady. John probably not in a situation at the moment to be able to talk to anyone. Just recapping for you. Our race leader is still the number 16, Holden Commodore. Win Percy, Alan Grice. Won't be too long before they are in for their pit stop. And we're to hand over to Alan Grice, who did such a sterling job early in the race today.
This is a tragedy for Alan Moffat. The guy just cannot take a trick. He's been trying to win this race since 1977. It's become his obsession over the years. He's even reduced his touring car program to make sure everything is right for this big race. And once again, we're having some mechanical problems. You really have to feel for the guy, whether you're a fan or not. He gives it 100%.
Mechanical problems with this car. Of course, they had the problems with the brake pads on the other car.
Yeah.
Pierre Dieudonné brought it in. So they haven't had a happy time of it.
Work on the ANZ car continues as we take Nissan RaceCam as we ride with Jimmy Richards in the GTR. Back there at the moment, I think in 4th spot. Ahead of him, obviously, Win Percy as the race leader. The second of the Johnson cars, the 18 car. Allan and Radicic, then John Bauer, Dick Johnson running in 3rd. So Johnson's looking pretty good at this stage with 2 cars running strongly.
Well, the team is, but I wouldn't be so sure about Dick coming to the pits there trailing smoke. And I was about to say the 17 car has dropped back, and that is Johnson's car.
Yeah, that looks like the turbo's finally cried enough. That white smoke is always a bad indication, dearie me. That looks like the turbo has had it for the day.
John Bauer brings in the 17 car. Well, you can't see much around the car.
There is smoke all over the place. You barely see the guy get. There's Bauer. He's got smoke in his eyes. What a tragedy for Dick Johnson.
John Harvey on the scene down there.
John, what happened? Is it the turbo's gone?
Mate, I think the turbo's gone, but car was all over the road, and I just thought it was like I had a puncture or something, and then next thing the smoke coming in the car, so obviously the turbo's gone. I don't know.
Maybe it blown some oil over the rear tyres. Maybe it blown some oil over the rear tyres, made it difficult for you to drive before the...
Yeah, it did. I don't know what the cause of it is anyway. That's life.
Bad luck, mate. It was a good try.
Thank you, John, and thank you, John. Well, the number 17 car will be pushed behind the pit wall. Dick Johnson and John Bauer. Their race has run in this car anyway.
Last year's winners then are out of it. Here comes the Nissan. Could this be the 1990 Victor, I wonder?
Well, here we are. We keep looking at the clock. We're coming up to 4 hours in the race now, and the Nissan is still running in 3rd position. There are a lot of skeptics about this car. A lot of people said it wouldn't get through the first hour. And here we are in hour number 4, and they're still in there with a great shot. A great credit to the Nissan team.
We've got 3 different cars now in the first 3. There's a Commodore, Win Percy and Alan Grice in the lead. In 2nd place, the Jeff Allen, Paul Radicic Sierra, and in 3rd, the Nissan.
We're looking at Group A racing at its best. 3 different makes, all dicing for the lead in Australia's great race. Richard swings up the hill. The Nissan sounding strong. Apparently all the gauges hanging in the right place. This car could be the big surprise.
Through BP cutting, heading up to Tooheys turn. Jimmy Richards doing a great job in the GTR. Dab of the brakes there.
It's also interesting, Mike, when you think of the trouble the other Yokohama tyre runners had earlier in the race. The Nissan doesn't seem to be having any tyre problems at all, and I wonder if you can dedicate that to the four-wheel drive system, Richard.
Well, it has a good deal to do with it. Four-wheel drive does tend to be a lot easier on the tyres of the car.
Here's our race leader, Win Percy, the number 16 Holden Commodore, sponsored by Telecom Mobiles. I think we expect that car in the pits probably next time around. And a pit stop also for the 18 car is not that far away. It's running second rather to the Holden at the moment. Paul Radicic will step out. Rob Gravitt will step in. Again, the Dulux Auto Colour RaceCam from the flight deck of the V8 Commodore. Win at the wheel.
It's a pretty healthy sight for Australian race fans. There's Australia's own. All the needles on the gauge is pointing in the right direction. The engine sounding strong. Hello. They've got the Nissan's got a problem. Richard's slowing on Conrad. There's smoke billowing from the back of the car. And just when we were saying what a fantastic run it was having, look at this. Richards, he looks like he's just lost all drive in the car. He's limping down the straight. He's got a fair way to go still.
Yes, he has actually. Might even be lucky to make even the pit road. Been okay in the old days. You could just coast it straight down. Nissan was running third. Jim Richards at the wheel. Win Percy, race leader in car number 16. The Allan Gravitt car 18 running in second. This was third. That means Larry Perkins will probably now move up one spot.
And listen to the noise inside the car. That sounds... Deary me, there's something in the transmission's gone on that car. That sounds very, very serious.
It's all happening here at Mount Panorama. As Jim Richards limps back to the pits in the Nissan GTR.
All sorts of clunking and grinding and graunching going on there, and he's slowing down.
He's going to hold up race leader Win Percy coming into the pits.
Just hope he doesn't stop. No, he's going to be right. He's going to get into his pit.
Look, Percy. Oh, sideways. Bang, bang.
Okay.
So it's all happening here at Mount Panorama. Let's go down for this pit stop.
Yes, thanks, Mike. And there's a lot of concern, as you can imagine. Fred Gibson, the manager of the team, wasn't sure exactly what the problem was. He was talking about tail shafts to other pit members, but this is heartbreaking for Nissan. They seemed, just when they seemed out of the woods after everybody saying that they were going to have trouble, it looked like they'd got over it, but yeah, now it's hit in a big way. So the extent of it, we don't know. I'll find out shortly. In the meantime, John Harvey at the Holden pits.
Yes, thank you. This is probably one of the most crucial pit stops that these guys will ever do. It's going along on schedule at the moment. Brake pads are coming out. Just looking over the shoulder of the guys, I can see it there. Yeah, they're going in, the new ones. It's looking pretty good. They're putting some tape on the front of the car where that damage was sustained earlier. A little problem here, moving one of the pads.
Not only that, John, is busy down there. Freddie Gibson with Jimmy Richards and Mark Scaife. Their race is done, and here comes the 18 car into the pits as well. John, right behind the Percy and Alan Grice Holden Commodore. So it is all happening in the pit area. Our leader, Win Percy, changing over to Alan Grice. At least Mark Scaife sitting back in the car, so they're obviously confident they can get the car going again. We'll check out what their problem is. Now you can see there's the 18 car in the pits. And just along to the right of it, you'll see the race leader's car, Win Percy.
Okay, we've got a problem with the Holden too. That's been in there for 1 minute 40 seconds. The bonnet's up. And it looks like we've got a major problem here. This is unbelievable, the attrition rate in this race. All of a sudden, cars collapsing all around the place.
Great, I'll try and grab Jim.
Take it away, John.
Yeah, Mike.
Hello?
Excuse me. Yeah.
What seems to be the problem down there, John?
Right, okay, they're having difficulty getting the pistons back in the calipers so they can get the new pads in, which are obviously much thicker than the worn-out ones. They've just completed that. The new pads are going, and this is a disastrous stop. It's about 2 minutes 20 at the moment, but I think they're starting to look good now. They should be out of here in about another 10-15 seconds. A disaster.
Yes, it certainly is. Everything was going so well for them. That, of course, puts the Alan Radicic car, the second Johnson car, up in the lead. It also moves Peter Brock up. Alan Grice sits behind the wheel of the Commodore. 18, of course. The second Dick Johnson Sierra, the only Dick Johnson Sierra still running, is now the race leader. Gricey's got some ground to pull back on that car.
Okay, he's out of the pits in 2 minutes 50 seconds. Lost almost 3 minutes in that stop, and that is pretty well a lap and a half.
And the disappointment of the day for Nissan, obviously, the problems of the GTR, what could have been. Jim Richards.
Jim, just when it seemed you had all the knockers proven wrong, something's gone wrong. Now, what is it?
I'm not sure. I think it's a CV joint, but I'm not dead sure. But it's just one of those things, you know. It's everything goes well until something breaks.
It's always the way. How long will it hold you up?
I don't know, to be honest. Depends if the boys can fix what damage is done. But it looks like they're getting into it now, so hopefully we can continue.
Yeah, there was some fear that earlier it might have been the race, but Mark's hopped in the car, so you're keen to get back out.
Oh yeah, we'll go out. If we can fix it, we'll go out. Whether we lose 3 or 4 or 5 laps, doesn't matter.
Must be awfully disappointing, mate. I know you've got a smile on, but...
No, it's not disappointing. I mean, we came here to win the race. Something unforeseen's happened, through no fault of anyone, so no, I'm happy. No problem.
Certainly must have been enjoying it out there, because the car was showing plenty on the rest of them.
Yes, no, the car was doing it easy. I mean, it's just one of those things. You know, we haven't tried it for 1,000k, and obviously that's a little, could be a little problem for it, but I don't think so. I think it's just one of those things.
How you showed against Dick Johnson early on, particularly, it must make you feel you've got the car for next year and probably for the next generation in cars at the moment.
Yes, I think Nissan have got the car. Technology-wise, it's far ahead of anything at the moment, and it'll get faster. But obviously, it's still a very heavy car. You've got to stop it. You've got to push it up the hills and around the circuit. So it won't be a one-horse race by any means. But Nissan have sure got a good car.
Thanks very much, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, John Brady. What a great guy, Jimmy Richards. Here's the car that now leads the Tooheys 1000 at Mount Panorama. The Dick Johnson Shell Sierra, car number 18.
And Mike, will we see Dick or John step into this car? What do you think?
No decision by Dick Johnson as yet. I think he'll wait and see what happens. The Golson BMW 635 hugs to the inside, allows the 18 car around, and we'll check the gap now between car number 18, Allan and Radicic, and of course Dick Johnson. Sorry, Win Allan Grice's car. We'll keep an eye on that as we follow the 18 car across the top of Mount Panorama.
While all that drama's been happening, the 10 car, which was going so well with Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frank Biela, is still in the pits. And this man has been making up places like you wouldn't believe.
Well, of course, those pit stops have given Larry Perkins just the break that he needed. Back in the 11 car, the computer lap score shows Larry has now taken the lead away from the 18 car because of that pit stop. And, of course, Allan Grice back in 3rd spot. So it all changed there in a matter of 3 or 4 minutes. Perkins was in for a pit stop a little earlier. It worked rather well for him. It was a very quick stop. So Perkins and Thomas Mazzera, Larry at the wheel of the Holden at the moment, coming up on the Dillman Cotter car. Might be timely to check out the field on our Caltex race score. Perkins and Mazzera lead in the Castrol Commodore. Allan and Radicic in the Dick Johnson Sierra run in 2nd. Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra, followed by Brock and Rouse. Crompton and Jones run in 5th spot. Then in 6th, it's Hansford and Giudone in the number 9 car. Waldock and Preston, 7th. 8th, Gibbs and Onslow in the GIO Commodore coming through the field. 9th, 15th, Jerry V. Johnny Smith and Pete McKay in the Toyota Supra. 10th, O'Brien and Samson in the Everlast Commodore. It is all happening at Mount Panorama. Don't go away. Back in a moment.
Yes, well over halfway as we welcome you back to Bathurst. The Wins Update, hour 4, and there's been plenty happening in the last hour of play with the Johnson team, I guess the big story, and also the Jim Richards team. Well, we started off with Dick Johnson. He was absolutely amazed. We're talking to him in the race cam at the power of the Nissan, and just blew him away down Conrod. Jim Richards has been getting up to speeds of around about 287 kilometres an hour, and that was just an example of his speed. Big problems for the ANZ Sierra in the last hour. Firstly, with Pierre Dieudonné, who had to get out of the car for Greg Hansford. They had problems with the brake pads. That was a very slow pit stop. This was even slower for the Brock team of Madeki, the front wheel bearing the problem there, and they were in the pits for a long, long time. You watch the brakes here, lock of Jim Richards and the Nissan. as he goes around or down the S's towards Forest Elbow, and of course it was worse to happen for Nissan a little later on. Ray Lintott spinning out there in his Sierra, the number 12 car. We've seen quite a few mishaps in the last hour. Well, Dick Johnson suggested that he might have some problems with Alan Grice and Win Percy leading them. Great to see a Commodore doing so well, and we've got 3 in the top 5 at the moment, and the number 16 team from the Holden dealers leading at the moment. Grice, a winner here in 1986, and to think that we haven't had a Commodore lead in the great race since 1986, and they're doing so brilliantly well. So the number 16 car of the Holdens is really setting the pace here today. And Peter Brock also coming through the field. Here's Neil Proctor, who's also in the top 10. He's had a terrific run along with Brad Jones. This is a backup car. Now here was a big problem for Klaus Niedzwiedz, who was sitting beautifully in second position behind Dick Johnson, but they had problems with the rear axle. You can see Klaus was very, very upset with that, and that's really been a body blow. Speaking of body blows, Dennis Rogers in his Corolla, he was second in his class and 31st overall, but this has been one of the big stories of the day. Dick Johnson had complained about the problem with the broken blades in the turbo blew, and Johnson and Bow, with the number 17 car particularly, out of the race. Fortunately for them, the number 18 car is going very well and is still a contender. Just see the smoke, we can smell it up here in the pit studio, and they're just below us, and that was the end of the day for the number 17 car. It might be the end of the day for the Nissan, we're not too sure. Jim Richards limping in, he thought there was a problem with the CV joint. The Nissan has been so spectacular all day, went from 11th to 1st in the first 7 laps of the race, and it blew the Sierras away. Almost a mishap there in pit lane. So that's been the situation in the last hour. There's been a lot happen. I've been joined by Bob Rowland-Smith, the Minister for Sport in New South Wales. Bob, it's all been happening. It's been hard to keep up with, hasn't it?
It's a fantastic race. This is one of the great races in the world.
You obviously enjoyed it, Bathurst?
Very much so. It's a magnificent spot, a wonderful scenery and panoramic drive, and everybody enjoys it. It goes right around the world to some 400 million people, and I think it's a wonderful one.
Well, it's not only great for Australia, it's great for New South Wales. And speaking of New South Wales, motor racing's really doing things here. Now, Eastern Creek, were you happy with that the other day when the motorbike boys went up there and tested it out?
Extremely happy about it. It's a wonderful circuit. The facilities are second to none. And when you think that 20,000 people turned out the other day on just a trial day, we can expect well over 100,000 people next year for the Grand Prix. And on the 10th of November, we've got a Nissan 500 touring car race, and I believe it will be equally good for the cars as just for the bikes.
And just finally, will there be a NASCAR Speedway built in New South Wales?
Yes. We're currently looking at the situation for not only NASCAR, but the Speedway combined situation somewhere in the western part of Sydney.
Bob, thanks very much for joining us.
Great pleasure to be here.
Bob Rowland-Smith, the Minister for Sport in New South Wales, as we go down and join John Brady in the pits.
Thanks very much, Bruce. Trouble for the number 30 car. It looked like a scheduled stop. George Fury was hopping in the car from David Searle. He was going to take the next 2 shifts. Now, Fury, after the change, everything was fine. Came off the stands. They reckon first it was a clutch problem. Now the gear is locked, and Fury in awful trouble there, as you can see, trying to get it unlocked. They've been rocking the car backwards and forwards to get it out of gear. But it looks like, in fact, they may have been able to do that because they're trying to roll it. Although, is it still jammed? It's not pushing. Originally, they thought it was a clutch problem. Now they've got a gear lock. Awful luck for George Fury. They're about to bring the air hose down and try and get it up on the stands again, but this has already cost them plenty, this stop. And more trouble for the Sierras today, Bruce.
No troubles at the moment, John, for Larry Perkins in the Perkins Engineering Castrol Commodore. Been running very, very strongly indeed. Throughout the race, Perkins, the leader, holding about a 17-second advantage over Jeff Allen and the number 18 Shell Sierra. Then a fair gap back to Alan Grice. About a minute 13 seconds. Car number 10 has also rejoined in 22nd place as we go back to John in the pits.
Yeah, mate, as you can see, they're still trying to sort out the car, and there it goes. Trying to unlock it, they lifted it up on the jack, got the gears moving, and then bounced it down. And as you saw, George Fury taking off. Farmer George really digging up some dirt. And there goes I'll just clear my eyes for a little bit shortly and let you go. But George Fury flying back in there. He's cost himself a lot of time from that one. And he'll take the next 2 stints after, of course, their other car striking trouble.
Thanks, John. And let me tell you, the usual reason for doing that sort of thing is that there is no clutch. What they do is they put it into gear on the jack.
Yeah.
Start the engine with it in gear, get the wheels running, and then just drop it off the jacks. And that's why you see the fairly smoky getaway.
Fury is rejoined in 7th position. As we follow Larry Perkins up towards Repco corner. Castrol Commodore running superbly. Larry Perkins, of course, 40 years of age. Comes from Melbourne. 13 starts in the great race. Best result, a win here in 82, 83 and 84 with Peter Brock. 7 in 79, 80, 3rd in 77. He knows his way around Mount Panorama. Career highlights, of course. Just happened to notice there the Peter Jackson Sierra stalled on the way up to the top of the mountain. We'll go back to that in a second. Perkins was able to get through. As he swings across the top of Mount Panorama down towards Skyline. George has been able to recover it. Oh, that is not the place you park at Mount Panorama. Let me tell you, the exit to BP cutting, he's going to try and see if he can fire it, or he's going to reverse it into that little area. Ray Lintott, Gary Rush car going through one of the Corollas, and also the Murray Carter, Matt Wacker, Ford Sierra also through. Now George has got to do something here, try and get it back.
Just about all he can do, I think, is probably roll it back. If as we suspect, the car hasn't got a clutch, then George won't be able to get it into gear to drive it anywhere. So he's trying to reverse it as gently as he can and park it up against the wall there.
I think he's overshot the area there anyway. He's trying to back in a bit. He's going to be hard in against the wall unless some of the marshals can assist. At least he's off the racing line there.
I seem to recall Alain Ferte last year had a problem with one of Glenn Seton's cars, and he was stuck in the middle of the road at one point.
There's Alan Grice going through. Great aerial shot there of BP cutting as the cars climb towards the top of the mountain. Kevin Waldock, Michael Preston, Playscape car going through, Bill O'Brien, Brian Sampson and the Everlast Commodore.
And you know, while all this has been going on, I've been coming here for a while, and Mike Raymond, every time I come here, tells me, watch out for Brocky, he'll always be there. And guess what? 3 pit stops in the first hour, and by that stage people weren't giving him a chance, and now he's up into the top 6.
Glenn Seton that we saw there, Brocky actually up to 4th. Very disappointed, dejected Glenn Seton. Let's go down to Johnny Brady.
Well, Glenn, it doesn't get any better, does it?
No, it looks like another clutch in the other car, so really I don't know what's going on with the clutches, because we've never ever had a clutch problem, and we never had one through the week, so that's motor racing.
Mate, the last couple of years up here, you've had some awful luck. There was 2 years ago you didn't get around the first lap, 2 clutches today. Oh, it's got it going again.
Oh, that's good.
You can just hear the jubilation in the pits there. They've got it up and running.
That's right. Hopefully we can keep it going for the rest of the day. But if we can't, hopefully it's 3rd time lucky.
Is she a bit of a time bomb or not at the moment?
Yeah.
Well, mate, all the best with her.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Little ingenuity from the Talmalmo farmer. He cut away to the pits to have a talk to Glenn, and all of a sudden they were able to get the car back on track again. So George Fury still running in the Peter Jackson Sierra, car number 30 to Caltex Chase. Has dropped down probably 9th or 10th, probably been further down. And right behind him is the Whittaker Peanut Slab car, John Franco Brancatelli, car number 40. The Alamoffat ANZ Sierra just ahead of them as they take the left turn at Hell Corner and head up Mountain Straight again.
One of the problems for the Sierras, and it may be why they've suffered a few driveline problems today, is that they have to carry more weight this year, and that puts extra strain on everything, and driveline especially.
Brancatelli and Gravett running in the Whittaker number 40 car. New Zealand entered car from Mark Petch Motorsport. He's managed to pass George on the run-up to BP Cutting.
Good to see they've got that car going again after its smoky moment in the pits.
Rabbit in position 12. I tell you, that was an anxious moment we had back there when George Fury stalled the car. Here was our race leader, Larry Perkins, coming out under full power, then zipping across to the inside, then back out onto the racing line.
His heart would have missed a beat then, wouldn't it?
It certainly would have. It only happened a split second before Larry arrived at BP Cutting. Chris Lambden, Greg Crick going through in the Bow Repair Skyline. George has kept it at least mobile, so the 30 car continues. George Fury at the wheel. The Corolla's parked back behind the car that lost the wheel a little earlier at the top of the Skyline. The exit to Toledo Tools turn. Rabbit and Brancatelli continue in the 40 car. Fury whistling down Conrod Straight towards Caltex Chase. And a pit stop due shortly for Larry Perkins, our leading Holden driver. In the field at the moment. We'll hand over, we believe, to Thomas Mazera. We'll be there to cover that. There's young Thomas waiting to take over the car. John Harvey is there in the pits to report for us. So a fairly critical stop, this one, John.
Yes, Mike, I'd probably the most critical pit stop for Larry Perkins in this race.
It's amazing how things can change at Mount Panorama, usually around about between 1 and 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. This stop, incidentally, is wheels and tyres and fuel. There's no brake pad changes.
Here comes Larry Perkins. Car number 11, the Perkins Engineering Castrol Commodore, about to hand over to Thomas Mazera. Take it away, John.
Okay, as I said, this is a regular pit stop. Don't expect too many problems. It should be fairly quick. The driver changeover is going quite well. New wheels are on now. They should be away very, very quick. I think it's going to be a very good stop for them. Yep, it's just the driver changes that's holding up the stop. That's finished now. 35 seconds, Mike. That's a little slower than what they would have expected.
Thank you, John. Perkins rejoins the race in position 2. Position 2 for Thomas Mazera. So that, of course, puts the Johnson car, the number 18 car.
A 29-second stop there. Thomas Mazera will be feeling good about this. He's been in this this sort of position before with Tony Longhurst, of course, 2 years ago when he won the great race.
So young Thomas, the exit from Repco Corner, heading up to BP Cutting. Here's our race leader heading into Forest Elbow, the exit to Toledo Tools turn. Let's check them out for you on the Caltex race score. Jeff Allam and Paul Radisich in the Dick Johnson 18 car now lead the great race. Perkins and Mazera run in second place. Percy and Grice in third. Fourth spot, look who's coming up. Peter Brock and Andy Rouse. Fifth is Neil Crompton and Bradley Jones. That's a fine effort. Sixth is Hansford and Dudonne in the ANZ Sierra. Seventh is Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston in the Playscape entry. Eighth, Fury and Price. Ninth, Smith and McKay. And rounding out the 10, Bill O'Brien and Brian Sampson in the Everlast Commodore. Back at Bathurst in just a jiff. Mount Panorama, the Tooheys 1000 continues. Lap 108 of 161. You can cram a lot of work into a day and a lot of driving and a lot of pit stops, as we've seen with the Peter Brock Mobile 1 racing team today. Enormous problems in the early part of the day with tyres, but the car, through consistency and through the persistency of the drivers Peter Brock and Andy Rouse, have managed to bring the car up to 4th place, and we still have a long way to go in this race. Larry Perkins, meanwhile, has done an excellent job in the number 11 car, has handed over to Thomas Mazera. He knows what the winning feeling is like at Mount Panorama. Let's go to the pits for a chat with Larry.
Thank you, Mike. Larry Perkins, did you expect to be in this position at lap 108?
Oh, well, I know we're close to the front. There's only one position I want, and it's too early to start calling that one.
Larry, that last pit stop was pretty good, but you lost a little bit of time at the end there. I think you lost probably 10 seconds in the pit stop.
Yes, it was a bit clumsy. Thomas didn't have it in first gear, so we'll have to reprimand him for that. And then another car came into the pit ahead of him, so he couldn't get going instantly. But, you know, 10 seconds, hopefully it won't count.
Larry, the car, no problems, or are there any problems at all?
No, we have no problems, and touch wood, I think's the saying, but it's just going superbly, actually. We have run at our own pace, and, you know, we are more up than I thought we may have been, but I'm not knocking it, don't worry.
Great effort so far, Larry. Hope you make it up to the rostrum.
Sorry?
I say a great effort so far. I hope you make it to the rostrum.
Yeah, gee, I do too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Larry. Well, as you can see, back out on the racetrack again, Mark Scaife has taken over the number 1 Nissan GTR. It rejoined the race in 21st position. And I think it's certainly well and truly out of contention, but they are going to prove that this car can still run strongly. CV joint put down as the problem, and joining us at the moment, Peter McKay, who has been doing a great job out there in the Toyota Supra, and you must be delighted too, Pete.
We are, Mike, because we've had a few problems this week, but the car's just running like a dream, and I think we're in the top 10, which is a beaut position to be in with, what, an hour and a half to go.
Yes. Phil Harrison advises the Supra running in position number 9. So that's pretty good, and even the Supra boys have had time to join us in commentary. Check them out for you on the Caltex race score. Allan and Radicic lead in the 18 car. Perkins and Mazera run in 2nd. Percy and Grice are 3rd. Brock and Rouse run in 4th in the mobile car. 5th is Neil Crompton and young Bradley Jones. They're doing a good job. 6th is Greg Hansford and Pierre Dudonne in the ANZ Sierra. 7th is Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston in the Playscape Sierra. 8th, of course, Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson car. 9th, John Smith and Peter McKay, and rounding out the 10, Bill O'Brien and Brian Sampson in the Everlast Commodore. Don't go away, there's more action to come. Tooheys 1000 continues at Mount Panorama Bathurst, lap 111 of 161. Here's some good news. The driver we're following at the moment, they're running 8th at the moment, Bill O'Brien. I've been trying to get to Bill to talk about Bill and Brian Sampson 10 times today, and every time we do, there's a fairly important pit stop. We'll go back to them in a moment. Let's go to the pits. Andy Rouse. Whoa, sideways out of the pits. Andy certainly hasn't got to worry about warming up the tyres now. They're warm. Still running 4th in the race. Bill O'Brien in the Everlast Commodore heads up to the top of Mount Panorama. Brian Sampson co-driving with him today. When you talk about regulars at this circuit, here's a guy that's been here for many, many years.
Yeah, these guys are, for long as I can care to remember, these guys have been running together, Sampson and O'Brien. They always put together a fairly good effort. Not the fastest Commodore out there by any means, but certainly a well-built car that's reliable. Will do the times all day. Bill O'Brien, a regular campaigner. They're now running 11th in the field, just outside of the top 10. And Brian Sampson, a guy with enormous experience co-driving there too, actually won this race back in 1975, partnering Peter Brock all those years ago. And a guy with open-wheeler experience, touring car experience. He's a guy who's been around for a long time, and these guys can get out there and cut these laps all day, no problem.
Privateers, you don't see them running too many rounds of the Touring Car Championship, but Bathurst they wouldn't miss.
No, a lot of these privateers are doing it tough. A lot of these guys are running on absolute shoestring budgets, and they get all their money together for just one big attempt at the Bathurst race. There we've got slowing down the Gazzard Bates Search for a Champion Commodore slowing into the pits they just passed.
The Alan Radicic, number 18 car, comes up to put a lap on Bill O'Brien as we go back into the pits with another stop for the Alan Moffat ANZ Sierra, car number 9, the Pierre Dieudonné. Currently looks like Klaus Niedzwiedz ready to step in, so they've juggled up their driving duos. Let's go to Johnny Brady.
Thanks very much. This is the drive Klaus Niedzwiedz has been waiting for. He was due to hop in the car last time, of course the other car, but it pulled a diff. They left Klaus out of the car, the reason being that once you leave a car, you can't go back into it. Not that they mattered with that one, it was a dead car. But Niedzwiedz still thinks he's got a chance in this race if he can get this one up and running. He's certainly shown he can drive the times, and he is due for some luck. If ever anyone has been due for some luck at Bathurst, I think it's got to be Klaus Niedzwiedz and Alan Moffat between them. And so far, this one going to schedule. I'll just stay with it because so the last one looked exactly the same until the last moments of it. But Klaus Niedzwiedz waiting patiently, and they're about to clear the car, just the front right wheel. Seem to be having a bit of a problem with the caliper. And gee, they had awful trouble with this early in the day. What happened then was that they'd let the brake wear down a little too far and couldn't move the old one out. The pistons had moved too far on the slave cylinders, and it swelled, and they couldn't get them back in to put in the new pads. And they may have a bit more of the same problem this time. This is dreadful luck for Klaus Niedzwiedz if it's happening again. Wheel about to go on. Been holding them up. Rudy Eckenberger calling the shots. Klaus about to get out and running again. And here we go, but another slow stop. So the luck's still not running with Klaus Niedzwiedz. He's been held up again, and now he's off.
Okay, John, Klaus Niedzwiedz steps into the number 9 car. We pick up now on car number 38. Greg Hansford was running 6th when the 9 car came in, so it has dropped well and truly out of the pack at the moment. Andrew Bagnall and Robbie Francevic, for our viewers in New Zealand, the TV3 entry. They've been running very reliably, the Gulliver Travels Ford Sierra.
Yeah, this is the sister car to the Ross Stone prepared Waldock Preston car, and if this has been prepared to anything like the standard of the Waldock car, as you'd expect from Ross Stone, this car should be around about in 1,000 kilometres. It's in 12th position at this stage and looking good. A lot of experience in the driving seat. Robbie Francevic at the wheel at this stage, and Robbie, I'm sure you'd all remember driving the 242 Volvo Turbo in 1985 and 1986, and he's a guy with great experience and a lot of speed.
Up to BP Cutting, time to check them out for you on our Caltex race score. Allen and Radicic for the Dick Johnson team continue to lead. Bet Dick steps into it shortly. Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazera run in 2nd. Percy and Grice 3rd. Commodore 2nd and 3rd. Brock runs in 4th with Andy Rouse. Neil Crompton is 5th with Bradley Jones. In 6th, it's Hansford and Dieudonné. 7th, Waldock and Preston. 8th, Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Smith and Pete McKay in the Toyota Supra run 9th. And 10th on the road, Brad Catelli and Gravett. A lot more race to come at Mount Panorama. Don't go away. Back at Bathurst, the Tooheys 1000 continues. The drivers are working lap 114 of 161. Let's go now to John Brady in the pits, and some problems there for the GIO Commodores.
Yeah, what you're watching is the Kevin Bartlett crew working furiously on the engine, and with me now, Kevin, what is the problem?
We've got a alternator problem, and it's not charging properly.
And that's been giving you trouble all day?
Yeah, from about lap 30.
It must be annoying, mate, because the car seemed to be running well there when you were getting it up and running early.
Yeah.
Mate, I suppose the Commodores today showing something with the Sierras. They're struggling a bit. Just, Mike, I'll be with you in 1 second. Kevin's just okay, having a bit of trouble here. He's not at all well, in fact.
Okay, John. Let you sort that out during that pit stop. Kevin didn't sound all the best. He's been here
Mike, this is actually
years.
quite... Excuse me, Mike.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Kevin is not at all well. He's being treated by 2 of the girls, and they're just trying to get him... he just dropped to his knees mid-conversation and is now really struggling. As you can see, they're trying to get his overalls off, and this is not at all... this is not at all a nice sight to see at the moment. Tough luck for Kevin. He's not only having trouble with the car, he's having trouble with himself. Hopefully it's just dehydration or something. But a lot of worry in the Kevin Bartlett pit, as you can see.
Well, one of the cars has returned, the 21 car. The 12 car remains. Let's go to the pit studio now and back to Bruce McAvaney.
Yes, thanks very much, Mike. Bad luck there for Kevin Bartlett, who won the race way back in 1974 with Johnny Goss. But one man who's won't win today, but he did win last year, is John Bowe, who's just joined us. John, bad luck today.
Thanks, Bruce. That's the way it goes. We had an oil feed that goes to the turbo and feeds oil to the turbo that developed a leak, and it slowly, I thought initially that it had a bad set of tyres on, but I did Dunlop an injustice, and eventually the oil got out onto the tyres. There was no oil left and it blew the turbo, so that's life.
Okay, you were with Dick last year when you won, but Dick's now able to get back into this car that we're looking at the moment, number 18. Jeff Ellerman and Paul Radicic have done a super job to put it in first place. We believe Dick will jump in on lap 126, but it will need a change of brake pads, won't it?
That's right. It's the beauty of having two competitive cars and two competitive driver combinations, but the circuit, because the cars are going quicker than they did last year, it's taking its toll on brakes a little, and we thought we'd get through with one pad stop. We're now going to have to make two, but I think it's going to be nice and close at the finish, and with any luck, the Dick Johnson Shell team will win.
Is this car set up exactly the same way as 17? Should it be able to carry on and win the race?
Absolutely. It's an identical car. The other car, the 17 car, was a new car. This is the car that Dick drove all year in the Touring Car Championship, and it's exactly the same in all respects. So it's doing a fine job, and they've done a great job driving it.
John, it's pretty tough from here trying to pick a winner at the moment. It's a mumble-jumble. People are going up and down. Just looking at it, you said that you think Perkins has got a pad brake stop to go as well. What about Percy, Brock, Crompton?
Well, I think I know that Perkins has got to make another stop for pads. They can do them, though, with a well-trained crew in about 35 seconds. Our car's got to stop for pads, so both cars have got to make the same sort of stops. At the moment, our car's got quite a lead, so if nothing goes wrong, our car should get there. The Percy Grice car, I think, is a little far back if the other two cars stay healthy. So, you know, as we know at Bathurst, anything can happen.
John, bad luck today, but you've had some great moments here.
Thanks, Chris.
John Bowe, who has dipped out today with Dick Johnson, but Dick's about to jump back in the car as we take a look at the race score. Allan and Radicic lead from Perkins and Mazira. Percy and Grice third. Look at the Commodores, are doing very well. Then Brock and Rouse, Crompton and Jones. In the sixth position, Kevin Waldock and Preston, Hansford and Dudonay in seventh, but Niedzwiedz is in that car at the moment. Fury and Price, O'Brien, Sampson have come from 31st on the grid, Bagnall and Francevic. Then Brancatelli and Gravitt in 11th, Lambden and Crick in there, Skyline in 12th, Ward and Goss 13th, Pearson and Stewart in the Commodore, and Smith and McKay in the Toyota Supra.
From 16, it's Gibbs and Onslow. They've completed 104. Running 17th, Callahan and Barry Graham. 18th, there's Dillman and Cotter. 19th on the road, Niedzwiedz and Beeler. That's the 10 car. 20th, it's Gary Wilmington, Brian Thompson. They're doing well too. 21st, Richards and Scaife in the GTR. What could have been. 22nd, Madeki O'Brien. 23rd is the Golson father and son combo in the BMW 635. 24th, Bartlett and Ingle. Their race is run at the moment. 25th on the road at the moment is Full and Ratcliffe in the small car. That is great. 26, 43, Callahan Jr. 27th is Lintott and Gary Rush. 28th, Bolwell and Twignan in the BMW 323. 29th, Trevethan and McDowell. 30th is Verheyen and Searle. Running 31st, Sala and Vorst in the Corolla. Johnson and Bowe, the 17 car, of course, is out. Jones, Spurl, and most of the other cars from there already out, as you can see. But there, the laps completed. Holden and Conway. Down to 90 laps, Dowson and Stokel. Paul Stokel of Tasmania, 36. Riley and Baird in the BMW. The lusty Jansen Commodore, 82 laps completed. Carter Wacker, also 82. Seton and Sears, 77 laps they completed. Reed and Ashby, 76. 41st just at the moment is Lusty and Stack on 66 completed. We saw the Benson and Hedges Sierra go out early. Jones and Holm on 65 laps. Grant, of course, father-son combination, 65 also. Donaher and Duquette on 64. Smurden and Johnson on 62. Rogers and Reithmuller in the Corolla completed 60. Faulkner and Bates 59. Longhurst and McLaughlin 53. Gazzard and Bates 53. And of course Park and English in the Commodore 51 laps. an early withdrawal. Bond and, of course, Graham Cosby only ran 44 laps. Finnegan and Leeds, of course, hit the wall in Conrod Straight, completed 37. Mulverhill and McIntyre were eliminated because of carrying out work on the car in an area not designated. And, of course, Rogers and Moore did not even complete one lap, failing half a lap from the finish. Don't go away. More drama at Mount Panorama.
Welcome back to Seven's live and exclusive coverage of the great race. And the man in trouble there, number 3, the Gazard Bates Commodore.
This car obviously has a severe misfire. He's going to be lucky to get it around the circuit. Actually, the thing almost stopped coming up the hill. They've got big problems here.
It's amazing how many of these incidents seem to happen at the cutting, where the cars are travelling uphill, and just about once a year as we go to Brock in the pits.
That's the Andy Madecki car. David Parsons, I believe, about to get into that.
Yeah, Parsons.
So he takes a spell at the controls of the second of the Brock Sierras, number 6 car, which is running well down the order at the moment. 23rd position. And he goes underneath that camera. It's a great shot, that, isn't it?
So the Nissan with its new CV joint intact, back out in the circuit. Running well down the field at this stage, obviously, after such a long repair job. But it's on the track. And Nissan have no reason to be embarrassed about their effort up here today. It's very tough to come up here with a brand new car untried, over 1,000 kilometres at Bathurst. And they put on a hell of a show for over 4 hours. And they can be very proud of that effort today. And the Nissan at this stage is running in 18th position.
Another Nissan here, the HR31, Chris Lambden and Greg Crick.
Lambden now running in 14th position. The Bow Repairs Skyline. Competed in a few rounds of the Touring Car Actually, all rounds of the Touring Car Championship. There's certainly no problem with reliability in this thing. They finished every race.
An ex-factory car, that one, with some money from Bow Repairs. Chris has been able to mount a pretty substantial effort through the Touring Car Championship, and here at Bathurst. He's a Melbourne journalist.
It is
ex-Carter.
It is a terrific effort when you consider the money these guys are running on compared to the multi-million-dollar teams.
It's an interesting alternative to the Sierras. Might not be too quick around the circuit. Here are the fast ones. And the quickest man so far in the Auto World Speed Report, down Conrod Straight, 291 kilometres per hour. Jimmy Richards and Mark Scaife with the Nissan. Next fastest car, just 2 kilometres per hour slower. The first of the Sierras, the Alan Jones, Denny Holm, number 20 car that we saw expire in a cloud of smoke. Another car to go out in the cloud of smoke was the Dick Johnson John Bow car, just 2 kilometres slower again. Another gap of 2 Ks. Before we get the Germans, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frank Biela. Car 10, and there's car 9, having just made its way past the Nissan.
Just on that top speed, Richard, Dick Johnson came to Bathurst almost promising we'd see 300 kilometres an hour from the Shell Sierra down Conrod. And didn't quite make it, did we, this year?
Not quite. Up into the 290s, though, was that car. Not doing it at the moment. Sitting in the pits. Mark Scaife has brought the Nissan in again with more problems.
Mechanics having a look underneath, and
that would probably suggest some sort of drive line.
Yeah, it was in 18th position, as we said, but back in the pits again. And come hell or high water, these guys are going to get this thing across the finish line. I've got no doubt about that.
There could be problems with the four-wheel drive system on the car at the moment. It's interesting, you know, in official qualifying, they qualified just outside of the top 10, so they didn't get to run in the runoff. They were 11th, and they set the time in two-wheel drive only.
Yeah, it was a great effort throughout qualifying and early on in the race, obviously. Now, there seems to be something wrong with the four-wheel drive system. They're turning the wheel over. There's a guy underneath. And Richards and Scaife discussing the problem there.
It's made it to three-quarter distance, which is a lot further than many people said it would get. Despite brake problems, despite the CV joint. It really was flying along. Led the race earlier on. A race, of course, that is now led by Jeff Allen and Paul Radicic with car 18. Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera in second with their Castrol Commodore, and another Commodore on the same lap in third position. Win Percy and Alan Grice. Grice at the wheel at the moment. Brocky in fourth position with 0.5. Andy Raz driving that car at the moment. And fifth, Neil Crompton and Brad Jones with the second of the Works Commodores. Sixth, Greg Hansford, Klaus Niedzwiedz, who's now at the wheel of the number 9 Sierra. Seventh, car number 28, Waldock and Preston with the Playscape Racing Sierra, Fury and Price in 8th, Brancatelli and Gravett in 9th, and Bagnall and Francevic in 10th. Those then the top 10. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Tooheys 1000 at Bathurst. We're looking at the number 9 car, the ANZ Sierra, but the news of the moment is that Jeff Allen's car is leading number 18, Dick Johnson about to get in it, Larry Perkins second, Win Percy third, Peter Brock fourth, and Neil Crompton fifth. So there are 3 Commodores in the top 5. Let's introduce Alan Moffat. Alan, who is in charge of the ANZ Sierra team. Both your cars at one stage were leading today, the number 9 and number 10, but it hasn't really been a good story for you.
Well, that's racing, Bruce. You try your best, you put your foot down hard, and sometimes a few things go wrong, and on this occasion a couple of things went wrong. Klaus had an unscheduled puncture. Well, they're always unscheduled. That set our pace a little bit astray, but that happened exactly on lap 22, so in the cycle of the race that wouldn't have bothered us too much. And then he got a puncture, which was just about at the same time he was going to come in anyway. But the end result on car 10 was we lost the diff, and Klaus is now driving car 9. Pierre Dudonnet is running 10, trying to bring it back up, but it's an awful long climb. It took us 34 minutes to change the diff. But car 9 is still in the race, and Klaus is in it at the moment, and obviously he feels happy around. We see him roaring down here into the dipper now. He was very fast in qualifying through here. And the car will go, but they're still fragile.
Can we go back a moment? I wonder if Jim Richards and that wonderful performance in the first half a dozen laps upset you with the Nissan charging up to Klaus in the early stages of the race.
It did force the pace, there's no doubt about that, and full compliments to Jim for driving it as hard as he did. But Klaus was whistling off a few 17s there in the beginning, and well, the end result is we've lost our diff. Perhaps maybe it was being worked a little bit too hard. Car 9 was running in the 20s. Greg Hansford kept it at around 20, 21, and it seems to be running fine now, admittedly in Klaus's hands. But anything can happen in this race, and it's starting to get a little bit spitty out there. It's certainly getting dark, and you never know what can happen.
The Commodore surprised you. They've got 3 in the first 5.
Well, I'm delighted to see Larry Perkins so far up, and full marks to all the other Commodore teams as well.
Alan, it might not be your year, but you've given it a good shot.
We always do our very best, Bruce.
There's an omen about getting that pole position, isn't there?
Oh, we won't start getting superstitious on top of it, thanks.
Alan Moffat, thank you very much for joining us as we're watching the number 9 with Klaus Niedzwiedz at the moment. Out of the top picture at the moment, but who knows, there could be a lot happen in the last 40 laps of this Tooheys 1000.
Thank you, Bruce. And of course, as we've said earlier, that Dick...
Alan Moffat, thank you very much for joining us as we're watching the number 9 with Klaus Niedzwiedz at the moment. Out of the top picture at the moment, but who knows, there could be a lot happen in the last 40 laps of this Tooheys 1000.
Thank you, Bruce. And of course, as we've said earlier, that Dick Johnson will step into the 18 car to bring it home to what he hopes will be a victory and at least a race, and he can cross the line and take the checkered flag. His co-driver John Bow, last year of course steering the car across the finishing line. Klaus up to position number 5 at the moment. Just looking at some lap speeds, radars. Alan Grice, fastest lap today, 2:18.58 on lap 110. As reported earlier, the Nissan GTR, its fastest lap, 2:15.46 on lap number 98.
And here comes the race leader, Jeff Allen, in Shell car number 18. Dick Johnson to step into this car in a few laps' time. And what a great luxury it is for these guys to be able to run 2 car teams.
Not only that, but Paul Radicic, the scheduled co-driver for the car, is also standing around with a helmet. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's go down to Steve Titmus, and with him, hopefully, is Dickie Johnson.
Thanks very much, Mike. Dick Johnson, you're hoping to get into the number 18 car, but you might know whether you can or not.
We're sort of hedging our bets here, because if I can't fit in the seat, well, we've got a few problems, but it is adjustable seat, and if I get somewhere near it, it'll be okay.
So even if it's a little bit tight, you might be able to squeeze yourself in there.
Well, if it's a bit tight, we'll have to stick the little Kiwi back in.
Okay, Dick, no doubt this is the most crucial pit stop of the race for the team.
It certainly is, as I said at the start of the race. You know, the race is going to be won or lost on pit stops.
Okay, all the best. Let's hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen Titmus, and also to Dick Johnson. Well, the car leads the race, the 18 car, the backup car for Dick Johnson. As it's turned out, it's a backup car. Of course, it's been driven superbly here today by Jeff Allen and Paul Radicic. Jeff, of course, so experienced in European touring car racing. Paul Radicic having a great season in open wheelers. I think it's getting fairly tight between Larry Perkins and car number 16, Alan Grice, for second. In fact, we will take our RaceCam, Dulux Autocolor RaceCam, which is sitting in the front of the Alan Grice Win Percy Commodore. Gee, it is tight up there, and looks like the Mobile Sierra, the 05 car that was trailing them. Whoops, here we go, down through the dipper. So Grice is able to get through there, coming up on a bunch of Ford Sierras here as they go to the dipper. One of the cars there, by the look of it, the Ray Lintott Gary Rush car, the Robbie Francevic car just ahead of him. And Larry Perkins, of course, car number 11. Thomas Mazzera has done a splendid job assisting Larry in his assault on Australia's great race here today at Mount Panorama. Down Conrod Straight, young Thomas in car number 11, running third on the track, down to Caltex Chase. Great shot there with the headlights blazing. Thomas Mazzera coming up behind the TV3 car. Going through there now. And a little drizzle on top of the mountain. It has really become very dark here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. So let's hope that we can get this race in without the downpour that we experienced here only a couple of years ago. So Mazzera up behind the Ford Sierra. And takes him. So the 38 car.
Well, this is the battle for second and third. The 2 Commodores. Larry chasing the Works team Commodore up the hill. We'll get a split on them next time around, but this really is the race of the race. The 2 Commodores going head to head.
And there's the 12 car going through. Rossi heading up to the top of the mountain. To the left-hander at BP Cutting. Percy Grice car going through Tooheys turn. They've had a great dice with Larry Perkins throughout this race.
Yeah, Thomas has got the lights on the thing now. It's getting very, very dark here. We've got a gusty, I think a south-southeasterly wind, and it's getting extremely dark, clouds rolling in. We still could get a heavy shower here.
Well, showers predicted. Grice, of course, has made his way past Thomas Mazzera for second. We cut to the top of the mountain there. 05, the Brock car was being lapped. So the Commodore still run second and third. It's just the order now with the Grice Percy car number 16 showing up as second, and Larry Perkins, Thomas Mazzera back to third.
And tremendous rivalry too between these 2 teams, isn't there, with Larry Perkins getting out there and trying to do the job on the Holden racing team Commodore, and he's been working at it for a long time, getting this car right. Said this was the race that he really wanted to get out there and win. And gee, you couldn't deny his chance now, right there in the thick of things.
Well, he's been to victory lane here on a couple of occasions. Greg, he likes the feeling. And we'll be talking about the weather. And there it is, rolling in towards the top of Mount Panorama. Some slight drizzle on the top of the mountain. As I said just a few moments ago, some late showers predicted. This will really throw the race upside down.
Well, if the rain does arrive, you've got the choice of tyres and when you take them and just what to do. It throws it, just blows it apart, doesn't it? Anything could happen.
Well, it'll be a little unfair, I guess, for the Johnson team, but they've still got a pit stop to carry out. I'd expect to see the Nissan GTR also start to do well if it starts raining here.
Thomas Mazira in the Perkins car, still running third. Lights ablaze. He's on the charge. These guys aren't really interested in third place around here.
If you're racing at this level, that's the way you see it.
Across the top of Mount Panorama, they're already starting to think about wet weather tyres down in pit row.
Well, of course, Johnson's been waiting down there with Radicic now, and they'll keep waiting. They'll keep that car out as long as they possibly can, just in case the weather comes down and that rain starts to fall.
Mazira drops down to Forest Elbow, the exit to Toledo Tools turn. Let's check them out for you and see how they're running. Our Caltex race score. The Allen and Radish show Ultra High Sierra runs in the lead. Percy and Grice now up to second. Perkins and Mazira to third. Brock and Rouse run fourth. Crompton and Jones are fifth. Sixth spot is held by Hansford and Niedzwiedz. Waldock and Preston run seventh. Eighth is Fury and Price in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Ninth, Bagnall and Francevic, a good move there. And 10th are old mates O'Brien and Sampson in the Everlast Commodore. Don't go away, there's plenty more to come.
Yes, 5 hours into the great race, the winds update hour 5. As you can see behind me, very dark, light rain falling, so we could see some drama in the next hour of this great race. Looking back at the last hour, Win Percy and Alan Grice had a few problems with brake pads here. They were leading at the time. The car number 16, the Commodores, have really been one of the great stories here today. They've taken it right up to the Sierras. George Fury's had a lot of problems today. Glenn Seton, of course, out of the race earlier on. This was a long pit stop for George Fury, and there was worse to come. Away he went in a cloud of smoke, almost stalled at the top of the hill, and you see Larry Perkins almost goes into the back of him at this stage. Larry's also had a very eventful day, but George was able to get it going. Glenn Seton looking on. He was second here with John Bow 2 or 3 years ago, and it hasn't been his day, unfortunately, but George did get it going again, and the Peter Jackson team has been in the top 10 throughout. In the early stages of the race. Larry Perkins, this pit change cost him about 10 seconds, Larry thought. He said that Thomas Mazira didn't have the car in first gear and that the crew was just slightly clumsy, but they really have done well. The Nissan got back on the road. That CV joint, they did fix it finally, and they went down at 291 kilometres an hour down Conrod Straight. It, like the Commodores, has been one of the revelations here today, to go from 11th to first in the first 7 laps, and that's one of the reasons why. I won't forget the way it went past Dick Johnson's car earlier on today in a long time. It hasn't been a good day for Alan Moffat. Clouds Niedzwiedz went from the 10 car to the 9 car. They had problems with the brake pads again here. This was just at the point where Klaus was going to get in. Now, the GIO Commodore of Kevin Bartlett, it had problems, and Kevin had bigger problems than that. This is his 24th race. He won in 1974 with John Goss. I think he's okay, but he was absolutely exhausted. And here was the search for a star team limping in of Gazzard and Bates. Okay, we're back to live pictures. Here's Grice and Percy coming into the pits.
Take it away, John Brady.
Imagine this stop, absolutely critical. It's been going for now about 8 seconds. And Alan Grice sitting there patiently. They have to 11 seconds it's up to now. They have to get all of these tyre changes done quickly. And of course, the gamble with this rain, there's going to be a few spins. But for both Grice, for Perkins, for Johnson, this is where the race can be won and lost. 21 seconds, 22 seconds, 23 seconds, 25, just waiting for some more juice to go in. And they're going away now. He's away in 30 seconds.
That's a good stop.
Certainly is.
And problems here for the Peter Jackson Sierra. George Fury huffing and puffing its way across the top of Mount Panorama. It doesn't look well. Just another the Sierra with problems here in the closing stages of the Tooheys 1000. And it's really been an unfortunate day for the Peter Jackson team, both Glenn Seton and George Fury. Doesn't look like they're going to come up with either car finishing this afternoon.
Certainly has been, Mike, yeah.
Disappointment for George Fury. It is raining here at Mount Panorama. Dick Johnson, they've got wet weather tyres out on pit road for Johnson's car. There's Larry Perkins.
Mazira just bringing the thing down the hill. He's got the windscreen wipers going now, and here comes the 18 car.
Jeff Allen coming into the pits. Who is going to take over? It will be Johnson. Now the choice of tyres, whether wets go on or the slicks go back on. Looking like a pad change. Let's go to Johnny Brady.
Actually, Steve going here, Mike, as John said earlier with the Holden stop, this one is just as crucial.
Did you see what happened?
Johnson, look, it's running 24, 25 seconds at the moment, this stop. And it looks as if Johnson hasn't been able to fit into the car. And so it looks as if it's going to be Radicic who will have to drive the car to the end of the race.
I noticed John Bow down there also helping out, so that's disappointment. Dick would like to drive this home to victory, but you can't do it if you can't squeeze in the seat.
You certainly can't. This pit stop has now gone 45, 46, 47 seconds. So time's ticking away.
And what a responsibility for the young Radicic to bring this thing home.
Yes. Thumbs up from Dick Johnson, and Radicic out on the track in 54 seconds. So we'll just run over and see if we can get a word with Dick very quickly about that. Dick unable to squeeze into the car.
Mate, the bloody seat wouldn't move back.
A 54-second stop. Are you pleased with that or not?
Well, it'd be like sitting on the bloody mascot and trying to drive the bloody thing.
OK, Dick Johnson not too happy about that at all. Back up to you up top.
Yes, you never throw one in short at Dick. 18, of course, rejoining the race in second place. Second on the road. Also, I believe Peter Brock ready to go in for a pit stop, and slicks are ready there also. So Thomas Mazira, car number 11, running at the head of the pack. Neil Crompton joins us with Bruce McAvaney in the pit studio.
Yes, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I just got to introduce you, Neil. How are you?
Well, thanks, Bruce. How are you? Hi, Mike and gang. What's been happening up here?
Well, plenty happening. We just saw Dick Johnson not able to get into the car. George Fury coming back. The Peter Jackson team's been in and out of the pits all day. Glenn Seton retiring earlier on, and we thought a couple of times that George Fury might, but it's been an excellent story for the Commodores, and your car 7, was in 5th placing the last time we looked, but you said you had a bit of a problem a few laps back.
Yes, we're a little bit disappointed because the car's been running fantastically, but in my last stint, you may remember that I made an unscheduled stop and we dumped about 2.5, 3 minutes. It appears as though the centre bearing in the tail shaft has destroyed itself. The car started to vibrate very, very badly, and I also lost my diff temperature sensor, so we actually thought for a moment it may have been a diff problem, but it turns out not to be. So what we've had to do now is just back off a little, take it gently and slide the car around in sort of 21s and 22s rather than the optimum pace. But now it's just up to Brado to be careful and just press on. So
George
also
Fury.
A disappointing day for the Peter Jackson team by the look of it.
Yeah, George Fury just walking out, Larry Perkins using the wipers. Mike, we were just trying to work out with Neil if the Johnson car now will go through without a pit stop. What lap are we exactly on, do you know?
Just waiting to bring it up shortly. He will go all the way through.
He will go all the way?
Yes, that is our information from the pits.
OK, Radicic will go all the way.
See, the interesting thing here now, Bruce, is with the sprinkling of rain and looking out to the west, we've got even more water on the horizon. That'll mean there's less of a consumption of pads, fuel, etc.
Well, we believe Larry Perkins has to come in for a fuel stop and also to change the brake pads as we take a look at the race score. And Perkins and Mazira leading from Allan and Radicic. Paul Radicic in the car 18. Percy and Grice in 3rd placing, then Brock and Andy Rouse in 4th placing. Neil Crompton, who's sitting alongside me. Brad Jones out on the car in 5th placing. Behind them, the Niedzwiedz car at the ANZ Sierra. Then Waldock and Preston in their Playscape Sierra. Fury and Price, we've just seen them drop out, so that'll be changed. Bagnall and Francevic, O'Brien and Sampson, who came from 31st on the grid. We see Larry Perkins with the windscreen wipers, and we'll be back at Bathurst after this.
Back at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the Tooheys 1000 continues. Lap 133 of 161. Peter Brock just in and out of the pits. Hasn't dropped a spot. Still runs fourth on the road at the moment. We've had coming together at the top of the mountain here, car number 37, which I think is one of the Callahan cars, has whacked the wall. Yeah. Now, whether or not that will bring out the, at Forest Elbow, the exit there, Toledo Tools turn.
The situation at the lead at the moment is Perkins still leading by 25 seconds, but that's sort of negated because he still has to make a stop. The real battle for the lead is between Radicic in the 18 car and Alan Grice in the HRT Commodore, and the gap between those two is 13 seconds.
It's all closing up. The Barry Graham, Brian Callahan Commodore clipping the wall out there. Car was running in 18th position. You recall it had a slip earlier at the end of Hell Corner and sat up on the concrete there for a while.
Now that is a dangerous position.
It certainly is.
I wouldn't be surprised if the yellow flags came out.
Well, the road is slippery.
Yeah, you can see a definite sheen forming on top of the asphalt now.
Yes, and what is that? The pace car is back on the racetrack, which will close up the field. Make life very, very interesting for the final sprint of the checkered flag here at Mount Panorama in this 1990 edition, Tooheys 1000. That has had a heavy clout into the wall. To talk to our technical people later, because we already had a camera just sitting on the wall there, make sure that it was free of a hit. So they've lost it coming out of the turn, poked it into the wall. And Chris Lambden in the Bow Repairs Nissan Skyline just going through there. Cars joining up behind the pace car. So as soon as they get a vehicle there to remove the car from the circuit, we might have a look at the replay thanks to Prima Holidays. Here's our camera sitting on the wall. Pow, it just never made the turn. The car has gone straight ahead, airborne, hit the wall and has bounced back onto the racetrack.
That looked a lot like slick tyres on a wet track to me. Gives flying around Bathurst a whole new meaning, doesn't it? The big understeer straight into the concrete wall. Nasty shunt, that one.
I was just looking to see whether it was Barry Graham or Brian Callahan in the car. Obviously, they can't see from here whether they've stepped out of the car and gone behind the wall.
Okay, the pace car bunches the field up as they head down the mountain. And this is going to throw a new complexion on this already fascinating race.
Barry Graham in the car at the time, we believe. Barry okay. There's Larry Perkins. Stands in the pits. Is this to be Bathurst 1990, the winner's rostrum for Larry Perkins?
Well, this will probably be the time that Larry will come in while the pace cars are out.
Keep in mind they used two pace cars earlier. Today formed up the field, so there's a lot more drama to unfold here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. Let's check them out on the Caltex race score. Perkins and Mazira still leading from Allen and Radicic. Percy and Grice run third in the Holden team Commodore. Brock and Rouse fourth on the Mobil 1 Racing Sierra. Then Bradley Jones in the number 7 car at the moment, sharing with Neil Crompton. 6th is Hansford. Niedzwiedz 7th, Waldock and Mike Preston. Fury and Price run in 8th. Bagnall and Francevic in 9th. And 10th is Bill O'Brien and Brian Sampson. Don't you go away. We'll be back in just a moment. Back here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, Tooheys 1000 on lap 135 of 161. The pace car on the circuit at the moment, due to that accident at Forest Elbow where Barry Graham slammed into the concrete retaining wall up there. So the field tightens up behind the pace car. According to our race score, car number 11, Larry Perkins. Thomas Mazira at the wheel at the moment, leading over the Jeff Allen, Paul Radicic car. Radicic behind the wheel of 18. And of course, the Win Percy, Alan Grice, number 16 car. Fourth on the road, Peter Brock. He may have missed out just a little in this twin pace car shuffle, Richard.
Yeah, he may well have done, but where the race has really gained is that on the second pace car, which is just on its way over the top of the mountain at the moment, the lead cars will all have closed up. By the end of this lap, they should all be running in single file. We should find that Larry Perkins' car, which at the moment is still being driven by Thomas Mazera, and he's still got a pit stop to go, should be closed up on by the 18 car with Paul Radicic at the wheel And number 16, the Win Percy Allan Grice Holden, with Grice at the wheel at the moment.
Well, there's plenty of cement dust being put on the racetrack there. They're ready to haul the mobile concrete pumping car on top of the trailer. A nerving moment for young Brian Callahan Jr. there in the 43 car, seeing his dad's lead car sticking into the wall at Forest Elbow. Driving that car, the Callahan Gerwold Commodore, one of the youngest guys in the race, young Brian. So the pace car brings them across the start-finishing line.
This is the one to look at. You can see Larry Perkins' car still with Thomas Mazzara at the wheel. The Castrol car just going over the start-finish line now is the 18 Shell car, and 2 cars behind that is the 16 Commodore with Allan Grice at the wheel.
The number 10 car is in the pits. Looks like Frankie Biela.
Yeah, I think so, and trying to find its way back up through the field. It's had all sorts of problems. The early race leader.
Now, will he be able to get out of the pits and join the queue, or will he be held in the pits?
Looks like he's going to be held.
Pit stops are critical. And then when you plan one and the yellow flag comes out.
This is a big worry for Thomas Mazzara, because if he should dive into the pits while the pace car's out, he could well end up getting held like that as well. And all the while, he must be running lower and lower on fuel. They are the ANZ Sierra stuck and held at the end of the pit lane, waiting for the second pace car to come round, so effectively he'll lose half a lap. And the same problem could well afflict.
Looks like the Murray Carter
car. Yep.
Murray Carter locked up there as well. RaceCam aboard the Nissan GTR, Mark Scaife at the wheel. Peter McKay. And it's been an eventful day for Mark Scaife and Jimmy Richards. How's it going, young Mark?
Good, thanks, Mike. We've had a pretty hectic day, but I suppose the first time the car's been here, it's been very impressive, and little things that have gone wrong with it could have happened to our old car if we brought that here. So the car, I think, next year will give them a bad time.
You would have loved this weather for the start, wouldn't you?
Sorry, mate, I couldn't catch that.
I said you would have loved a drop or two at the start like you've got now.
Yeah, it would have made a fair bit of difference, because obviously the rain makes it very easy on the car too. So we were praying for rain, but as it turned out, the dry still suits the car, so we've had a good day.
It's been a very impressive debut at Bathurst by the GTR. I know a lot of the people labelled the car as the only red-hot race favourite, and you probably had to carry that liability to Bathurst with you, but being able to come through the pack, lead the race, a couple of pit stops and come back through the field again, I think everyone would agree this car has a ton of potential.
Yeah, no, the car's been great.
It's hard to say what the weather is going to do, whether it is absolutely going to pour or just stay the way it is at the moment. We really don't know, and we've been trying to check with the Weather Bureau to see what we can find out. However, we'll let you continue. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, Mike.
So the Callahan car about to be removed off the racetrack. Still fairly greasy up there, Peter McKay.
Well, it was greasy when it was dry, Mike, so a little bit of H2O is not going to help things at all. And I guess the worry for these guys now, they've got to keep a little bit of temperature into the tyres to make sure that the car is going to work well when the pace car does leave the circuit. You can see a little drop of rain or two on the camera lens there, so obviously it's still drizzling out there.
Okay, if you had to make the choice, groove slicks, full slicks.
I think a groove slick would be the go.
Well, Johnson's gone that way. We believe the Brock team, our information was, they'd gone for full slicks.
The way Barry Graham took off into the barrier suggested there was either some water there or perhaps some oil.
Yeah.
He didn't seem to be turning at all.
No, the car went straight off there into Forest Elbow. So it's been a different type of Tooheys 1000, certainly a much closer race than we've had for the past couple of years. Here's the ANZ Sierra coming back into the pits again.
I just wonder, Mike, if it had rained all day, how the Nissan would have fared. Perhaps things would have been a little easier on the componentry. they perhaps wouldn't have had the same stresses. So we can talk forever on what might have been, but I guess the wash-up of it all was that the Nissan ran hot while it was running.
Ran very hot.
Alan Grice's comment in the press conference yesterday was pertinent. I think he said that he didn't think the Nissan had a chance today, but it was odds-on favourite for next year's race.
Pretty safe bet, you would think, yesterday. Okay, looks like Klaus Niedzwiedz about to take the 9 car back out. Quick pit stop there, gets a little sideways on pit road as he comes back to rejoin. I saw Larry Perkins just before that standing up on the wall waving to Thomas Mazera.
Yeah, Thomas put his hands to his head as well as he went past. It must be very worrying for him, because while the pace car is out there, he really doesn't want to have to come into the pits, because, as we said before, he'll get held at the end of the pit lane.
Well, many questions still to be answered. Let's go down to Johnny Brady.
Worrying indeed, because in fact what they were planning to do was bring Thomas Mazera in on that last lap and take the risk on the half lap. They've been stewing in this pit for a long while about how long they could hold off before they had to decide on tyres. It's a critical stop. They've got to change pads as well. So obviously everything coming into the equation, and coming down Conrod Straight last time they lost radio contact with Thomas, and he didn't come in the pits because he didn't get the message. That's why they were so frantically signalling to him. They want him in the pits now. And Larry Perkins, as you can see, very tense. Larry, I tried to approach him for a word a little earlier, but he really is under a lot of pressure at the moment. This stop is just so critical for them. They took the gamble after a long chat and decided to go for the stop during the pace car with the pace car out. Interesting enough, Tony Longhurst came over and had a chat simply before that decision was made. Tony Longhurst, the man that drove with Thomas Mazera to a race win here 2 years ago. And I'm sure Tony would like to see his mate get up again, but they will now have this stop the next time Thomas Mazera comes around.
Neil Crompton, your thoughts on it?
I think everybody's got it slightly wrong here at the moment. In actual fact, the Perkins team are going to be better positioned if they stop now, because the cars are merely ambling around the circuit. So what they'll do is bring Thomas in. They'll be able to effect a pad change, will probably take them around about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes. And then the bonus there is that you can join on the back of the queue while everybody's just ambling about, and you'll sacrifice less time doing it that way than if you were having to make a pad change when the other cars are at race speed, if you understand what I mean. So then all that happens is you end up on the end of the crocodile chain, and then the gap from the Perkins car to the HRT car and the Shell car will be much reduced than the other option. So that's the reason Larry's so frantic down there. He just wants to get the car in and get that change made before the track is clear and the green flag comes out again, because if they get a green, then these guys are in they've got no chance.
Well, they've removed the Brian Callaghan, Barry Graham car from the exit to Forest Elbow. Bradley Jones there in the number 7 Holden team car as they head down Conrod Straight. Also good to see the little Mercedes 190 still up there and running, headed in its class. Phil Ward and of course John Goss. Thomas Mazera dictates the race at this stage, but time is starting to run out.
If Thomas goes in now, I think they'll be okay, Mike, because the pace car still has the lights flashing. It's going to do another lap, I guess, at least.
Yes, I'd say no more than one more, though. They've enough time to get that vehicle that's coming down Conrod Straight off the circuit. They come to Caltech's chase. There's the Callaghan car going back. There's another spare pickup vehicle coming down Conrod Straight behind the field.
Sad to see the two Speedway guys go out like that. They've got a great finishing record here, I think, since 1981. And in comes Mazera. This is a critical stop.
Oh, he's going to get caught. The two Holdens head into the pits. Get the lights come off now. Let's look for the pace car lights. Into the pits comes Bradley Jones in the number 7 car, and Thomas Mazera coming in the number 11 car. Watch this for quick pit action, and the 18 car in as well. They're all in.
I'm with Perkins.
Okay, John Brady, take it away.
Yes, and this stop, as we've said, so critical for the race leader, running 15 seconds at the moment. He's got to do the oil, he's got to do a changeover for Larry Perkins in the driver's seat, and of course the longest part of it all is going to be changing the brake calipers. That, as we saw earlier with the Klaus Niedzwiedz car, can cause a lot of trouble. You have to get the old calipers out, split the slave cylinders apart, and then get the new calipers in, and you can strike trouble doing that. So far, everything seems to be going according to plan. The pit stop going at 40 seconds. The engine started 42. This is a great pit stop for a full change, and they're getting the wheel nuts up now. 47, 48. Perkins really will be happy with this. 50 and 52 seconds.
Gee, really great pit stop. Crowd comes alive along here on pit straight, but I think you'll find that he maybe has missed the cue, has he? Yes. Gee whiz, that is bad luck. Let's go to Steve Tidbus now with Dick Johnson.
Thanks very much, Michael. Dick Johnson, the team's jumping up and down. That was a sensational pit stop.
Well, Steve, it's like this, as I said at the beginning of the race, or even yesterday, that this race is going to be won on pit stops, and that's exactly what it's down to now. So it's just a matter of those two guys racing to the flag.
Of course, we've still got the man upstairs with the weather. At this stage, we're not sure whether it might rain a little bit later on or not, but you've gone for back to the slick tyres.
Well, we screwed up basically in the last stop where we put an intermediate tyre on, and that's the only reason we had to stop. Otherwise, we would have been laughing.
Paul Radicic, he's a big ask of him now out there on the track. Can he do the job?
Sorry?
You're a big ask for Paul Radicic out there in the car now.
No, he's a damn good little steerer, and I'm damn sure that he'll get his arse into gear and give him a run for his money.
Okay, Dick, it's going to be a thrilling afternoon.
I think so.
Yes, only Dick can put the words like that, can't he?
Well, as you can see, the 18 car, the pit stop was so quick, he managed to get in and out of the pits.
Okay, Neil Crompton, you obviously have a view on what you've just seen.
Well, very, very bad luck for Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazera. That was exactly what I was talking about. If the car had been able to make it into the pits a little earlier, then it might have been able to join on that crocodile chain. Now, the interesting thing here is the gap between the number 18 Shell car and our HRT lead car.
What about Paul Radicic being in the cars? We're going to become a sprint home now, Neil. Has Dick Johnson got the right driver in the number 18 car?
Well, I think Dick would ultimately prefer to have Dick in the car at this stage of the game, but as we saw earlier, the seat's jammed. Paul's got a lot of experience. He's driven, he just recently tested a Formula 3000 car in England and was very, very quick, and he's done a lot of testing for Raymond. He also races in New Zealand and the States, but it's all single-seater stuff. He doesn't get into touring cars that often, except at this time of the year. I don't know the gaps yet, so it's a premature comment, but if I was a betting man and I had to make my mind up between Grice and Paul, even though Paul's a good buddy, I'd say Grice would be my man.
So you reckon the Commodores might have an edge at the moment?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, but we'll wait and see. The track's still quite dry, and the Shell team are all pretty confident about that pit stop. As I say, I haven't had a good look at these gaps yet. I just need to figure out exactly where everybody is on the road. But she's not over by a long straw.
And will the weather still play a part here?
Yeah, I was interested to find out from Scafie a little earlier whether in fact it's still greasy up the top of the hill. Down here at the moment it doesn't look too bad. If it is wet up there, and I'm still seeing some wipers here and there, it just makes it a real nightmare. It's dry enough to be on slicks, yet greasy enough to be cautious, and you have to make up your mind how far over the line you want to leap.
So, Mike, what's the feeling up there? Neil seems to think that this car 16 might have the edge at the moment. What do you and the boys think up at the top?
Oh, hard one to call, but, you know, it's hard to look past the Holdens today. They're running so well. That's without putting taking anything away from the great job that the number 18 Dick Johnson car has done. But when we resume racing here, it'll be the 16 car to lead away the 18 car, 11 in third, 5 in fourth, and 7 in fifth. John Harvey, a view?
Win. Your car is looking like you could win the race.
Well, it depends on this POM here with the second Dick Johnson car. I mean, although they're behind us on the road now, we're behind the same pace car. We're a little bit concerned as to whether we can go to the finish on the fuel we've got. It really is going to be the very last lap, so...
Okay, Win, do you have intermediate tyres or wet tyres ready?
Oh, yeah, for sure they're ready, but all the cars now are on slicks. The second Dick Johnson car went on grooved slicks, and under that pace car situation, they were fortunate enough to come in, put the proper slicks back on, and just get back out.
Jeff, do you think you can get up?
Yeah, sure. The car's running very, very strong. Everything's really good in the car. Paul's doing a good job. There's a straight fight to the finish now. It's a similar situation as last year with Win and me, a bit further back for 7th and 8th. It's going to be a good fight. He got the better last year. Hopefully we can get it this year.
Okay, well, it's going to be great television. Good luck, both of you.
Thanks, John.
You're not wrong, John. Thanks very much for that interview. Jeff Allen and Win Percy. There is the race leading car, number 16.
And Mike, we have a report that it's bucketing down about 5 k's out of Bathurst and could be heading our way. So the dice hasn't, the last dice hasn't been rolled just yet.
No, it certainly hasn't been. Now some have opted for slicks. Now Johnson's car has come in. They've gone to slicks on the Johnson car.
Well, that was their bit of luck, being able to do that while the pace car was out and not lose any time. The good luck could well come for Percy and Grice. If it does rain, and they do both have to come in for tyres, both the 16 and the 18 car, they could be able to just splash those extra few litres of fuel in and save the day there and not cost themselves any extra time.
Absolutely. Here's Grice, the wheel of the Holden, just putting a bit of heat into the tyres. He knows the start's imminent. Of course, we can see a few drops of rain on the windscreen of the car too, so he's got something else to deal with, and dark storm clouds on the horizon.
Gives you a sort of feeling of deja vu, doesn't it? We've been here before somewhere.
We certainly have been. Here we come through Forest Elbow. Back onto Conrod Straight. I don't think we're too far off the start.
I just wonder whether Dick had the option of putting John Bow into that car, Mike. John, far more experienced in the Sierra than Paul Radisich, and has the benefit of a smaller backside than Dick.
I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to touch that with a barge pole. Coming down Conrod Straight. I tell you, it's almost Arctic conditions outside at the moment. So my lap scorers tell me, sitting out in the balcony, our backup support to race score. Stand by, folks. We've got one heck of a race to go to the flag here today at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the Tooheys 1000 1990 edition. Alan Grice carries our Dulux Auto Colour race cam, and he will lead away from Paul Radisich, Larry Perkins and Peter Brock. We're going back to racing. Pace car into the pits. Time to get the hammer down and get back and see where we're going for 161 laps. Only 29, I think, or so left. So it'll be Alan Grice in the number 16 car, clear of the number 18 car. Let's pick them up as they exit. They'll corner and make their way up Mountain Straight. The charge now as they try and pull out. Here's one forcing the pace, trying to get out and race, and that's Grice in the number 16 car heading up to the right-hander at Ripco Corner. Some great pictures there from our race cam to the right-hander now.
Conditions in which Alan Grice revels. Just loves this sort of tight, hard racing. He's got to worry about the weather. He's got to worry about the car. He's got to worry about fuel. And he's only got a few laps which to do it all.
As when Percy said, fuel is going to be critical.
Probably would have loved the pace car to stay out a couple of more laps, Mike.
Yeah. Conserve. We've got red lights on at the top of the mountain. All the cars with a lot on the brakes there. I saw them disappearing into Skyline. Thought something had happened there. Right, let's pick them up as they drop down into the S's. Grice goes through, looking for the gap back to Paul Radisich. Now to Forest Elbow. It's very, very slippery there. That's where the Graham Callaghan car went in. Looking to see that gap back to Paul Radisich in the 18 car. The visual split. Grice isn't hanging about at all as he comes howling down here into Caltech's chase. suggestion that some hydraulic oil from the tow truck that went to pick up the strand of Brian Callaghan, Barry Graham car on Forest Elbow has made conditions very, very slippery indeed at Toledo Tools Turn.
There's certainly a little bit of liquid down there. May even have come from the crashed car.
I don't hear the fat lady yodeling, but what a fantastic job and what a turn up for the books it'll be if a Commodore gets up to date. The Sierras had the numbers, they had the horsepower, they had the form, and yet we have a couple of Commodores in the top 3, something that very few people would have predicted a few days ago.
Well, here's the second placed car in the race. The number 18 Dick Johnson Shell Sierra, driven by New Zealander Paul Radisich, at the moment sitting behind Bradley Jones in the number 7 car. The Perkins Mazira car runs third on the road.
Bit of teamwork on Bradley's part going on here, possibly.
So Brad Jones in the 7 Holden Commodore over the track cam as they head up Mountain Straight to the left-hander at BP. Going to be a fairly wide Commodore across the top of the mountain. Brad has done a great job, along with Neil today in the number 7 Commodore. Dick Johnson with a ton of confidence in the young Kiwi, Paul Radisich. But I take Neil Crompton's point that if there had to be a driver sitting in the 18 car for the run to the checkered flag, I think Dick would prefer it was himself. Once again across Skyline, down to the S's. Grice skipping away just a little bit in the 16 car. Paul Radisich in 18 runs second. The Perkins Mazira car in third, and Peter Brock and Andy Rouse in fourth.
Well, Radisich has spent almost 2 laps behind the Commodore now. Can he get the drive onto the straight?
Brad's doing a fair job here with the Commodore. I was saying earlier, Peter, if the Commodore is competitive here today, just as Radisich now makes his move down on the inside on the shot to Caltex Chase, they're going to look very, very good in 91.
Yes, they're obviously going to be a lot more slipperier, and therefore the straight line speed down Conrod will be a little quicker. We probably won't have things like the Jeff Allen Paul Radisich car steaming past, as we just saw.
20 laps to go here in the 1990 Tooheys 1000 at Mount Panorama. Paul Radisich, number 18, the Shell Sierra, in second, getting away a little bit now from Brad Jones.
Well, what a race it's been, Mike. I think probably 12 combos went into the Tooheys 1000 this morning with realistic chances of winning. We've seen a few of the favourites go out. And now it's really a race in 3.
It's far from over. Weather will probably hold. I know it looks very dark out there, but I get the feeling that it probably will hold through to the finish of the race. So it's all up to Alan Grice, whether or not he can put together his second win at Mount Panorama. There's Larry Perkins back at the wheel of the number 11 car. So Larry still in third, Peter Brock, Andy Rouse in fourth, and Brad Jones and Neil Crompton behind them in 5th place. Perkins heads up the mountain.
This is the time of the day when the drivers are starting to feel a little weary. These guys up front will be running on adrenaline, but it's been a tough 6 hours, and they're into their 2nd or 3rd or 4th stint. And the concentration levels have to be maintained, and the guys will be having a suck on their water bottle just to prevent dehydration. Everybody has their own means of keeping their concentration.
Well, Alan Grice has certainly got to keep his.
I don't think there's any problem about that. Allan can sniff a victory. He's a professional race car driver, and he knows what it's like to win here. Let's check them out for you on the Caltex race score, confirming that Alan Grice and Win Percy and car number 16, the Holden Commodore, continue to lead the Allan and Radicic, Shell Sierra, third Perkins and Missouri and another Commodore. Brock and Rouse are fourth in the 05 Mobile 1 Sierra, fifth Neil Crompton, Bradley Jones in the Holden Team Commodore. Sixth place, Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston. They're going very well. From position number 7-9, Hansford and Niedzwiedz running in 8:38. Bagnall and Francevic. Ninth is, of course, Bill O'Brien, Brian Sampson and the Everlast Commodore. And rounding out the 10, car number 10, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Bieler in the ANZ Sierra. Don't go away. Got a feeling something's about to happen. This Tooheys 1000 continues, and the number 9 car just passed Brian Sampson, the Everlast Commodore. And rounding out the 10, car number 10, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Bieler in the ANZ Sierra. Don't go away. Got a feeling something's about to happen. This Tooheys 1000 continues, and the number 9 car just parked safely across off the circuit. It has stopped. Time to update a very spectacular last hour of Australia's great race. The Tooheys 1000. Here's Bruce.
Yes, Mike, you're right. It seemed to all happen in the last hour, didn't it? It seems to be accelerating as we look into these wins update time by time. The first one is Alan Grice, RaceCam shot here. The number 16 car has been one of the front runners all the way. The Win Percy, Alan Grice. Win started today driving. Alan's in the car at the moment and hoping to bring it home for a victory. In the pits here, the 16 car and the Holden Commodore dealers team has done very well. They've got 2 in the top 5 with Neil Crompton and Brad Jones currently running in 5th place. George Fury, well, the Peter Jackson Sierra teams had a day they want to forget because Glenn Seton was in earlier on. George Fury come in and out a number of times. We thought he had gearbox problems, and finally he succumbed and was out of the race. This was high drama here. This was the point we thought that Dick Johnson was going to get into the car for Paul Radicic, but he couldn't fit in the seat. You'll notice Dick desperate to try and get in. He couldn't get into the car. Paul Radicic is still out. Peter Brock's had a long day in and out of the pits. It started very early today with the compound on the tyres was all wrong. And it's been a really frustrating day for Brock. He's about to go in for Andy Rouse. They're still running in 4th position, but they really haven't threatened today. Now, this was one of the most spectacular things we've seen today. Brian Callahan was getting very slippery up near Forest Elbow and greasy, and he went smack bang into the wall there. That meant that the race had to stop. The race pace car came out. Everyone bunched up behind him. We saw a tactical battle go on. Perkins and those got in. Now, this Niedzwiedz in car number 10 actually is Dudone. This car was out of action for more than 30 minutes with a diff. This was now the second Moffat car, reduced to the second Moffat car. Out it came. This was the Perkins car. Now, they came in, they decided to come in to change the brake pads. Mizera came out for Perkins. This is why the pace car is still going on, but they were very, very unfortunate. They weren't able to get back into the race, and they did lose some valuable time. So the race then restarted. We were away, and now we've got live pictures. Grice leading from Radicic at this stage in the great race.
Thank you, Bruce. Lap 144 of 161. Tooheys 1000 continues into the final stages at Mount Panorama Bathurst. The gap between our race leader, Alan Grice, and Paul Radicic, 15 seconds, and that is remaining constant. Radicic is not eating into it at this stage. So maybe they might have the right guy in this car, taking nothing away from Win Percy. But if anyone likes to meet a challenge in touring cars, I think you'd have to agree it was Alan Grice. But of course, this race isn't just between the outright cars. We have 2 other classes to contend with. Car number 52.
Certainly do. The MB Motorsport car of Peter Dullman and John Cotter. The little M3 really is a tremendous racing car. While it can't compete really with the Sierras on outright terms, it's still very quick.
Yeah, these guys are running second in class at this stage. Dullman and Cotter, another one of the great Bathurst privateers, do this sort of thing on a shoestring budget. This is actually one of the ex-Brock Mobile BMW M3s. A great little machine, 2.3 litre, about 300 brake horsepower, fantastic brakes. And even here we are 4 years on, and the car is still a competitive proposition, if not outright, certainly in the class.
Certainly is. Once again, just checking in with our race analyst here, Alan Horsley. That brake is still constant. 15 seconds between Alan Grice back to Paul Radicic. The Cotter Dullman BMW coming across the top of the mountain. heading down to Forest Elbow. I guess just looking at the car, they could do a little sponsorship. Hopefully that might come to pass for them in season 91. Well, confab time. Johnny Bower, Neil Lowe, team manager, and Dick Johnson. Dick's in the same spot, really, that he was last year. Someone else in his car with a chance of winning. Although at this stage of the race last year, Johnny Bower had it locked up.
Yeah, and Dick had been able to drive the car. This year that isn't the case. He couldn't fit in the car as we go back to our Dulux Auto Colour race cam and Alan Grice.
And this thing has ran like a jet all day. 308, 5-litre Holden V8, fantastic sounding engine, probably the best sounding car on the mountain. Grice is giving it everything. He wants this race, and he's looking extremely strong at this stage.
I see the exit from Toledo Tools turn, coming down to the GIO bridge now and Conrod Straight. It certainly sounds great. The car's still out there circulating. I guess when the black clouds rolled in here at Mount Panorama this afternoon, Brocky probably thought to himself, oh no, it couldn't be. Win number 10. How spectacular was this guy a couple of years ago in the rain, running on slicks in the Commodore, the race that he actually won on the rebound after it was taken away from Rudy Eggenberger's team of Klaus Ludwig and Klaus Niedzwiedz.
You've got to give the guy credit. It was his driving in the wet weather towards the latter stages that actually got the car into a position that that it could win.
Just the master across the top of the mountain. 15 laps to go. The Tooheys 1000 from Mount Panorama Bathurst. Is it going to be a Holden Commodore victory, or will the Ford Sierra finally catch Alan Grice inside the distance?
Mobile car then heads down Conrod Straight. And the order still Holden, Ford, Holden, Ford. Larry Perkins at the wheel of car number 11 in third place. Well clear of this man in fourth.
Okay, here's Alan Grice. We're back in the number 16 car, the race leader. And Grice will be relishing this at the moment. Radicic
has just pulled back 1 second on the last lap. So it's 14 in arrears with how many laps to go?
Be 14 now, wouldn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah. Fans going wild on top of the mountain. They've been pretty quiet in virtual hibernation for the last 3 or 4 years. The Commodore, initially in Group A regulations, as the years went by, became less and less a competitive proposition. But the Holden racing team, and full credit to them, have put an enormous amount of development work in on this car. And it has been right on the pace all day. Fantastic effort.
Once again to Forest Elbow. Coming up, I believe it could well be the Chris Lambden car. As he heads down under the GIO bridge, bound for Caltech's chase. The right-hand king coming up shortly.
Grice is flashing his lights at the slower car. That's the Lambden Crick skyline. Shoots past. Grice is really on the boil.
Great to see for Allen. But of course, he was instrumental in the search for a champion that received, I believe, a little unfair flack this week, with a lot of other drivers supporting Allen to try and get some budding racers to Bathurst to drive in their own car. They achieved that. But I guess to make the qualifying cut in anything like this, you have to show potential.
The bottom line to that whole argument, I guess, Mike, is that what Allen has done, regardless of all the controversies, he's just done a fantastic thing for Australian motorsport.
There's no controversy, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Grice, Johnny Smith, Jimmy Richards, everyone else got behind the scheme because they wanted to develop some new Australian talent. If you haven't got the talent, stop whinging about it. Heading up to the right-hander. Another one of the Toyota Corollas there being passed by Grice.
Yeah, he's certainly a guy with plenty of talent. When he came over to Europe with the Commodore, I think he fairly shocked most of the European teams.
That gap still 14 to 14.5 seconds. This is going to be the longest 14 or 13.5 laps for Alan Grice at Bathurst, and a lot hinging on this, I would think that the Holden race team, Win Percy and all the guys, Bradley Jones, they've put together a class act at Bathurst, and with a new car coming online for season 91, a more competitive car, it's great to see Holden back and winning. And this is a circuit that certainly suits a Holden Commodore.
They don't come much better than this guy, Alan Grice. He's been racing since the late 60s. He's got a number of firsts to his credit. First guy to lap this circuit at 100-mile-an-hour lap average back in '82. And he's also the first Australian to qualify for a Grand National NASCAR race in the United States. He certainly likes to spread his driving ability around in a number of different cars. And he's still one of the quickest guys out there.
Well, the great race continues. Let's check them out on our Caltex race score. Grice and Win Percy showing the field. No mercy here today. Allan and Radicic run in second. Perkins and Mazera third. Commodores 1 and 3. Peter Brock runs in fourth place in the Mobile 1 Sierra. Fifth, yet another Commodore, Neil Crofton and young Bradley Jones. Sixth, 28, Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston. Great effort there. Seventh, 38, Bagnall and Francevic from New Zealand. Great effort. Running eighth, Bill O'Brien and Sampson in the Commodore. Ninth, Niedzwiedz and Biela. And rounding out the 10 now, they've come into it, Chris Lambden and Greg Crick. That's a great effort also. Well, the drama's still to unfold. Back in a sec. Drama is certainly alive as we wind down to the final 11 laps or so of the great race. Working up to lap 150. They've broken the Tooheys out at the top of the mountain.
These Holden fans have waited a long time for this, and they can smell a victory in the air. The atmosphere up there is going to be electric over these last 10 laps.
The gap is still constant, about 15 seconds. And the gap between second and third, about 52 seconds. So, at the moment, Grice in the number 16 dealer team car, leading from Paul Radicic and Dick Johnson's number 18 Shell Sierra, and Larry Perkins then running in third place. Peter Brock is fourth.
Well, not taking anything away from Paul Radicic. He's a good operator, but Dick Johnson will be sitting there in the pits wishing his legs were about 1 foot shorter, I'd say, at this stage. Would have been great to be out there chasing Grice on his own.
Grice coming down behind Brian Callahan Jr., mobile concrete pumping Commodore. Floats it wide into the turn. Every lap looks exactly the same. He's a professional businessman at work. The workplace happens to be a driver's seat.
This is Grice's office. He's comfortable with it.
Coming up behind the Gary Wilmington Supra. And talking about Supras, joining us now, Johnny Smith, who along with Peter McKay had such a fantastic run earlier today in the Toyota Team Supra, but things just went away.
Yes, actually the turbo went away from him, Mike. It just turned into a normally 3-litre, normally aspirated 6-to-1 compression Supra. It was going great till then, but still, it's, as I say, that's showbiz.
You gave it a good shake though, John. The car was must have gone beyond your expectations, I imagine.
Oh yeah, we're very happy with it. I think, or to be perfectly honest, I'm a bit disappointed because the car was running so clean and as probably as Pete said so well before it. And this thing sort of just goes bang and you're out. It's as simple as that. We were looking good. I think for a probably finish would have been sort of 6th, 7th, something like that, in a car that ran like a clock right up until when it went out. It's a crying shame, really, but so that's motor racing.
Yeah.
We're on our second place driver, still 15 seconds in arrears. Paul Radicic, car number 18. The Shell Sierra sweeping out to pass a slower car. The gap, as I said, has been hovering 15 to 15 and a half. As we take Dulux Auto Colour RaceCam. Grice, can you bring it home from here?
Yeah, I think so, Mike. Car's very good. Just got a snick on third gear. But the car's very good, so it's looking good.
What a return, eh, mate?
Yeah, that's a certainty.
You don't show much emotion, but we'll talk about that a little later on, maybe about another 13 laps, or another 10 laps, I should say.
Yeah, I haven't hit the clock yet, mate. I'm still at work.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll let you Bundy off.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, thanks for the chat. We'll talk to you maybe the final lap.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Alan.
think you can get a good idea in this, Mike, of the sheer aggression that he's driving with this car. He's absolutely wringing its neck. It's as hard as you'll ever see any Commodore go around here. And the other thing with Grice, that he doesn't expend a lot of personal energy driving the car. He's so neat and tidy the way he goes about the business. You don't see arms waving everywhere. He's very short and sharp in the gear changes. He just uses the right amount of energy to get the job done.
He's lapping to 19.5 to 19.8, lap after lap.
10 laps to go for Alan Grice.
I reckon 2.19 is going to be too hard for Paul. I honestly feel that Paul's going to actually drift back a little bit. As good as Dick's cars are and everything, it's a very hard job to get a young guy that's fresh from overseas come in, that's not used to driving Sierras, and throw him up the mountain like this and get him to pull back 14-second deficit in 10 laps. It's just too hard.
And what a credit to Holden too, providing Alan Grice with the machinery to do his work. It's a production-based engine. It's unbelievable the revs they can get out of this thing all day. It's a production-based motor car, and it's a fantastic effort that they can get this thing so competitive and to run at the head of the field for most of the day.
Yeah, that's right, and I think, you know, full credit to Win, Percy, who runs the team with Wally Story's engineer. Wally's been such a good operator. Has come from Sydney. Win drafted him out of his own business. They had more engineering in Sydney, and took Wally down to Melbourne, set up the show, and they've run these cars all year, and they've absolutely wrung their neck all year. 8,000 revs, I said earlier. A lot of revs to use in a big V8 for 1,000 Ks.
He comes across the top of Nissan Skyline. And we've monitored that split for the last 5 laps. It has been very constant. 15 to drop down to 14 seconds at one stage. Grice picked up the extra second the next lap. Once again out of Toledo Tools' turn. Here's the Pearson Stewart car. Heading down Conrod Straight. Well, I guess a guy must feel very, very happy at the moment. That's probably the greatest understatement of today is Win Percy. Win can hear us in the pits. Is that right, Win?
Yes, I can hear you.
Just speak up a little bit. Would you like to talk to your driver and bring in all of our viewers to the little conversation? Take it away.
Okay, Mike. Can you hear me, Gricey?
Yes, Win, I got you.
You did a grand job, buddy. I can't quite believe it.
Not over yet, mate. We've got a few laps to go, yeah?
I know there is, buddy. There's 11 to go. We're just keeping our fingers crossed for you, but it looks pretty good.
Okay, I'm sort of trying to keep that gap at the moment, keep the revs down as well. We've certainly got enough fuel to get home, but Wally just wants to make sure, so I brought those revs down to 7.2, as you can see, and that'll save us a lot of fuel. So I guess we'll get in a way heavy there, Win.
For an old guy, you're doing pretty well, mate. I tell you what, this team manager's job's worse than ever driving a motor car. Keep it up, buddy. I'll see you soon.
Okay, Win.
Thank you, Win. Thank you, Alan. So Grice heads up to BP Cutting. We've riding around with him so you can follow his style, just how smooth he is. Track very, very greasy.
You can see a lot of the feedback through the wheel. This car doesn't run power steering. They run manual steering on it. And with the big 10-inch tyres on the front, it really does fight the drive. It's an incredibly heavy car to drive through the steering. But once you sort of get it up on top of the springs and everything, the way it's working like that, and I think with the amount of adrenaline that's going through Grice at the moment, it wouldn't matter if it's a 10-ton truck, you'd be driving it the same way.
I think you're right somehow.
Geez, he's driving it down the hill here, back through to third, back to second around the hill. He was to jump off the top into third now.
Come on, Smithy, talk us around a lap with Grice.
Just hold it to be back to second for the Forest Elbow. Turn it in. Car, well, it's still slippery there because the car was understeering out wide. He's in third, fourth. You can hear the gears screaming. It's way down the chute now. Over the right here, the car flare over the humps as it gets over. The car gets very light and starts to walk over the humps. He just goes through the kink without a little lift off, not really braking that hard. Pulling it back for about 290 k's down through the gears, back to second. Get him bang through the gears. The straight cut gears tend to scream and moan a lot. I suppose they all do. back to third, back to second, turn it in now for pit straight. Just misses the curve. On the curve on the exit, just holding on to it. He's saying he's using 7-2 now. He's pulled it back from 8 just to try and save some fuel. Back to third, back to second again. Back up to Mountain Straight. It's a pretty quick lap with Grice.
Thanks to our Dunlop RaceCam now, we take it out of the front bumper, John.
Yeah. Sort of like a hang right out the front of the car. Cars tend to lift off and fly over both humps coming up and down the mountain. It's back to third. We should be third through here. The car drops off, actually the circuit drops off camber just there where you run over the camera. And it gets very taily and light. Just to dampen the brakes, and then back to second again for the cutting here. In close to the wall and out wide. See the 7 helicopter following that around there. Geez, he's really using all the road.
A few drops of rain appearing on the screen there.
I guarantee even if Paul did catch up to him somewhere, he'd have hell's problem trying to get past him. I reckon Grice can make a car about 20 feet wide if he wants to.
And of course, not only is it a red letter day for Alan Grice and for Holden, they also have a second car that is running so strongly here. And that is Bradley Jones in the number 7 car. It's co-driven with Neil Crompton. 6th on the road at the moment, young Bradley. Brad has done most of his racing this year in the Oscar and NASCAR class, actually at Calder, been overseas. Loves the booming V8. And I'll tell you, for a guy that's been out of touring car racing for the year, I think he has done a magnificent job.
He really has. He hasn't had an enormous amount of time in this car, and just a credit to Bradley, he's adapted to it very quickly. And of course to Neil. They both make an excellent combination.
A pair of new young guys getting into it, and I think it's actually credit to Holmes to put them in the car and give them a decent shot at it as well. They brought home the bacon, so it's great.
Ah, the better halves have joined us, Mrs. Percy and Mrs. Grice. Should smile, girls. There's not that long to go.
Can't see their hands in that shot, but I'd say every finger would be crossed.
Yes, I'd say Christine Grice would be riding this one with Alan. This had meant so much to them. The second Bathurst victory. You can recall his last one was with Graham Bailey in the Chickadee Chicken car, and again he was magnificent on that day. So Rosemary Percy and Christine Grice hang fire in the pits, waiting to see what happens. I don't know whether he's got enough time to do it, but young Paul Radicic is just starting to eat away. That might be all too late, but he's just pulled 2 seconds off. The lead held by Alan Grice as we wind into the final stages of the race. Tooheys turn at the top of the mountain.
It might just go, though, the traffic might be holding Grice up a little bit too, Mike. Yeah, you can drop 2 seconds very quickly on one lap just by catching a slow car at the wrong spot. But as I said a bit earlier, it's one thing to catch him, it'd be a hell of a different thing to pass him.
Well, Grice could also be backing off a little bit here. The only concern in the HRT team at this stage is the fuel situation. Grice's knocked the revs back to 7,200, but that's still quite marginal.
So he mentioned in that conversation with Win that he was trying to do. He thought that he had enough fuel to go the distance, but they're preparing a churn down there just on the off chance.
Yeah. Could be a very late stop here just for a fuel. There's Radicic in pursuit down Conrod Straight. And this race isn't over yet. It could still be extremely close.
Here he comes, Paul Radicic.
Yep. Grice has to pit. Hello.
Little barbecue going on the top of Mount Panorama, is it, or along Pitt Straight?
A few of the boys burning some Sierra flags, I think.
I think this gap is down appreciably. 6 laps to go. waiting to time the gap as Paul Radicic goes across the line. About 13 seconds, 12 to 13 seconds.
2 seconds a lap. So I still think it's a pretty tall order, but you never know.
Radicic heads off to Repco corner, the right-hander, taking him up the mountain. Still trying to edge away at that gap. Grice perhaps trying to conserve a little gas. It's been held up, as John mentioned last time, heading up the mountain. But if anyone knows about how much fuel this car needs and whether it has enough fuel to go the distance, it should be John Harvey. John, what's your analysis?
Yes, Mike, it's going to be borderline. There's no doubt about it. As you're aware, Allan has backed off a little bit on RPM to save or conserve fuel. The guys here are a little bit worried that he may have to come in. We won't know for a few laps. It's just going to be so close. But, I mean, Allan will be on the mountain or somewhere around the circuit. It gives one cough, he'll have to come in.
Gee, that is close, isn't it?
Yeah.
The exit again to Forest Elbow. Jeff Full in the class-leading Toyota heads down the Conrod Straight.
Yeah, well, Grice, he's certainly dropped his revs. It's an audible difference. You can hear he's dropped them right down. So he's obviously aware of the fuel situation, and he's trying to stretch at every last drop at this stage.
As Pete McKay said earlier on, we still haven't heard not even the slightest yodel from the fat lady, so I reckon it's not over till it's over.
Okay, this time past, we will have 5 laps to go on the great race. Has Grice got enough fuel to go the distance? Radicic is still closing. Larry Perkins runs back in 3rd place. Peter Brock is 4th. Still approximately the same gap there. You can see it. So they go beneath the Corolla hot hatch sign. Here comes Alan Grice. He goes through. Look for the red Sierra. And here it comes past Jeff Full. So he is working away at cutting back that margin to Repco corner.
What a nerve-wracking time for Alan Grice. He's almost trying to pull off some sort of high-speed economy run. Minimum throttle openings, dropping his revs. And he's going to be... Oh, this is going to be very tight.
Actually, you think about it, he's got to try and time his run to the perfection. You know, if you only win by a metre, it doesn't matter, he'll win. So he just might be trying to work it in and pull out his calculator and work out some sort of an equation which will just get him there on the minute, and let it run out of fuel as it goes across the line.
His heart will be going at about a zillion beats a minute at the moment, waiting for that first fluff, as John mentioned. And the fuel tank is just about dry. And hopefully for Grice, if it does happen, he'll be on top of the mount.
Paul's done a splendid job in this car too. He's a good punter, Paul Radicic. He's done Formula 3000 in Europe and a lot of racing in the US and a Kiwi and only a little bloke, and he gets hold of a car by the throat and he drives it really well.
Well, these are some of the best Sierras in Australia and certainly in the world. They're putting it in the hands of this guy. Dick Johnson must hold him in very high regard.
They head down to Caltech's chase. Dick in the same situation as last year. Laid back about it. Can he do it? He would be aware of our call, the fact that Grice is marginal on gas. There's young Paul Radicic. What a great day for all our New Zealand viewers as well through TV3, watching their local product. Paul Radicic hunting down Alan Grice for the lead in the Tooheys 1000, coming to you live from Mount Panorama. 4 laps to go. Grice is already across the line and heading up Mountain Straight.
Interesting thing about this car is that it's a full foreign crew. We've got Jeff Allen from England and Paul Radicic Radisich from New Zealand. If these guys did manage to win, it'd be the first time a full foreign crew had won the race.
Yeah, that's right, actually. When you think back through the history of the race, they've always had some sort of Aussie driving the car. Even with the Walkinshaw days when they had the Jaguars, Gossi was in there doing his thing. They are a terrific car around here this year. Geez, they're fast up the hill. And they normally suffer great dollops of power down, problems. But here, it's because it's such a fast circuit and everything, the cars are incredibly good to drive. And he's done such a good job today.
Heading down to Skyline. Paul Radisich coming up on one of the slower Commodores, moves out of the way. Sweeps through Skyline, through Castrol now, heading down to the S's. Gee, there's not much in it, is there?
I was going to say, gee whiz.
It looks like it's getting closer all the time. Grice out of Toledo Tools turn. Next time around, 3 to go. One smoking across there to the left.
Looks like the Bagnall-Francevic car. Alan Grice. So close, yet so far.
Second to third, that's of course Paul Radisich to Larry Perkins, 1:16. No race there at the moment. Larry conserving to finish third, hopefully to give Commodore and Holden a 1-3 in this. Here he comes. We're riding with him. Riveting stuff. 3 laps to go for Alan Grice.
It would be just criminal if it ran out of fuel now. Absolutely criminal. It looks like Ray Lintot's car, plenty of Valvoline pouring out the back of it.
Grice on the way up the mountain for the third last time.
You can see in the background there's the Red Sierra just coming onto the straight. So they're the length of mountain straight apart. So it'll be interesting to see over the next lap or so how close they get now.
So they might be measuring the fuel back there in the pits, but Gricey's just cranked out a 2:18 lap just to let them know that they're all fair dinkum.
Yeah.
So the gap has opened up again to about 15 seconds.
Well, I think it just gets down to the fuel now.
Certainly a quick lap at this stage of the race, and certainly in a situation like this, it's very quick.
Well, you think everything's tired. Gricey's tired, the car's tired, the tyres are tired. Yeah. It's about to run out of fuel, and he's just done an 18.
Dick looks happy enough.
Yeah.
So he should. One casualty with the 17 car going out today. Great ambassador for Australian motorsport.
I can just see in the background Paul Radisich's father looking fairly anxious as well.
Well, Commodore's still standing sweet. No problems at this stage.
He's working it hard, just like lock of a brake as he's going in, just the merest hint of a brake lock-up. Just working it hard.
I think what we might be looking at a fuel stop coming up, John, because if he's putting in lap times like this, maybe he's trying to make the biggest braking count on Radisich before he ducks in for just 1 churn of fuel.
Wouldn't matter, mate. 14 seconds, forget it. It's all over.
Yeah.
By the time you pitted and got out again, Paul could drive past in first gear and do it.
Yeah.
Holden's first, third, and 5th.
His best result for Holden's for a long, long time. Even when Brocky got up in 87, it was sort of a Clayton's victory because all the kudos went to the Fords.
It took 9 months to win it.
That's right.
2 laps to go. Win Percy. Oh, the feeling for win. And also a great result for their sponsors, Castrol and Telecom. They've stuck with the team. They've been slim pickings against the Sierras on the short tracks. But there is some fairness, I guess.
His car's come good, absolutely, at the right time. It's amazing how it all works, isn't it? You chip away until finally you've got a really good race package, and that's what this has been today.
14.66 seconds, the gap back to Paul Radisich of New Zealand as he guides the Shell Sierra number 18. He has turned in a fine drive, Paul Radisich, and so too Jeff Allen today. A lot of people smirk the suggestion of putting 2 internationals in the second car, but it has worked out well. It's been a good ploy. Coming across the skyline, down towards Castrol. A lap and a half to go. Have you got enough gas, Al?
Yeah, we're looking pretty good, Mike. Anyway, it's a bit expensive to buy up here on top of the mountain.
Yes, the crew looked a little nervous with the churn out there.
Everybody's nervous with a lap and a half to go, mate. I've cut the revs back. We certainly, we've done this number of laps before today, and I'm actually running less revs, as you can see. So, quite sure we'll make it. Are you having a nice day, Michael?
I'm having not a bad day at all, Alan. I think a lot of Holden supporters are having a wonderful day.
Yeah, there'll be a few Holden boys all changes tomorrow, perhaps. I don't know if this thing really needs to go in for service.
I tell you, give Win Percy cardiac arrest if you pull into the pits and then keep going.
No, I don't think they'll put it in for service. It's only done 1,000 Ks.
I think there's a nice sign coming up for you here now. What does it say?
Last lap, it's a nice little sign.
You want to talk us through it, Alan?
Yeah, not a problem. This has been a problem all day, the little cars, but by and large, they've been very good. How did my Peter Jackson Search for Champion boys go today, Mike?
They dropped out, Alan, but the boys, I thought, did a great job, and as I've said earlier, I thought it was a great project involving not only yourself, but guys like Johnny Smith and Jim Richards, who all came along to try and discover Australian talent.
Yeah, I'm very proud of them. They put themselves on the grid at the biggest race in Australia, and they got 20 cars behind them. I thought, boy, I did the right thing. I picked the right guys.
I'm sure you did. I tell you what, look at the Holden fans out here on the right as you come across the top of Skyline. You could probably hear the applause from here.
I can. There's some happy boys and sick heads up here.
Got time to give them a wave?
I'll be doing that.
Fans on top of the mountain, here he comes.
Mate, they love the Commodores.
Oh, look at them. You've made their day.
Somebody's put oil all over the road there. I only just saw it. I was a bit busy looking at the crowd. But there's oil all over the road back there. Bradley, watch out for that. Oil all the way down the mountain.
Little slippery out of there too?
Yes. Well, whoever's laying the oil, if they're doing it on the last lap, I hope they make it home.
It's been great to ride with you and Win Percy with our 7 Dulux Auto Colour RaceCam, Alan.
Well, it's been an absolute privilege to drive this motor car, I can assure you of that. It has the most brilliant brakes I've ever felt in a touring car. I think the boys have done a superb job to build the winning motor car.
Under the bridge, coming down to the final corner. Checkered flag time. Crowd absolutely berserk. Last turn, checkered flag. How does it feel? Tooheys champ, Alan Grice.
It's the best feeling I've had since 1986, I got to tell you.
Well done, son. You've driven superbly.
Thanks, Mike.
I guess that answers a few critics, and I guess it puts Holden back with a very strong challenger with a new car for 1991.
Yes, if we can just run on the right fuel for everybody next year without all the Manhattan cocktails, we'll have a wonderful year of motor racing.
Well, there's marvellous scenes down here in the pits. Win Percy, Chris is there, Roseberry, team managers. I think all the Holden people are delighted as well.
So Christine giving Wally Story a big kiss for that one. I think he's done a lot of work for that car. The top job.
Alan, I'll let you go back to the pits, and I'm sure that Bruce McAvaney and our audience will look forward to seeing you on the balcony for the presentation. Well done, champ. Alan Grice, the winner of the 1990 Tooheys 1000 here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Paul Radisich chased superbly. 15 seconds, the gap at the finish of 161 laps. Larry Perkins makes it a great day for Holden. He finishes back in third. Fourth place, Peter Brock, King of the Mountain. Tried all day after problems with tyres early in the race. Fifth place, of course, going to Neil Crompton and Bradley Jones in yet another Commodore. So it's a great day for Commodore.
Yeah, there's Win Percy, Wally's story. What a fantastic. Dick Johnson, first guy to shake his hand. What a fantastic effort by the Holden racing team. Not too many people tipped this, but what a great result. They ran at the front of the field the whole day. The car never missed a beat apart from a minor clutch problem which didn't slow them down. And they brought the thing across the line. The Lion has roared again at the Mountain.
I've never seen a more popular victory than that. I think everybody in the pit lane would have wished them well.
John Crennan there from Holden, walking down with Win Percy there. Yes, a great day for them, and the fans are already running down to the presentation area.
I believe this is probably the most competitive Tooheys 1000s that's ever been, with the level of professionalism with all the teams that have been here. And yet here it is, good old Aussie Commodores pulled it off again.
All the drama, the suspense, the high attrition rate, the lead changes. It's been a fantastic Tooheys 1000.
Well, there's Win Percy heading down victory lane, heading towards the presentation area, where he'll join his winning co-driver today, Alan Grice. Again, I salute the superb driving talent of Paul Radisich and Jeff Allen, who brought in Dick Johnson's second car. Let's check them out on our Caltex race score for you. Final placings, Win Percy with Alan Grice at the wheel of the number 16 Holden Team Commodore wins the Tooheys 1000. Second place goes to Jeff Allen and Paul Radisich in the Shell Ultra High Sierra. Third to Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazira in the Castrol Commodore. Fourth, 05, Andy Rouse and Brocky in the Mobile 1 car. Fifth, number 7, Bradley Jones, Neil Crompton in the second of the Holden Team Commodores. Sixth place going to number 28, a great finish for Kevin Waldock and Michael Preston in the Playscape Racing Sierra. Seventh place, car number 38, Andrew Bagnall of New Zealand and Robbie Francevic, also from the Shaky Isles. Eighth place to Bill O'Brien, Brian Sampson in the Everlast Commodore from Canberra. Well done, guys. Ninth place to car number 10, Klaus Niedzwiedz and Frankie Biela in the ANZ Sierra. And rounding off the 10, number 23, of course, Chris Lambden and Greg Crick in the Bow Repair Skyline. Victory Lane will uncork the champers when we return.
Well, welcome back to Bathurst. Somebody got it right. The Bathurst News said that the Holdens would be back in town, and the General has arrived back. We do have some distinguished guests here. The Leader of the Opposition, Dr. John Hughes, is behind me. The Minister for Sport in New South Wales, Bob Rowland-Smith, and also John Cooper, who was the Grand Marshal of the event today from the United States. Alan Grice and also Win Percy are about to join us, but it's my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of Tooheys, Mr. John Ryan. John.
Thank you, Bruce. Another great day on the mountain. What a wonderful thrill it was to see Australian drivers win in Commodores again. Commodores to the fore today, and that makes a great trifecta. An Australian beer sponsoring the race, Australian driver driving, and Australian cars winning. What a wonderful thrill. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you very much, John. Now, I think Win and Alan might be with us. Win Percy's about to come out with Alan Grice, one of the great victories in the history of Bathurst. And if we can just extricate Win Percy, the team manager, and Alan Grice, who did a lot of the driving today. Grice, who was successful in 1986. So who are we waiting for? Alan Grice and Win Percy. And we're still just waiting for a moment. Second to the Shell racing team of Dick Johnson, Paul Radisich and Jeff Allen. And third was Larry Perkins. But I think we're just about ready for Win Percy and Alan Grice. And the Minister for Sport in New South Wales, Bob Rowland-Smith, will present the Tooheys 1000 trophy to the winning team, the Holden dealer team of Percy and Grice. So we'll just get Win's attention in a moment. Win, if you'd like to accept the trophy.
weighs a bloody ton.
It does weigh a ton. Win, if you'd like to put that down for, well, show it to the crowd, I think you and Alan. Come forward, Grice. And Win, congratulations. Alan, firstly to you, did you ever think you'd be driving for the official Holden dealer team and winning here at Bathurst?
You ought to know me, I never give up hope.
Must have been very sweet today.
Yes, it was. This is the nicest day I've had since '86. But it was an absolute privilege to drive the motor car. It was so strong. I think no necessity for a 1,000-kilometre service.
Win, as a team manager, it must give you an extra special thrill.
Well, I can't quite believe it. It's pretty good for a whole new team. But when I asked Alan to drive, I really did know that I was taking the best Australian driver here at Bathurst. So between us, we've done it. I'm really proud of it.
Well, Grice, Win's just described you as the best Australian driver at Bathurst. You must feel like that right now.
He's very biased.
Some celebration tonight?
Oh, yes, plenty of that.
For sure. Well, the Commodore's back in town. What do we look forward to next year, Win, with the new Commodore?
Well, the VN's going to be quicker. It's a slipperier motor car, so I reckon we'll be back to do it again.
And what about Grice? Do you think he might be on the team next year?
Suits me fine.
Alan, would you like to be there?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Okay, a big cheer for Alan Grice and Win Percy, the champions. And I think we're about to have the obligatory champagne shower. Grice reckons it won't come off. Great celebrations here at Bathurst, as you'd expect, with the Commodore back in town. Percy and Grice successful, and still the celebration goes on. A great catch there, and well, they can fight for that one. I think the Shell team might be with us. The runners up, Paul Radicic and Jeff Allen. We just might clear the deck for a moment with Win and Grice. And still more presents flying out here.
You did well, mate.
So just repeating the outright winners, Alan Grice and Win Percy. The runners-up, Paul Radicic and Jeff Allen. And third placing to Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera. Now, we're having some problems here trying to get the Shell team out. I think there's only one winner at Bathurst today. And still they want more from Grice. But hopefully Paul Radicic and Jeff Allen will come out in just a moment. The Shell team, yeah, bring them out. What about a cheer for the Sierras, the Shell team? Well, come on, guys and gals. Jeff Allen and Paul Radicic. Come in, Jeff. You drove a great race, bad luck.
Yeah, hard race, two strong cars at the finish. Both cars were right on the pace. We couldn't make any impression on them towards the end there, and the second for us is really good.
What about you, Paul? You had a lot of pressure on you at the end there.
Yeah, we gave it our best shot and we couldn't really reel them in, so good luck to him.
Dick couldn't get his seat into the car. I bet you was spitting chips.
Yeah. We did it on our own, as we wanted to do. We come here as the second car in the Johnson team, and you know, it's a strong car, and she went the distance.
Well, Jeff and Paul, I know there's no second prizes, but well done. You drove a great race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, cheers.
The two men from the Shell Racing team now, Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazzera. The second Commodore. Larry, if you'd like to come in, come forward. Larry, it was a great race. You're a bit unlucky, I guess, in a way.
Oh, well, the race is the same for everyone. I congratulate the Holden race team and coming first. Dick Johnson's car, or the Shell car, for coming second. We did our best and wasn't good enough. Maybe next time.
Thomas, you also had a great race. You've been a winner here, of course, in 1988. What was today like for you?
It was very good with a few little problems, but we have to congratulate the Holden racing team. They did a very good job. And we just hope we can beat them next year.
Well, you'll be back, Larry. When that pace car came out, did it make a difference to you?
Well, we were leading the race and the pace car came out, and it just unfortunately coincided with our pit stop, and we were held in the pits for half a lap, and yeah, I suppose luck of the draw, isn't it?
You've had a pretty good week, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, but would have been nice to win.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Well done, Larry Perkins and Thomas Mazira. And so we have it. Now the Class B and Class C, Phil Ward and John Goss were successful in Class B in a Mercedes, and in Class C, Jeff Full and David Ratcliffe and a Corolla. Congratulations. Well, John, you've been here before, haven't you?
Yes, been here a couple of times, and it's just damn nice to be here again with Phil's team.
Phil, good race for you today?
Yeah, we had a great time. The boys have put a lot of work in it. I'd really like to thank Jim and Rob, Bill, for putting so much effort into the car. And, of course, thanks to our main sponsors, Munro, Mercantile Mutual, and Associated Brokers. We've got a few little support sponsors in Lindy Gas, 3M and BP, and Mercedes went extremely well. It's not a Holden fans, but it's a German Holden, unfortunately.
Well, it's a pretty good one. Well done, John, and also Phil.
Yes, it's. I think it's just fantastic to see the Holdens win. I think all the Australians, it's a big day for them, and you know, I think that the Sierra, the sophistication of the Sierras was there at the end of the day, but it was GM's day, no doubt about that.
No question. Thanks, John, and thank you to Phil. And repeating that the winner of the Tooheys 1000 this year, the Holden dealer team, Win Percy and Alan Grice, will be back with more from Bathurst after this break.